the good-looking people that set her apart from the rest of us.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Give me a break. You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang. I say, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
What up, what up, what up? What up, fools? Today is 7/31/2026. It is 8:17 p.m. Eastern Time. Yeah, boy, let's go. Eastern Time. Pisco refugees, hands. I don't know. I have not been responsibly platforming Pisco. I did think it was a little funny that last night, like, Pisco was talking about the fact that, like, he never really thought about responsible platforming or the way that he promotes other content creators or other people with other ideologies. And then today, as soon as I turn on Wake, he's talking about the fact that him and Soypill had this entire debate over the fact that he just retweeted Fox News, and Soypill threw a fit over this because it's about, you know, the way that you promote other ideologies, other platforms. And he's saying, like, hey, even if you agree with something that Fox News says, like, there's still a bad platform. You don't want to promote that platform. You don't want to promote those people. And found it a little interesting that, yeah, and Pisco had just never thought about that before. So I think that's an interesting conversation, because I think every time the Pisco and I have had the conversation about, like, the coalition, the DSA, you know, all of these different, you know, Hassan, every time we've had these conversations, I've used responsible platforming as an analog every single time about like, how do you platform somebody like Nick Fuentes? How do you platform somebody like Rob Noor? How do you platform, like, I've had these conversations every single time, and I don't think I ever got the notion that like he didn't have a thought process on responsible platforming. So interesting. Pisco does not give a shit. He's in it for the views. I mean, I said, like, when I first started streaming, I would say all the time, like, I would say this all the time, I'm getting on and I'm doing whatever the fuck that I want to do, and I'm talking about the shit that I want to talk about, and if other people want to come and watch, that's cool. That's awesome that other people will enjoy it, and if that's the case, then I'll keep doing it. But I'm not really like doing this for a goal. I'm not doing it to convince people of anything. I'm not doing it to really advocate for some sort of ideology, some sort of worldview. Like, I'm here to just kind of have the conversations, learn myself, have my own ideas challenged, and really just I want to grow. And so I want to be able to do that by having other conversations with more people and studying and researching and things like that. And other people can kind of go through that process with me and come along for the journey. But even then, I still had, like, while I didn't have like a staunch position that I wanted to push on everybody, or a staunch ideology that I wanted to push, I still thought about like responsible platforming in terms of like neo-Nazis and, you know, the more extreme ideologies. I still wanted to make sure that I wasn't promoting other platforms that I found to be detrimental to the country. So what up, Ryan? All right, looks like they just got started a little bit ago. I think Pisco was a bit late. Normally when other people are live, I try to stay a good bit behind their stream. I don't want to be re-streaming it live while they're watching. A lot of people really find a lot of value in being live, like right as it's happening. And so if that's the case, you should go watch it on Mr. Mouton's platform. But yeah, I want to make sure I'm a bit behind so that I'm not just straight re-streaming. So yeah, we're about 23 minutes behind.
I have no fucking colors. The fucking
what's it called? It's the gray one, right?
I have it on like audiobook, but it's called oh god, why can't I remember it? A Promised Land? Yeah, it's A Promised Land.
Yeah. They talk about like his college upbringing, David Plouffe, his campaign advisor. Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah, it's a really good book.
Awesome. Wait, you can see me, right?
Yep. Your camera's working. Hold on, I'm gonna pop it out and put it
Word.
in this thing.
Yep.
Sweet. 1 second. Beautiful.
Oh.
All right.
Wonderful.
What are we talking about today?
And what are you bitching about this
that
time?
we're talking about this like DSA loop, right? The kick them out of the coalition, the line drawing, and the tent stuff. And so I've been having a lot of like annoyance with how that conversation is going. It's kind of meta, honestly. And basically how people are basically advocating for things and saying things that sounds like they're trying to do something drastic, but at the end of the day, it seems kind of like mild in terms of the
I would say most of the people, and I said this yesterday, I feel like most of the people who are calling into his call-in streams or, you know, his Twitter spaces, I feel like the majority of those people who are calling into those to defend the idea of DSA, I feel like a lot of them just haven't really thought about this, and they've just heard Destiny talk about it, and they're convinced by what Destiny says, or they just go along with whatever it is that Destiny says. And so I feel like a lot of them are just repeating what they've heard Destiny say and then trying to logic it out afterwards. So once they get on there with Pisco and he is challenging them on a lot of the semantics, they're like, I don't really maybe this, maybe a little bit of that. So I feel like the majority of them, like they aren't when he has these call-in streams with just random callers, I feel like the majority of them are not people who have really thought through all of this.
Description.
Mm-hmm.
So kick them out of the party, excise them out of the party. But when we get to it, like there's not any meat and there's not any like teeth to whatever recommendation they have. So that's what's been
Okay, so you
kinda
just feel like
frustrating,
people
and,
are like saying words and
yeah.
not actually getting out there and saying like what they would actually
Yeah.
want and what that means.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And additionally that like there's also this
Is Pisco's argument we welcome in the crazy open border? Well, it was interesting because last night when I had said on stream, like, I don't think Pisco has a position on this. He's just arguing against other people. Apparently somebody went and told him that I was talking shit, so he came and jumped on and was like, hey, what the fuck are you saying? And so I said it back to him and I was like, it just doesn't seem like you have like a real position here. You're just arguing with people. He's like, no, I have a position. And so I was like, okay, so then we go through it. And he's like, I think that these words should mean X, Y. And I was like, I don't care what you think words should mean. That's not like, I don't care what, like, your prescription on semantics. I want to know how do you think we ought to treat the people that we disagree with? Like, this is like platforming, right? And that's where he's like, oh, you've thought about this before? That's what he said. You've thought about this before? You think about these things? Like, that's the whole conversation. Okay, so I am correct. You don't have a position on this. I don't know why you said you had a position on it. You don't have a position on it. Did you see how Tiny Man disrespected our boy Jola and called him Jonah in his title? No, I will say though, I was texting Mantis yesterday about it, and I haven't watched it. We'll review it later, but I was texting Mantis about it yesterday, and my autocorrect kept changing his name from Jola to Jonah. So
feeling that like there's more agreement than the nature of the discourse is letting on. In fact, like I often am looking for what the disagreement actually is, because when push comes to shove and we're like giving different possible scenarios, like would you vote for this person, would you support this person, it sounds like there's more agreement on who the lesser of two evils is. And at the end of the day, like what are we disagreeing about? And so that's the kind of frustrating part. It like the discourse makes it seem like this is hugely antagonistic, oppositional state of mind that I have, or that like there's this huge mismatch.
it's simple as fuck. You're a political influencer. We're talking about the direction that you influence people in. That's it. How do you use your platform? How are you influencing people? Just saying they're the lesser of two evils, but then spending 90% of your time talking about them being pieces of shit and lying about them. Yeah, that's not that's not good enough.
And I'm just like failing to see it.
Okay. Well, I think that you're gonna find it with me, honestly.
Yeah, let's get it.
Let's talk about it. So,
Were you watching this? Here, I will give you the link. It's on Kick. Mouton is watching it, or Mouton is streaming on anything else on Kick. So there's the link in chat if you guys want to go watch it on his channel. Like I said, I'm about 30 minutes behind on my side. I don't ever want to like straight up restream somebody else's content, so we're gonna stay behind. If you guys want to watch it live, you can go watch it on his side.
go ahead. Interview away.
Yeah, so like I saw your tweet at me and you gave like a couple concrete like
Yeah, I said don't campaign for them.
prescriptions,
Don't
right?
donate to them. Don't appease them in Congress and primary them.
Yeah, and I'm just like, is this truly like an elaboration of your preferences? So say for example, we have a qualifying member of this DSA set. Sometimes it's unclear who is a
Epic.
part of that set. It seems like among those politicians, it wouldn't include people like AOC. It
Mhm.
might not include people like Mouton. So query who those individuals are who are part of like the problematic set for whom this prescription applies. And I think that that's like worth going down. But would you want to pause there?
Yeah. So let me just.
Don't look. Don't go tell people I'm talking shit when I'm not. Because if he's like, let's say he doesn't come over to talk, and then he also doesn't go look to see what I said. Now he thinks I'm just sitting around fucking talking shit about him. That's not cool. Don't say I'm talking shit.
Let me just kind of like frame it like this. Instead of saying like Big Ten or something like that specifically, I know we're talking about DSA. The way I kind of want to define it is like, I've learned a lot about World War I recently, so I'm going to use these terms. Like the theater, that's going to be like everybody possible. They're in the theater. And then in the trenches, I would say that there's like multiple trenches. This is what normally I think people would call tents. I would say there's the Republican trench, there's the Democratic trench, there's the Independent trench, and then currently there's like the DSA member type trench. There could technically be like the MAGA trench, but later on, I'll explain it now. The MAGA trench used to exist, but I feel like the MAGA people dug into the Republican trench, and now it's been completely taken over by MAGA. So now that is now just the MAGA trench. What I'm afraid of is like the DSA members digging from their trench into the Democratic trench and then killing us all and like taking over. And then we would just become one quote unquote big trench / big tent.
Is Pisco gonna ask if he means literally killing them all?
I see. So there's kind of like a Borg feeling to what's happened. Is like these people are gonna take over. They're gonna try to like turn. I don't know if you've seen The Matrix. It's like Agent Smith turning all of the other agents into him. Kind of.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd say turn. I would say like they would kill us and take our voices away into the fact of like we don't have a place here anymore, which was our original like quote unquote homeland / trench.
Yeah. So I can respond to that if you want. It sounds like that concern is one of like there's going to be a liberal takeover of the party, and we're going to turn to the left, turn to the right, and all of a sudden we're not going to have a party anymore or something like that.
Yeah, I think this
concern,
is
right?
a lot of the time called like the dirty break or whatever.
I've never heard that term, but the dirty break. Okay. That is what like to the extent that is a concern. One aspect.
So the dirty break means that it's incrementalism. Dirty break means that it's interesting that he doesn't know these terms. It feels like a lot of times he just hasn't looked into the DSA very much, but the dirty break is the opposite of a clean break. So a clean break means you're just cutting them off right then and there and moving on. Whereas a dirty break means you're going to slowly do it through a slow process. It's not immediate. It's not right away. It is a dirty break. It means that it's incrementalism. That's openly stated by the DSA, right? So it's openly stated that they want to take over the Democrat Party. The dirty break and the clean break are two different philosophies within the DSA. And so there are some people who want a dirty break, there's some people who want a clean break. The dirty break philosophy for a long time was the official DSA stance. I don't think it is anymore. I think that it's too contentious within the DSA for there to be a stance on clean break or dirty break, but
of the discourse, which I think often is like not catching, is like we all on Live and Learn agree that we think that is far-fetched as a proposal. That's one of the reasons why I was like pushing Hutch on our episode of Live and Learn to be like, what Wick is saying here is crazy, strictly speaking, because I don't think that we share the fear that the Democratic Party, by which I mean like the major politicians, the Democratic candidates, the Democratic voters, are going to be turned into like this illiberal morass led by Hassan Piker or something. And I just don't know if the concern is that, which is to say that the Democratic Party will become illiberal, will become a Marxist-Leninist vanguard party. I just don't know why you have that fear.
So here's the reason that I have that fear is I feel like if we would have went back, at this time, like 12 years, people would have said the same thing about Donald Trump and MAGA.
Yep.
And now we have very much.
I was one of those people. And again, like you didn't see the trend in the Republican Party that you do see with the Democrat Party right now. The Republican Party was still pretty anti-Trump and anti Trump types of thought processes. They were still very neocon in their polling and ideologies. The Democrat Party is not. The Democrat Party is they very much do not like the Democrats. The Democrat Party very much does not like. They again, we have this recent polling from CNN saying that most Democrats, it's like 64% of Democrats prefer socialism over capitalism. We have the DSA with higher approval ratings. We have so much fucking polling right now that actually tells us this is happening. Whereas for the Republican Party, they didn't have that. They had like something very different that kind of said this is kind of, Trump's a little popular. Some of the stuff he says is all right. Like, we don't really like him all that much, but he's better than Hillary, and even his ideas were not polling well across the board. But for the DSA, for socialism, for a lot of this shit, it is. We have the polling right now. We know this is where the Democrat Party is trending.
Seeing that the party of the Republicans is now MAGA. There is no real space for middling Republicans to exist anymore. They are being primaried by crazy MAGA people. So this is why I have that fear right now. This, in my opinion, this already happened.
Because it's happened before. Yeah.
Because it just happened.
I think, yeah.
I wish other people aren't really bringing up this polling, and it's kind of driving me nuts. It's kind of driving me fucking crazy. I feel like nobody else, I feel like the polling is the most important part, where you're kind of describing, hey, this is where the electorate is. This is what the electorate believes. This is what the electorate wants. This is what's happening. And the problem is that for the longest time, a lot of people, when we're pointing out, how extreme people like Kyle Kowinski and Hassan and a lot of these alternative media content creators, how extreme they're getting, a lot of people are always it's the alternative media, they're not that powerful. They're, that person by themselves, they can't sway an election. True. But when you look at the left-leaning content creators, all of the biggest ones are the more extreme people. They are the more radical left-wing people. And so it's not that Hassan by himself can shift the Democrat vote, but it is that all of the left-leaning content creators put together, yeah, they can. And I feel like they have.
Trump has been able to take hold of the Republican Party in kind of an unprecedented way,
Mm-hmm.
and in a way where he has exerts maximal control, such that he's able, even now, even as unpopular as he is now, and honestly, there have been some numbers where he has, 80, 78% approval among Republicans. That's
90% is what I've seen.
Now,
but yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I've seen recently the polling getting lower, but yeah, usually it's 90, 91, 92. Yeah, but I think usually he commands, even in his weakened state, the ability to scuttle pretty much any Republican primary and just make it go in his favor. And so I understand that it has happened, and that this person has control. But there's two responses I have. The first is, I don't think the Republican Party has fundamentally, ideologically, policy-wise, except for its adherence to authoritarianism and Trumpism, changed where it's going. So I'll give you some example: tax cuts, wars in the Middle East, deregulation. These are all still things that the Republican Party approves of and they continue to do, right? Obviously there's this added factor of the authoritarianism of Trump. Maybe that's what you're isolating for. And I agree, it did happen under Trump. I just don't have an inclination that it's likely to happen with the Democrats. So I'll grant you that it has happened. Maybe that informs your fear, but why is it rational to have that fear as the Democrats? That's what I don't understand, because I think there are like key differences in how the Democrats operate and uniqueness of Trump that don't like sort of carry forward to the Democratic Party.
Sure. So the reason that I have this fear, and we can talk a little bit about this, is I feel like influencers are out there saying absolutely heinous shit about the Democratic Party, and they're kind of like pushing the DSA types to do some sort of like takeover of the Democratic Party. An example of this is going to be Kyle Kulinski. Kyle Kulinski has been out there recently calling moderate Dems like MAGA lights. He has so many crazy tweets. I'm sure that you've seen them. If you'd like, I can start reading some off. But this is a big factor.
I grant that he says these terms.
Yeah, and I think it's disgusting. And for example, to talk about like the trench, I would not say Kyle Kulinski should be in my like Democratic trench. If anything, I think he's like a content creator / a pundit who's going to like shit talk both sides. So how I would determine someone who I would let in the trench, there's a few things. This isn't even like a whole list. I just came up with it this morning. It's like, how do you self-identify would be one of them. Are you excited about like the party? Have you voted for Democrats when it mattered, specifically during either...
I mean, the main, for me, I listed like a bunch of things on Twitter a while back, and it seemed like the majority of content creators who were talking about this agreed with what it was that I like laid out as what I mean by like in the coalition or whatever. But oh shit. But the main thing that I put on there for my like main concern is whether or not they are a net positive for the Democrat Party. So like a lot of times when you talk about this and you say like, oh, well, so you're saying those people are too critical of the Democrat Party. How do you say somebody can still be critical of the Democrat Party and not end up a Kyle Kulinski or, you know, Hassan Piker or something like that? It's like, well, it's about whether or not I think they're a net positive or a net negative. If it's somebody who's just telling people they're gonna, you know, Kamala is the lesser of two evils, but then they're still making up shit about her, lying about her, you know, telling everybody a bunch of bullshit that's completely untrue, then yeah, in that case, I think this person's probably a net negative overall. But even on top of that, like a lot of it does have to do with like, to some extent, there is this like misinformation aspect that I think is a negative pragmatically. But the majority of it, this isn't like prescriptive, isn't like a moral thing when we talk about like in the coalition or under the coalition or anything. It is a pragmatic, strategic stance on this is just what's beneficial to actually get Democrats elected or liberals continuing to be in control of the party.
Tough votes in the Senate or during like presidential elections. And the last one that is a non-negotiable is you don't interact with the entire party in a disparaging way during and not during elections. So like you can't do that. You can't just constantly shit on the Democrats and then want to be in the party.
I understand those are like criteria that you set out for the trenches, and I appreciate the lingo and the clarification there, and a lot of that is like totally understandable to me. One of the things that I think frustrates people when I have these conversations is like, I want to do one thing at a time.
Sure.
And so I'm happy to go wherever you want to go. If you want to talk about why this fear seems compelling to you, we can do that. If you want to talk about like this trench notion and who's in it and who's not in it, I'm happy to do that. And
what would you like to talk about? Which one?
And then, I mean, like, I want to first talk about why you're scared that we're going to have a liberal takeover of the Democratic Party. If that's like a genuine good fear that like I should have, I want to be moved by that. I want to be motivated to be fearful if it is a rational fear. I'm happy to go down also like the prescriptions of how to like prevent that fear and who to apply it to, which seems like that's the conversation, the kind of criteria you laid out just then is like, okay, we've established the fear. These are the people who are responsible for it. and this is how we tackle them, right? That's the kind of like tripartite
Sure.
system I could see, is like establish that it's a worthwhile fear, then who is responsible, then what to do. So I would want to start at like, is this even something we should be scared about?
Sure. I feel like I've established that the fear is reasonable. So now we can talk about like who is causing me.
Wait, in virtue of what is it reasonable? I don't understand why it's reasonable to like.
Well, because
I was gonna say I don't know that he's stated that it's reasonable. His main like criteria for it being reasonable was that it's happened in the past with Donald Trump, whereas again the polling is the thing that shows the reasonability. The polling showing the Democrats are leaning in these
we
directions.
just saw
to
MAGA
think that there's a
completely
decent
take
chance.
over the Republican Party, and now we
That's-
have another
But that
type
proves
of.
too-
Just because it happened there doesn't mean it's going to happen here. This is the slippery slope fallacy. Like you're misapplying this logic. You can't just say it happened to the Republicans, therefore it's likely going to happen to us, or that it's a reasonable fear that it's going to happen to us. That's not reasonable.
Much. I mean,
We have another whole group of people, like the DSA specifically, who are trying to steal literally election seats in a primary.
Strategically shunning everybody who feels Democratic Party has been feckless against MAGA. Yes, 100% yes. Like, MAGA, again, was not MAGA until they were influenced to be MAGA. Right? There are influencing factors that push people in one direction or the other. This is why responsible platforming is such a big deal, is because you want to take care of how you influence people in your audience. People are not the ones going out and doing the research. The viewers are not the ones who are going out and actually studying these things, thinking a lot about it. Like, they're the ones who are listening to other people kind of explain it to them and give them the ideas and give them kind of the framework and explain it to them in the best way that they can. But people, by far the majority of people, are not spending nearly as much time on this as the actual influencers. So the influencers are the ones who kind of have a responsibility in how they influence everybody else in what direction they go in. If you think that the Democrat Party was feckless against MAGA, it's because you've just been given an insane amount of misinformation. It's because you have been just completely lied to, and there has been just a fucking iron curtain, if you will, over all of the things that the Democrats have been doing in reality.
Yeah, so like that I feel like proves too much. If the justification for being scared that the Democrats are susceptible to the takeover is, well, it happened to the Republicans, I mean, that will be true in 10 years. That'll be true in 20 years. I mean, like, it'll be true. It's true of other organizations, perhaps. I just don't know, like, okay, so just merely by the fact that it happened to MAGA, that's enough for you to think that it's a justified fear, nothing else, just the fact that there was a Trump takeover. Now Democrats are also susceptible to it, and it's, there's at least a decent chance that it'll occur. That's
So
enough?
one, yes. Two, there's also other things happening.
Okay.
The other things would be like DSA members primarying moderate Democrats inside the bluest fucking regions and then starting to steal seats. Yes.
Okay, that's like, okay, so the second piece of evidence, which is kind of like, well, the DSA candidates are winning.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that that's
Well,
evidence if
our
those
winning
candidates
is
are...
pretty.
The fact that Donald Trump is the first Republican to win the plurality vote in my lifetime speaks to their fecklessness. They should have been able to message well enough to beat Trump. I'm sorry, but that's just not true. Like, the messaging is not just on the politicians alone. The majority of people are, again, not going to listen to the actual politicians. They're going to listen to the platforms that they trust. They're putting their trust in other people to give them the information. So if other people are giving them bullshit information, it doesn't matter how good their fucking messaging is. They can't outflank the entire independent media apparatus of YouTube and Twitch and Fox News and all these. They can't undo that. They can't beat that. So The Democrat Party is ours. Yeah, they got fucking what five, well, one currently in Congress, but upcoming 5 and a mayor. Yeah, you guys got it. But yeah, this is just it absolutely is on the politicians. I'm sorry, but that's just fucking retarded. Like, that is absolutely brain dead to think that it's on the politicians. The politicians can put their message out, and you want to make sure that they're putting out a good message. But if they're putting out the message, and yet what it is that people like Kyle Kowinski and Hassan and these other people are putting out is contradicting their message, and they're lying about it, and that's what a large portion of Democrat people come away with. It's like, okay, how about this? Democrats have done a...
Jason Watlington tipped $10. Let's get 25 thumbs upsies, fools.
Let's go. Let's fucking go. Appreciate the dono, good sir. Thank you. Let's get some W's in chat for Jason, getting us started off with the $10. Yeah, let's think about what is the like COVID, okay? Think about COVID. Like, with COVID, the Democrats, I don't think, did a poor job at messaging on COVID. I don't think Democrats did a bad job at communicating what was good about the vaccines. I don't think they did a bad job at messaging on ivermectin and the fact that this was not beneficial, how much better the vaccine was going to be versus natural immunity, things like that. Still, a very large portion of the country came away believing that the vaccines weren't good enough. Okay? Why is that the case? Tell me this, okay? Why is it the case that a large portion of the country came away believing that vaccines were not safe and effective? Why is it that a large portion of the country thinks that January 6th wasn't that big of a deal, when I don't think Democrats could have done more to message on January 6th? I don't think they could have done more to message on this and to amplify the message. Why is it that a large portion of Democrats think that the stuff against Donald Trump was a witch hunt and that he didn't actually commit any crimes? It was all just fake news and a witch hunt. Why? It's because of the fucking media apparatus that exists, where people trust the media. They trust the media that they're listening to, and then they go from there. That's it. It is the fucking media who has the responsibility to give you the information, and if they're not giving you the real information, then you're not going to hear it. Because the Democrats are allowing the Republicans to set the message. They are always responding to Republicans instead of making their case. Okay. So what? January 6th. Give me the stand. On January 6th, they had, the January 6th committee. They had trials. They had cases. They had tons and tons of court cases and everything. They constantly talked about it. They were constantly pushing that this was an insurrection, that Donald Trump incited this. Tell me, what is it that they could have done better to convince the country that January 6th was an insurrection and that this was a huge insurgency against our democratic process? Tell me how they could have fixed that. What is the thing? What is the stuff they should have been saying that they weren't saying? The order of the cases brought against Trump. That's not a political process. That's not a political process. That's totally separate. That's not Democrats. You sound like a Republican, where Republicans are like, the Democrats are the ones who charged Trump with crime. The Democrats didn't charge him with crimes. The fucking law charged him with crimes. He broke the fucking law. That's how the criminal justice system is not a political process where the politicians are going in and deciding what order everything goes in and shit. It would have been a lot better. It would have been a lot better if Georgia had gone first, but that would have that would have fixed a lot of shit if Georgia could have been able to go through their process first. But the country has been more. The country has been convinced of that. It's only a small minority that doesn't already agree. Really, they should be talking about other things. Okay, so you're just not going to answer the question. All right. I'm just not going to. I'm not going to consider you a rational, reasonable person to engage with if you're just going to avoid fucking questions like this. I've given you numerous examples, so even if you think for some reason that you know, Americans have been convinced of this, which they haven't been, but like nobody's gonna think like, yes, Donald Trump incited an insurrection, I'm voting for him again. Like, no, they're not doing that shit. They don't think he incited an insurrection. They don't think that that's what happened. They don't think he committed a coup or attempted a coup. Talk about Medicare or all instead. Hold on, we jailed the January. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about whether or not we jailed them. We're talking about whether or that Donald Trump pardoned all of those people, and the fucking half the country thought that that was acceptable because they think that those people were innocent. Answer the question. Why do they think those people are innocent? Why do they think it's acceptable for Donald Trump to pardon the January 6ers? Why do they think Donald Trump didn't incite an insurrection? Don't say, well, let's just talk about Medicare for all. No, answer the question. Why is this the case? Why is that the case? Why do they think something that is so obviously the exact opposite of what we know to be true? We know it to be true because we got the facts from our media that showed us the facts. They did not get the facts. They did not see the facts. They did not see the evidence. Because the Democrats are such political, nobody trusts them. Okay. You're absolutely fucking brain dead. I just want you to know that. Just so you're aware, you are just as bad as MAGA. You are the same as MAGA. You're just morally lucky that you happen to be convinced by left-leaning circles instead of right-leaning circles. That's it. That is literally the only difference. You do not understand the apparatus in which you are being convinced by. You have no fucking idea what you're talking about. Nobody sees Dems as truth tellers? Yes, because you're fucking retarded. You don't know what's true. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what's actually going on. If we went over the things that you think they're lying about and that you think they're not messaging on, I would be able to show you fact, over and over, disproving you, as I've done with literally every single fucking lefty who's come on here making those exact claims, and every single one of them concedes, okay, yeah, sure, okay, fine, they were doing all of those things, but they didn't get it done. They didn't actually make it happen. They didn't get Medicare for all passed. They still ended up letting Trump win. So pragmatically, it means nothing if you're going to come in here and make a bunch of claims that nobody trusts them because they're liars and blah, blah, blah. It's because you're fucking retarded and you're wrong. You are a brainwashed bot who is the same as fucking MAGA. You're just being brainwashed by different fucking people. You're just wrong. You are being lied to. You're watching motherfuckers who are the equivalent of Benny Johnson, and you have no idea because they virtue signal left-leaning values to you, and they like trans people, so therefore, like, you trust those motherfuckers to tell you the truth. I can prove that they're fucking lying. I was talking about this last night. I want to go back to making video essays pretty soon, and I was saying that if I make enough money coming up, I'm going to go back to making some video essays. That is the next video essay that I want to make. I want to make the video essay that goes over how much of a piece of fucking shit Kyle Kalinske is. I want to go over how much of a piece of fucking shit Hassan is. How much of a piece of fucking shit Crystal Ball is. How much a piece of fucking shit a lot of these lefties are that we're talking about. When I say their platforms are net negatives, I'm talking about they are lying fucking scum of the earth, pieces of fucking shit. They are lying through their fucking teeth. They will contradict themselves from one day to the next. They will tell you something in one moment and then tell you the exact opposite when it's fucking convenient, because now they get to get a dunk on Trump with it. But the next day, when their goal is to get a dunk on fucking, Hakeem Jeffries, they'll tell you the exact opposite.
And then on top of that, in some cases they could just be wrong, but that's the case that they're just wrong over and 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 over. They're just fucking pieces of shit. They should not. They do not deserve the platforms that they have. Yeah, that's the videos that I want to make coming up, to kind of like go over those exact examples and prove the case.
Far-fetched. They're winning in a few seats, but yeah.
In the primaries.
Yep.
Yeah, but the fact that you're like cagey and limiting it to the very, very blue places, I think there's already a recognition that there's limited appetite for this kind of expansion into more purple or competitive.
How many campaigns have you phone banked for recently? 10 billion. How about you? Did you do 10 billion? Then shut the fuck up. I did 10 billion phone banks for 10 billion campaigns.
Districts. Like the mere fact that you're having to call out and be like, well, have they been that successful? I think that it like shows that we all think that there's like a limited ability for them to expand into places where they're not like plus 30 blue seats. And so why isn't that like an alleviating aspect of where the evidence is occurring? Like the fact that the DSA members are only being successful, not in like Virginia in a statewide race, not in like New Jersey in a statewide race, but really just in like these super, super blue districts. Why isn't that like calming?
It's currently happening in Wisconsin. I'll answer your question and then I'll say something else. Why isn't it calming is because I feel like it's
Tom, I initially disagreed when you said this, but I think you gave me more to chew on for this argument. Do you have a debate or a video on this? Yeah, like I said, I'm probably gonna make a video essay on it soon enough. I have I have a bunch of videos on like these sorts of things. But yeah, coming up, I've said this a bunch of times. Every time I take a time off to make a video essay, I'm losing like $200 to $500 in revenue, and then I make like $5 to $10 in ad revenue on that video. So if I'm missing a bunch of streams to go work on a video essay, I'm losing a ton of money in the meantime. So if we're able to, beat the goals consistently, which we have been doing, we've been doing more than double on almost a nightly basis, getting enough people to join the memberships and things like that, then yes, I will come out with the video essays on these sorts of topics.
growing. This is like the first time we're starting to see real DSA types who have contempt for the Democratic establishment and the Democratic Party starting to actually win seats. And it's not going to be like a all or nothing in a single election where the DSA is going to completely take over and it's going to be over. I feel like it's going to be like a slow walk, and you need to notice and stop this at the beginning so it doesn't become.
Freddie said, what percentage of Dem voters do you think are influenced by Kyle or by the entire lefty alt media space? Ballpark? Like 60 to 70% probably, I think. Let's see, it says about 53 to 54% of American adults get their news from social media, with top platforms like Facebook and YouTube leading usage. Recent data shows social media has edged past traditional television as a primary news source for many users. Let's see, this is Pew Research. When was this done? I thought it was like higher than that at this point. 2025. Okay. Yeah, I thought this was like, I thought that we got past halfway. I thought that we got past halfway at like, what was it, like 2019? I thought was over 50%. Am I crazy? Did we not get polling showing that more than half of Americans in 2019 were getting their information from social media? For this to be just over halfway in 2025 seems a bit insane.
60 to 70% of Democrats want a policy. Should Democrat reps vote accordingly? So if you say should they, yes, they should. Whether or not that's like whether or not they should expect that to be the case is whether or not voters should expect them to do that is different. Like obviously when it comes to Israel Palestine, like the Democrats still, I think the majority of them are still voting in favor of funding for Israel and things like that. That's obviously something that they should not be doing. But the problem is that pragmatically you have to understand how the actual institutions work, how the system works. So if by far the majority of Democrats in Congress, they got elected between 2014 and 2016, the majority of them got elected in this period for Democrat politicians, okay? Or sorry, I think it was from 2012 to 2016. So the people, when they got elected in that time period, by far the majority of Democrats were still in favor of funding Israel. The majority of the Democrat populace was in favor of funding Israel. And so the people who were running on this sort of thing, and they were saying, yes, as a Democrat, I want to send funding to Israel when they were initially running, that you don't really expect their some of their fundamentals to change while they're still in office. You do want to primary them. You do want to switch them out. You do want to get new people in there. But that's not an issue with the party in and of itself. That's not an issue with the party. That's just how the institutions work. That's how politics works. So yeah.
Like a boulder rolling down or it's like a piece of snow rolling down the hill and becoming bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger.
I see. So it's kind of like you want to kill it in its crib. So maybe right now it's not at the point where it's extinction event precipice.
Yep.
But like you could easily see it start to gain momentum. Okay.
Yes.
Then I mean I don't necessarily agree, but let's say I grant that.
Sure.
If the candidates are two things. The first is you mentioned the candidates hate the Democratic establishment and the Democratic Party. I'm going to say something perhaps controversial.
Sure.
That's like a majority view now among Democrats. Like the Democratic Party hates the Democratic establishment. The Democratic Party, and by here I just mean the members, the voting people, sorry, not the members, the voting registered members of the Democratic Party. And so that's part of the reason why there's a rejection of people like Janet Mills, why some of these endorsements don't seem to have the effect that they used to have in races. I mean, you have a sitting governor in the case of Gretchen Whitmer endorsing Haley Stevens, no noticeable bump from that. You have big party luminaries endorsing Janet Mills, no noticeable bump from that. There seems to be a huge rejection of the Democratic establishment and traditional party leaders from the Democratic voters themselves. And if you look at approval ratings, it's like net negative if you ask a Democrat regarding their own party. And so I think that honestly, there's a compatibility with being fed up with the quote unquote Democratic establishment, whatever that means, and not being authoritarian, not being a liberal, not being a team player, right? Like if it's representative of some wide swath of Democratic voters to take this kind of like negative attitude to the Democratic establishment, then in what sense is that an indication of illiberalism as opposed to just being fed up with the powers that be?
So why are Dems upset right now, in your opinion?
A multitude of reasons, but if you ask them from the polling that I've seen,
I'm asking why do you think that they haven't?
I'm telling you, I think multiple reasons.
Okay.
Based on polling data. Yeah, it's a descriptive question about like why people think something, right?
Sure. Yeah. So
why Democratic voters think something.
What are some multiple reasons, I guess?
Yeah, so I think one of the big ones, if you look at polling, is like they don't think that their Democratic leaders are fighting back against Trump enough. They don't think that their Democratic leaders are doing enough to stymie Trump, doing enough to push back against Trump. That's one of the big answers that if you ask them why they don't like the Democratic establishment. They also think, if you look at like people like Ezra Klein talk about this, they think the Democratic leaders aren't effective. if you read Abundance, right, he almost makes an argument, Ezra does, that this is like rational given some failures in, for example, in California, brings up trains and on the slowness of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act. Again, I might have my disagreements, and I do honestly, with Ezra on some of these examples. I'm just saying that that's the impression from a lot of voters. And maybe it's rational, maybe it's not, but I think it's compatible both with, okay, they're just a liberal and they hate us because they ain't us or something like that, but also that they just have the intuitions that a majority of the Democratic voters do, namely that Democrats are weak and ineffective and not pushing back hard enough against Trump.
So, I understand the reason.
Sorry to interrupt you. I just feel like those are two stories you can tell, right? Like you can tell a story which is the majority of Democratic Party, slight majority, I'm not saying everyone, but the majority of the Democratic Party doesn't like the Democratic establishment because they're turning a liberal. Or you can tell the story of like they disapprove of the establishment because they don't feel that their party is effective. They don't feel that their party is pushing back hard enough. Those are two different stories. I'm like, why pick a liberal one? It seems like much more convincing.
You're not picking the one. That's just the fucking case. What do you mean? It's just the case that like the people who we're talking about are illiberal. He's making it sound like you're crafting a narrative and not really, because when he's asked, hey, what do you think? I guess maybe he's asking like, why is your reasoning heading in this direction versus that one? But to say picking it seems a little odd
to me. That they're just pissed that their party's like feckless. That's the word I see like bandied around.
Sure. I just don't. So I don't think throwing the baby out with the bathwater is a good way to do this and to jump over to just being like basically the DSA. I think that we can fix this in other ways. I will say the people who don't think the Democratic leaders are fighting back against Trump right now and like being quote unquote effective, it's like, well, what are they supposed to do right now? The one thing I'll grant you is I think that we do have weakish leaders who need to be out there because they don't have anything to do. They should be on Fox News. They should be on CNN. They should be on every social media platform, and they should have a coherent, here's our Democratic platform. Here's what we're pushing for. 100% I agree with you, but I'm just not willing to say like, okay, we need to burn it all down because our current establishment isn't
become
doing well.
Maoists. I'm not in favor of that either. I'm not trying to give you like that it makes sense that some of the harsh feeling is as harsh as it is. I'm like pretty critical of some of Ezra's examples, especially as it relates Biden in abundance. But although I think he's more on point with people like Obama and a few others in his examples, I'm not trying to like rationalize this opinion from Democrat voters. I'm just trying to say that it's a truth. And so when you see people who are railing against the Democratic establishment, it's plausible to me, in addition to perhaps other ideological things, that this is an indication of where people are. Like we can read polls and we know that people are upset with the powers that be. And so whether it's rational or not, whether like Schumer can do anything else other than he's doing, whether Hakeem can do anything else than what he's doing, whether we're willing to throw the baby out with the bathwater, it's just like consistent with me that the appeal that many of these people are getting is because of these vibes from Democratic voters, as opposed to like showing any sympathy towards illiberal tankyism. In fact, my impression is with a lot of these DSA candidates that they get excoriated in the media.
Yeah, see, this is I don't know why he's saying tankyism, but this is still where the polling would come in about everybody, the amount of Democrats who prefer socialism to capitalism or things of that nature. Like that's the fact that the DSA has higher approval ratings right now, that like that's where this stuff would come in,
especially traditional media, for like prison abolitionism, and they have to like walk away from them. If anything, I feel like the pressure is for them to disavow those previous views. I mean, Mamdani disavowed Hassan's statements on 9/11. I just saw this. I'm now forgetting her name. The presumptive nominee in Wisconsin. She's like saying, "I'm not in favor of getting rid of the police right now."
Hong, I believe. Yeah. Miss Hong.
Hong. Yeah. My bad. Yeah. Miss Hong. I was almost super racist there, but yeah. So like, it really just does seem that the
almost super racist.
And I could be wrong.
Almost super racist is racist. Pisco, how do you not know that?
About this, voters isn't for tankyism.
Piece of shit.
It's for something fresh. It's for something new.
Racist.
And to the extent
piece
there
of
are
shit.
pressures, it's to like sort of curb the ideological excesses.
So
That's why
yeah.
I'm not as concerned.
While that might be their appetite, I'm not concerned that the Democratic voter, that's their appetite. I'm concerned that the people who are now feeding these Democratic voters are trying to backstab us. And I think that they kind of are sometimes even open with it. Chevrolet is literally saying, I'm a democratic socialist. They're all saying that they're DSA members. They're not Democrats. They want to seize the media production. It's called abolish the police, abolish borders, etc. I'm not concerned about the Democratic voter. I think we can message better. And sorry, I'll even say this. We can message at all. The Democrats don't have any good messaging right now, and get those people back. My issue is that these people start like making their headways
Ossoff.
in, and yeah, Ossoff's very good. I haven't seen anything from Hakeem Jeffries. I am for him being out as speaker. I think Chuck Schumer might be a little too old.
What the fuck? Did he say he's for Jeffries being out as speaker? So like, this is kind of fucking ridiculous to want Jeffries out. Something that I bring up a lot with like socialists who come on is there's a ton of videos of AOC, especially during like the Doge stuff and like the war with Iran. Like a lot of the worst of the Trump term is her coming out and talking about she does live streams on her own channel talking about this stuff, saying that Hakeem Jeffries has just been great at like delegating tasks to everybody, telling everybody how to message, telling everybody what to do, telling everybody where to go, that like he has been on top of anti-Trump messaging and making sure that everybody is playing their role and that everybody's doing what they need to do to make sure that like the voters are aware of what's going on. What is this? Oh, he just rated out. Oh, okay, we're like an hour behind at this point. Interesting. So yeah, the thing that like most people are upset about with Jeffries is stuff like, that they don't like the messaging. But then you have AOC talking about, and they'll like, oh yeah, we love AOC, but AOC's out here talking about how great he's been at messaging and like how great he is at getting this information across, how good he is at making sure that everybody's like doing their part and doing all the things that a lot of these people are sitting around like, he's not doing it. AOC is though, and then AOC's like, he's doing it. They're like, we don't think she knows what that means. We don't think she knows what it means to be able to be good at messaging. She doesn't understand that shit.
So he might need to go. I'm for younger people taking over, and the Dems need to have an actual stance. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that that's all great and compatible with everything I'm saying. Like, you feel consternation at Hakeem. You feel consternation, or you think that Schumer might be too old. You think the messaging sucks.
Oh my goodness. Stop. Stop. Did he take the string down? Where are we at? 57:30. He didn't take it down.
I fucked it up. I fucked it hard. All right, let me put a title up.
Huh, put a title up. You mean you're about to take the
Anything from Hakeem Jeffries. I am for him being out as speaker. I think Chuck Schumer might be a little too old, so he might need to go. I'm for younger people taking over, and the Dems need to have an actual stance.
Yeah, I can understand Schumer a bit more. I think AOC's like the whispers are all that she's likely going to run for Schumer's seat and be the Dem leader in the Senate. So I think that would be good. Like Schumer, I like Schumer. I think he's been good enough, but definitely like getting younger blood in there seems fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that that's all great and compatible with everything I'm saying. Like, you feel consternation at Hakeem. You feel consternation, or you think that Schumer might be too old. You think the messaging sucks. You don't like the current vibes, right? And
Correct.
You're not a socialist.
Nope.
And even though that like something like 32% of Democrats self-ID as democratic socialists, I just want to be clear. I don't. I'm not a socialist. I'm not a communist.
Do you identify
but
as a Democrat?
They just, yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I used to be more like I'm an independent, but I've been registered Democrat since the 2016 election, where I voted for Hillary Clinton, and proudly.
Yeah, I
mean,
voted
it
for
was,
Hillary as well. Yeah.
You know, in retrospect.
Yeah, I also have done this for a long time where like I'm an independent, like I don't really care one way or the other. I don't register as one party or the other. But I feel like after the Kamala loss, and I'm sitting here like, damn, dude, nobody like identifies as a liberal anymore, and this is hurting the fucking Democrat Party, and this is making it to where people aren't really owning the labels like somebody will own the Republican label or own the conservative label. We don't have people who are owning the liberal label anymore, and this is fucking stupid, and they don't own the Democrat label. This is fucking gay, and then I'm thinking, oh yeah, I do that. I'm one of those motherfuckers who do that shit. Okay, I gotta buy into the whole fucking label and the whole team sports thing, and go ahead and do the fucking shit that I think is gay, but it just is pragmatically beneficial for elections, so it is what it is.
Yeah. So all I'm trying to say is like there's something to this like moment, I'll grant you, of the Democratic Party, that they're like sick of their old guard. But I don't think that they're sick in ideological terms. I think that they're sick in terms of feelings of inadequacy, feelings of weakness, feelings of fecklessness, feelings of age. And the proof of that is like, who are the people like leading the polls among the Democratic potential nominees for president? Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, Pete Buttigieg,
Ossoff.
John Ossoff a little bit, and AOC. All of these people are palatable, right? All of these people are.
What do you mean they're the only actual libs? Like, even they would say that they're like closer to progressive than, or like in the liberal progressive crossover. And that they're like a little bit farther left than probably most libs. How would they be the only real libs when they know that they're like a bit farther left than lots of libs?
Or people like you would feel comfortable with, right? Even like AOC, people get mad at me when I bring up AOC in many of these conversations because she like doesn't count, because she was even though in her past, right, she said, hey, we need to abolish prisons. She had all these cringe things too. That's why IRI is also someone who agrees with me. IRI and I don't like diverge on this. Somehow like I get attacked more than IRI on this position. Maybe it's because I'm more, I'm seeking out like some of these more contentious conversations, and IRI is not. But IRI says the same thing. Like, we can use some of this tackling fuel, if you will, some of the vibes, and it doesn't need to go in a particular ideological space. And to the extent that there's ideological incompatibilities, they fall in line, or we primary the fuck out of them. And so like I don't see what the issue is.
The issue is that these people are willing and ready to stab you in the back, in my opinion.
Who?
Specifically, I believe Chevalier. I don't think she's going to vote meaningfully well with Democrats, and I think she should be primaried. My position right now, if you're going to ask me, well, you're not asking me, I'm going to say, on the House, is that House seats for DSA members, we can give those up. The Senate, I would vote for anybody with a D next to their name right now. I will.
See, I'm going to push you in a second.
Sure.
And just remember this moment, because I don't think that you're going to grant because I think you're going to say that the House of Representatives is incredibly vital. And
the House of Representatives is vital, but I think there's only like 3 or 4 DSA members right now. I'm more concerned about the Senate and the Supreme Court nominations.
Yeah, I would also, like, in the current era, want the Senate more than the House. I'm not doubting you on that. And I agree, like, just because of it's a smaller chamber, the Senate, like, every one seat matters more. But I'll just give you the hypothetical, right?
Sure.
Like, who would you rather win, a DSA member or an average MAGA Republican in the House race?
Currently, right now, I would rather an average Republican win, because I don't want the DSA to gain ground inside of the House of Representatives and then further legitimize their like.
I would say right now, I think I would rather a DSA member win. I think right now, I would rather DSA win. In 2028, I think past that, like, but it depends. It depends on the numbers as well. Like, if we're talking about, you know, there being like 20 to 30 DSA members in the House, then I think I might change my mind at that point. I don't know that I would. It might be like closer to 50 or 60, but once we get like, you know, a lot more, once they get numbers in there, I would start feeling a little bit differently about this. But currently, yeah, I don't think it's as big of a deal. It's more about like the trend in that direction that I'm worried about.
Absolutely horrible fucking place.
So you have, okay, and that doesn't apply to Graham Plattner because it's the Senate.
Yes,
because you said
it wouldn't. It would not apply to Plattner
okay.
because it's the Senate.
So,
no, any DSA member I would love in the Senate
against Susan Collins. Okay.
Oh,
if you knew that the House of Representatives, the margin there was 1-2 seats, would you prefer a DSA member to win a seat against an average Republican?
Yes.
To keep control of the chamber?
Yes.
Okay, what I'll posit to you is there's like, these margins are incredibly narrow. And
they're narrow.
It seems bizarre to me that you, yeah.
They're narrow, but I don't think they're 1 to 2 seats narrow. I think the Dems right now have like a 95% chance to win the House, and I'm willing to fuck around with some New York City seats, like 2 of them.
But like, to what end, right? If it doesn't matter, in other words, here's what you're saying, I'll prefer a MAGA Republican in a House race.
You said an average
DSA
Republican
member when it doesn't.
But it doesn't matter. I'd grant it anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, like average Republican, you think is a MAGA Republican?
At this
right?
point, yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
So why did you make the distinction?
You're basically saying, I will prefer the average MAGA Republican against a DSA candidate for a House seat only when it doesn't matter, right? Only when, like, it's not in question whether the seat's going to go one way or the other. Only when the margin in the House is irrelevant. And so, how much teeth does it have? You're basically.
Well, that's not that ridiculous. Like, obviously, when it comes to more centrist sorts of candidates, like we had under the Biden administration, where there were always, you know, 2 senators who were sitting there, kind of fucking up a lot of the votes. Obviously, those margins make a really big difference, and so you're always the same sort of logic that would apply to the centrist candidates. Obviously, I don't know why wouldn't that also apply to the far left candidates. I don't understand why that would be any different.
Saying it only matters to have this preference when it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I believe that
Overall.
currently right
Does that make sense?
right now we have the wiggle room to play with. So yes, I would rather not have DSA members in the House of Representatives, further moving them towards like being a legitimate part of like the Democratic Party, quote unquote, because they.
The problem is these DSA members need to be vetted. They seem more left than they let on. Oh, they are. That's kind of the whole thing, is they are. Like, every single one of them avoids answering the questions about their positions. Like, when it comes time, when they're asking them about, you know, more communistic positions, more extreme positions across the board, they avoid those questions hardcore. And a lot of people do this thing where they're like, yeah, but that's not special for them. Politicians avoid questions all the time. Sure, but it, like, what question are you avoiding? Like, that's still important. That's still a really important question. You can't just say people avoid questions. So it makes no difference what question it is that they're avoiding. As long as they're avoiding questions, it's all the same. No, it's not all the same. There's people who are like, who you know, if they wanted a fucking, you know, they wanted to genocide all the Jews, like, I'm avoiding that question, you know, versus, you know, whether or not they've ever tweeted something racist. Like, those are very, very different fucking questions. Those are not the same.
Don't run as DSA members, they run as Democrats.
So should we expect for you to endorse AOC's challenger in her house race in Queens?
AOC was
What if some people are further left than you? Should they get representation too? The problem with this question, like, so I understand what you're getting at, and generally I would just agree and be like, yeah, obviously, you know, when it comes to the House, they have different districts, and people in some districts are going to be farther left than other districts, and like, it's all, you know, they need to be represented on whatever it is that their beliefs are. I would agree with that, except that none of you guys agree with that. None of you guys agree with that. When it comes to like other centrist sorts of candidates, or other more moderate sorts of candidates, or other people who are different from you, you guys are like hardcore for like primarying those people, getting them out of the fucking House and getting them out of the Democrat Party. And so it like, principally, yeah, sure, I agree. Of course, that's the way that I would think about it, and those are the types of values that I would hold. But pragmatically or tactically, yeah, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to think about it that way anymore, or advocate for things in that mind frame anymore, because nobody else is. So I just don't find it beneficial to do it that way. Yeah, using the democratic process to get better representation. What is the problem with that? So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. There we go. We agree.
kicked out of the National Democratic Party. But
she wasn't endorsed by the National Party.
No, she was kicked out, I believe. They said that they were kicking her out if she doesn't.
Again, like you're asking questions where there's like a fundamental aspect that is being missed this entire time, and it's that where you say, hey, a lot of these people, they want different things from you, right? So like, why shouldn't they have their representation as well when this is what they want? Well, I don't think they know what they want, because I don't think that they're actually getting good information. I don't think that a lot of people actually know what's actually going on. I don't think that our media landscape has fulfilled its job currently. I don't think that people are aware of the truth of the matter in a lot of these cases, especially when it comes to the Biden presidency. I don't think a lot of people really understand what was going on during the Biden presidency, or why some things got done and not other things. Like, I don't think they know. I don't think most people have any sort of idea. And so if people are educated on it, again, when I talk to farther left-leaning people about these things and we go over the facts, we seem to be on the same page. We seem to be on the same page, and we seem to have like the same ideas if we have all of the facts laying in front of us. Just the same as somebody who's like MAGA, if they actually come to the realization that Donald Trump attempted a coup, incited an insurrection, committed a bunch of felonies, like did rape a woman, like if they come to the realization of all of those things, it's not that they have these values where they're like, I love coups and rape, and like, no, it's that they're being fed a ton of misinformation to where it's easy for them to deny this shit. It's easy, like they're given a confirmation bias that's beneficial to what it is that they want to believe. And I think that's the same case for a lot of Democrats currently.
Not vote for Israel bills. Sorry, the DSA is what I meant.
So yeah, so the national DSA, I think, rescinded their endorsement of AOC, and so she's not included in the set because of that.
Well, no.
Again, that's the national DSA. The national DSA did not endorse AOC. AOC is still with the NYC chapter of the. Did I say the DNC? The DSA, the National DSA.
Oh, I mean, if there's a better candidate that I feel comes that's a Democrat, I will want them in the primary. That's what primaries are for, right?
No, but in the general, right?
Oh, in the general, obviously
Because
AOC.
all these are in the general. You're having obviously AOC, but if she had been endorsed by the National DSA, which I think they're going to re-endorse her, by the way, if they haven't already, would that change?
AOC's also been inside of the actual Senate, and I think we at this point know how she votes and everything like that. So it would
the
change.
House?
Sorry, yes, I misspoke. Yeah, in the House. Yeah, so yes.
I'm sorry, you can't. I disagree with Mouton here. You can't start with this idea that, hey, the DSA is trying to take over, and they want to like have these more moderate candidates come into the fucking party so that eventually they can get a bunch more, advocate for a bunch more DSA candidates and a bunch more, keep endorsing DSA candidates to get more and more and more of them in the House and the Senate, and then eventually they want to take over the whole fucking party. But AOC, she's been moderate, so it's like, yes, that's you've already agreed that like you believe that that's their whole tactic, that's their whole game plan. I don't know why you're pointing out that she's moderate when you already understand that their whole game plan is to get the moderate candidates in first. So what does that mean?
I would still endorse AOC over a MAGA Republican.
Lander hasn't been endorsed by the DSA explicitly.
Sure.
He was one of the 3 that Mamdani endorsed. You would endorse him over a MAGA Republican.
I got to go read Lander's. I have to read what his, I guess, views are specifically and see. I don't have the answer right now.
Okay. But it's plausible to you that Lander might be someone that you
It's possible.
could support, even though he like was an insurgent against Dan Goldman. Dan Goldman, an effective member. He pretty effective in, especially cross-examining MAGA Republicans in hearings and stuff.
It's plausible.
Okay. Is it plausible to you that you would support? Well, I guess El Sayed is the Senate, right?
Yep. El Sayed has got my full
And so El
support, and I
Sayed-
will campaign for him if he wins. I will go door knock.
Okay. And Hong?
Hong in Wisconsin? Absolutely not.
Yeah, for
No.
state governor.
No.
You don't think that the governor's mansion in Wisconsin is vital? I mean, this is a swing state. The governor runs elections there. You're going to put that in the
That's a
hands
pretty
of the MAGA
powerful.
Republican?
That's a pretty powerful seat to give to a crazy lady. I know what a Republican will do. I
It's
don't
a
know
pretty
what a
powerful
crazy
seat to give
DSA
to
member.
a crazier. I mean, we've seen things that state MAGA governors have done in places where Trump has tried to fuck with elections and stuff. They're way more sympathetic to those efforts.
My goal right now is to kill basically the evil baby before it becomes a monster who kills my party.
And that would mean helping. Wouldn't that mean helping a Republican win the governor's mansion in Wisconsin over this
No,
candidate?
I'm just not going to spend any time there.
But you would prefer the Republican to win.
Would I prefer the Republican to win over Hong? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll grant that.
Isn't that an endorsement?
No. I can prefer somebody to win and not endorse them.
Well, I just view an endorsement as like a statement of support about who you're preferring.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much the same as an endorsement. Like, you say like who you would rather win an election, or who you want people to vote for, is generally an endorsement. Obviously, an endorsement is considered to be a little bit different, but yeah, I don't know.
Preferences to win an election.
I disagree.
And maybe you mean something different by endorsement.
I think the average person would think that an endorsement is you actually pushing for the person and saying that this person is someone you want to win.
Well, I just don't understand. If this is such a big threat, why not endorse him? I mean, like, if you really want to stand by your principle that this
I would
person
never endorse a
is
fucking
such a threat to
Republican.
your own party, just because of like the signaling effects it would send.
No, I would just never endorse them. They
It
have
looks bad?
No, they have diametrically opposed views to me.
But like, why wouldn't you canvass for them? Why wouldn't you? If you want this
Because
result,
there's
if you
many
say it's
other
your
places
express
that I can
preference-
go and I can canvass for. I only have so much time.
Okay. But if you could snap your fingers, you would make the MAGA Republican win the governor's mansion, right?
Currently, this year, yes, over a DSA member, yeah.
Okay. I think that's brutal to hear, man. And if anyone thinks that that's like a majority opinion on Live and Learn, maybe that you guys think that Live and Learn is tanky and Learn or something or whatever.
No.
Or you think that that's a majority opinion among Democratic faithful? I mean, if we're gonna go to the race in Wisconsin, it's gonna be like 90+% vote for the Democratic nominee. This is the aberrant view. This is the the view that's a minority, not the view that like we should support the nominee in the Wisconsin governor's race, which enforcement of state law in Wisconsin, a state that has been targeted specifically by Trump for election, interference and shit. That is fucked up. In this age, we don't want to play with that.
I just don't want the DSA to come and kill my party, man. I don't know what to tell you. And I believe that this won't be a long-term thing if they're quote unquote killed now. It's like it's a thing that you got to do now. Hopefully at the end of,
I mean, but if she if she was running for the Senate, you would vote for her.
Yes, because because the Supreme Court is the most important thing in the world. Yeah. If Trump gets another 2 seats, like this whole thing is cooked. Like it's GG.
Some of the most important pushbacks against the MAGA regime have been on things from state actors. Gavin Newsom on redistricting. Abigail Spanberger, when she, in many different ways, including the attempt to do the gerrymander with the amendment that failed because of judges there. Mikey Sherrill, governors like Pritzker. It's the difference between having cooperation with ICE and not. It's the difference between having cooperation with National Guard deployments and not. It's the difference between suing the federal government and not suing the federal government. I mean, this is like a massive, huge deal in one of the most consequential swing states. And if you're willing to give that up to a MAGA Republican in this context, I just don't think you think MAGA is that bad or that Trump is that bad. I mean,
and Trump are on their way out currently. The DSA, I don't know what the fuck they're going to do, are on their way in. They're trying to absolutely steal my party just because I think Trump's really bad.
Do not underestimate your opponents, man.
Yeah, I'm going to say that too.
Well, that's what he's saying to you, Pisco. That's what he's saying to you, good sir.
You, man, you shouldn't underestimate the DSA.
Yeah.
Well, I'm afraid there's a track record, in my opinion, of Trump and MAGA destroying this country and doing authoritarian shit. And when they get onto power, I don't see that track record among a DSA endorsed governor nominee. Like, it feels insane that we're having this conversation. And maybe, I would endorse the more moderate candidate in a primary context in Wisconsin. But to say you prefer the MAGA Republican in the age of Trump, in an age of like where they're literally trying to fuck with elections.
I feel like the DSA is an absolute existential threat to the Democratic Party. And I would like it to be over ASAP versus like continue with what I feel is to come. So yeah, I'm willing to lose one governor race and a few House seats this election in order for hopefully it to be completely stomped out. That's correct.
And why do you think that would occur?
Because
why would this achieve that result?
It would show that they're completely unelectable.
Yeah, this is something that I keep saying to people like Josiah when him and I talked about this, is that like when we're talking about, they keep saying like, well, people like AOC and Mamdani, they have moderated. And so I think that's what we would continue to expect with DSA candidates. And it's like, well, in the past, they were really extreme in the beginning. AOC was, and then she did moderate over time. And it was because she did not have the political will to keep acting a fucking fool in the House. She became insanely unpopular, even within the Democrat Party, and was looked at as just a fucking problem child and a black sheep. And so yes, she changed dramatically and has fit into what it was that like she had the the political will to do. And again, yes, has not like really passed a whole any real policies, hasn't really been much of a legislator in the House, but just somebody who talks a lot and says a lot of things and gains popularity that way. And so there hasn't been like the opportunity for them to be these extreme maniacs. They've never had the political will. Currently, they do have the political will. So Zoran didn't moderate. He's doing exactly what he said he was going to do. Kind of. I mean, like one of the things that he said he was going to do is defund the police, and that he was going to get rid of the current police commissioner, and instead he reinstated the police commissioner and has left her alone. And is defending her ardently. This is like one of the biggest problems with the way that people, some of the farther left people, one of the biggest problems that they've had with Zoran is that there's been a number of things that he's moderated on across the board. Like we literally just watched a video essay from some far left people who went over like a lot of the things that he promised and a lot of the things he said he was going to do, and like how they are very upset with the fact that he hasn't done a lot of the shit that he promised. That they're happy that he's done some of it, but they're not saying, oh, we just need to give him time, but instead he's literally done the opposite of what he promised in some areas. And so yeah, there's been a lot of people upset with him in those areas.
So you think if she loses this election, the DSA is going to go away, or if enough DSA members lose the general this time? I mean, most of these candidates who are, and again, we'll have to.
He's the city mayor. The state has to get involved on many things, and it's an involved progress. Well, exactly. That's kind of the point. That's what we're talking about. It's the fact that like the establishment, if the establishment is more moderate because that's where the political will is at the time, then they are forced to moderate. Exactly. That's the whole point. Is that if they have, in order to engage with everybody else, they have to moderate to get along, then they're going to moderate. But if that political will goes away and the political will turns towards their agendas and the things that they want, then we just haven't even seen that yet. We can't say they're like, oh, they haven't done the extreme things. They haven't had the ability to do it. That's an involved process.
Inquire a little bit more about who is part of this set, because it doesn't. It does not yet include Lander, because you haven't examined his like platforms or whatever.
Haven't looked at
it. Certainly doesn't include AOC. Does it include Bernie Sanders?
Does it include Bernie Sanders? Bernie Sanders has been around for fucking ever, and he votes obviously all the time with fucking Democrats. So no, I wouldn't say it would include Bernie. No. It includes
Omar
more people. Yeah, Ilhan
years.
Omar, it would include 100%.
I just don't understand why make a distinction between Ilhan Omar and Bernie Sanders. That to me is bizarre. Ilhan Omar also mostly votes for Democrats. She has a better record. Here's what I say, right? Ilhan Omar has a better record in the House voting for Democrats than like Jared Golden. She has a better record than Marie Glosunkamp-Perez. She wasn't like Tom Suozzi, who's condemning Kamala as the borders are.
Bernie Sanders is a.
They don't take those votes.
Bernie Sanders is a what?
Independent.
In which part of in which branch?
No, but I'm talking
in the Senate.
In Vermont, in the Senate. No, yeah.
That's the difference.
No, but the person, right? I'm talking about the person. Whether this would apply if Bernie Sanders was running for state office somewhere, right? If Bernie was running for state office in Wisconsin, or if he was running for state, like I'm just trying to get like the type of person, regardless of like which specific race. I grant that.
I don't want to type. I don't want to talk about like the hypotheticals or whatever. I want.
People want DSA types. There's not much you can do about it. Destiny is already max hostile towards DSA, and they're growing. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Is this what the fucking far left was saying the last 5 years? Is this what they were saying? I forget. I'm totally blanking. My mind has been erased. Does anybody remember? I think the MIB came up, just flashed a little device in front of my head, and my brain has been wiped of the last 5 years. This is what the far left has been saying the whole last 5 years and under the Biden presidency is this is just what people want. There's nothing you can do about it. no use in being hostile towards these people. Hassan has been max hostile towards the Democrats this whole time, and they're continuing to grow. So Biden's setting records for most votes ever. Like, is this what? Do you guys? I don't remember. Is that what they were saying? I can't remember. Does anybody have a history book I can read on this, or?
I'm going to talk about like core, I guess, people and whatnot. So like if we're talking about like the actual core thing of like, would I vote for Bernie or would I vote for Ilhan Omar? Well, I would obviously vote for Bernie. He's in the Senate, which is the most important thing in my mind. I would not vote for Ilhan Omar. She's a House member, and yeah, I think that she should be gone with hopefully the rest of the DSA members. Okay. AOC can say.
But you would. So you don't want to address hypotheticals. Any hypothetical in this conversation?
No, I'm down to address hypotheticals, but I'm not gonna. I don't want to address like the hypothetical of like if Bernie was running in like this random race, would I vote for him? Does that make sense? It just gets a bit like crazy.
And why is that? Or
because it's just not. It's not even like. It's not even a thing that matters or is gonna happen or we could like even know about.
Okay, so all right, you would vote for Bernie. You would not vote for Ilhan Omar.
That's right.
You would vote for the MAGA Republican in Wisconsin governor's race.
Yeah, at this point, yeah, I would. For this election, yes.
Okay. All right, I think there's a values like difference here. I think that MAGA is a more existential threat and requires like all hands on deck, and it's not dead yet. Trump is not out of office yet. He still holds the power. And so even if I granted this fear, like these people are backstabbers, that they're not going to fall in line, where there's a track record of them falling in line, right? Like you have AOC falling in line. You have, Bernie Sanders. He is maybe a model for a lot of these types. And again, like you mentioned, you don't really have a problem with him. You have Mamdani, who's working closely with Kathy Hochul, who did not endorse a challenger against Hakeem.
He didn't say he didn't have a problem with him. He said that he's in the Senate, so it's a different position.
Hakeem Jeffries. So there's a model there which assuages my fears a little bit, and the limited nature of where the success is happening. Given that factor, I just think it's all hands on deck against MAGA, and I would never countenance giving up the governor's mansion in fucking Wisconsin for 4 years under this administration when they're currently in power. Now, that's a values disagreement.
Sure. We just disagree.
It's worth it to triangulate that position. Yeah,
100%. Yeah, this is just like a disagreement. Right. I don't think we'll move either person on the Wisconsin House race. Or sorry, the governorship.
Okay. And in terms of the candidates to whom this applies, definitely Chevalier, definitely Valdez, and Ilhan Omar. And Ilhan
sure,
Omar,
yeah.
why?
She didn't vote for Ukraine. She's a DSA member. I would want her primaried. Would be the goal.
Okay. So, and you're willing to, on the sort of lack of Ukraine support, and again, this is not in the primary. In the primary, I can understand it. In the general, because of lack of Ukraine support, vote for the MAGA Republican.
Yes.
Even though the MAGA Republicans, I don't know on average, but a lot of them are also against funding for Ukraine. But
I'm willing to do that because I want the DSA to die, and I don't believe that the House is currently in a unwinnable spot for the Democrats without like a few seats. Yeah. I believe the Democrats are going to win the House. They're going to have a majority. I don't think it's 1 to 2 tight.
But if it were like, so if it was like 15, 16 DSA members, does that argument go away? Now the House of Representatives is in play, right?
I would, at that point, then
the bigger the margin, in other words, the more
successful they get, the harder it is to stop working with them. That's why I want them to die now.
Okay. Damn, man, that's depressing for me. I just gotta be honest.
I don't know why. It's one election that I want them to just be gone from, and then we can go back to having the fucking Democratic Party, and we can hopefully message better and win all of these people who are starting to go for like DSA crazies back.
The DSA members take like even just like 8 or 9 seats. I don't think you're going to say that the margin is secure enough.
You lagged a little bit. Can you say it again?
Oh, my bad. Yeah. So there is a crossover point where if DSA members that are included in the set, again excluding the ones who are not included in the set because they have good views, there's a crossover point at which even like 6, 7, 8
There will be a point
members-
at some point where
6, 7,
critical
let's
mass
go.
You're not
would
gonna
be
fuck around
uncomfortable,
with that.
which would be
6,
uncomfortable. Yeah.
7.
Yeah.
There would be a critical mass point which I would be uncomfortable with. Yes.
He said it.
I'm not saying that I like MAGA. I
He
don't
said
like
the
MAGA. I
thing.
just want the DSA to die right now.
I don't think you're saying that. No.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. And you think this will achieve? But the thing is, like, why do you think this will achieve that?
It would show. It would if
she
they
might
can't
lose in
win
Wisconsin.
these. If they can't win these seats,
Well, so yeah, even like part of beating MAGA is also like winning the presidency, winning some of the like bigger races, and the DSA obviously is very much disliked by the majority of the country. The DSA is very much disliked by independents in who are mostly moderates and centrist people, and they're the biggest voting bloc.
Here's my
right now.
contribution to those leftist influencer fact-checking videos. The viewer you argued against, regurgitating the Dems need to message better slop, is proof we need better media.
Yeah, this is something that I want to work on. Thank you for the $20 dono. Mackie, appreciate it. Let's get some W Mackies in the chat. W Mackies, let's go. If you guys haven't seen my other video essays, go check them out. They're on the channel under the section video essays.
Pisco loves analogies. If you have HIV in remission and the doctors find a tumor, are you going to remove it or ignore it and focus on your HIV?
True. I don't know. Some of us like having HIV. Sometimes HIV is better if you get to have HIV, but not cancer. Then you win. But yeah, check out the video essays here. I have like 3 at the beginning that are kind of gay video essays. These are very lackluster, but the next 3, Bear versus Man, Candace Owens documentary, the Balenciaga video essay, these are all top-notch video essays. Go check these out. They're on my channel here under video essays, but this is the type of shit that I want to put out. Not the first 3, but the latter half.
specifically the ones in New York City, it would show that these people are absolutely unelectable, and then I would hope that all of the fucking influencers out there who are pushing for these people would realize they're unelectable and stop pushing for them, and instead try and push for moderate Democrats versus these nut jobs.
And in Wisconsin, that will be demonstrative of their lack of electability.
But yeah, again, like the independents, centrist independents are the majority of the voting bloc right now. They're the majority of the electorate, and they are the plurality of voters right now. And so when it comes to national elections like the presidency, these are elections that have to be won. And when your party is, you know, looked at as far left, Kamala Harris is considered one of the most far left candidates in America, and as is AOC, as is Mom Donnie, and these are like the 3 most popular candidates in the Democrat Party. Within the Democrat Party, they're 3 of the most popular candidates, but from like a, you know, Republican or independent point of view, these people are fucking way out there. And so there's an issue where both parties are kind of like moving farther to the left and farther to the right. It was such a huge fuck up to make Kamala the border czar. She wasn't. I don't know if you're memeing. She was not the border czar. That wasn't a real thing. But anyways, the like when both parties are kind of splitting off farther left and farther right, I do think that it's a problem for the overall health of the country as well. I think that if there's a more reasonable, moderate choice for people to choose from, that's able to advertise themselves that way, then that's really good. But like when a lot of people complain about Kamala saying she should have, that it's her fault, she needs to win the voters over. It's her fault, she needs to be able to convince people to vote for her. Well, you guys, the people who say that are the ones who say that she moved right, whereas the left voted for her at high record-breaking rates. The far left voted for her at record-breaking rates. It was the centrists who didn't vote for her. Even centrist left-wingers, moderate left-wingers, did not vote for her. And of the people who chose not to vote, by far the majority of them, if they had voted, would have voted for Donald Trump. What percentage did leftists vote for Kamala? 70% of leftists voted for Kamala. 70% voted, which is above the general population. So the general population voted about 63% for registered voters. It was 70% for leftists. And then of that 70% that voted, 97% of them voted for Kamala Harris. So there's only like 3% that likely voted for, Jill Stein or maybe Trump or something like that. But yeah, so when they say, oh, she didn't earn their vote, that's her fault, that's her problem. You guys also, the reason you think she didn't earn their vote is because she was too far right. You think she didn't earn their vote because she moved right, whereas it's literally the opposite. She was viewed as too far left. So when you think she wasn't a good candidate because she was too far right, yet they think the people who actually didn't vote for her, the ones who you're choosing to prescribe or you're choosing to diagnose here, like they're the ones who say no, she was actually too far left. And so there has to be like a more moderate choice. Now, I do think, just to be clear, I do think almost all of us are going to be able to come together on my senator here in Georgia, Jon Ossoff. The reason we're all going to be able to come together is because he uses sloppulist rhetoric that gets all the bots to come in. Oh, yes. He said the Epstein class. Yes, thank you. Say more. And then, for people who care about policy and those sorts of things, he is actually, I think in the Senate, I believe, he's the person who has voted with Republicans more than anybody else. I think out of all Democrats, I think he's voted across party lines, I believe, more than anybody else. Him and Warnock, who are the two Democrat senators for Georgia, I believe both of them have voted across party lines at like the highest rates. Tom, how much behind in polling of independents are people like AOC or Bernie or their platforms compared to Newsom or more establishment Dems? I don't think Newsom's going to be able to have like much of a chance against somebody like Ossoff. I think AOC is also not going to be able to run against somebody like Ossoff either, though. I think that she will be in the future. I think that like not this election, but after this election, I think if she goes and takes Schumer's position in the Senate, I think that like in the next presidential election, she'll be there. But yeah, I don't know that. I think Newsom is too hated by the right wing. I think that he is considered the quintessential woke, open borders, sanctuary city, trans people raping your daughters sort of Democrat that the Republicans are all hiding under their beds, crying about, waiting for some big strong man to come save them from. So hopefully John Ossoff will be that big, strong man.
Yeah, if a DSA member loses the fucking
And then people will
governorship.
stop being. DSA will lose its influence.
I would hope.
Or you think it's more likely they will?
That would be more likely, yeah.
I'm less confident of that, but all right. So let's move. That's part of the prescription in terms of voting. I think that is an understandable prescription. It's one that makes sense to me. I disagree with it. I mean, I just think that we disagree on the prescription. It's not on. I will say this is the first time that someone has suggested not voting for like a real, what I think is like an insanely important race in a general election. But I will just like disagree with that, and that is like closer to what when I was talking to Avi, his prescription would be.
And we're allowed, and it's okay to disagree.
Forward.
I don't mind like disagreeing with you on this or whatever. I just want people to understand I genuinely view the DSA as the scariest thing right now, versus who I believe is on their way.
The scariest?
Yeah, in this election, I believe the DSA are fucking incredibly scary right now. Yeah. Obviously, I think the MAGA. Well, not for the Senate. Obviously, I believe that the MAGA Republicans and Trump are technically the scariest thing. I just meant like they're very scary. If I really viewed them.
Tom hasn't mentioned Sarah Longwell once. You think being a dumbass and having Kamala campaign with Liz Cheney was going to help? I promise you, there isn't any polling showing that the reason people didn't vote for Kamala was because she campaigned with Liz Cheney. Again, you're literally making the argument that I said you guys are going to make, which was that she was too far right, or she was viewed as too far right. That's why she lost. And there's just no evidence to back this up. There's no evidence to back this up. Again, this is like the terminally online leftist thought process, whereas like the polling shows leftists voted at higher rates than a general population. The moderate left is the ones who didn't vote for her. So let's talk for a sec. Let me finish this conversation, and then if you want to jump in the waiting room,
It's the scariest thing that I wouldn't be pushing for the senators, like DSA senators or whatever. Yeah, but I am pushing for that. So
okay, yeah, I don't share that fear, and so we disagree on that. So in terms of that prescription, I'm just not going to sign on to it. Although I appreciate you because I do think that that's like a concrete and like real prescription with teeth to it. I'm just like, holy fuck, I'm not going to do that, bro. And I think that you should, if the Senate is important enough vis-a-vis the Supreme Court, the Wisconsin governor's mansion is important enough, bro. It really fucking is. I mean, these state offices are super, super fucking crucial. Remember when Elon Musk was like, I'm sorry, this is my last attempt to try to convince you otherwise, because I feel like I'm failing in this conversation to impress upon you the importance of it.
I get
Elon
it's
Musk
important.
was all guns blazing. Yeah.
You can keep going, sir.
But what do you think they're going to do in Wisconsin if she wins? Like, she's going to end private property. She's going to end democracy in Wisconsin.
The problem if she wins, it signals to other like DSA members that
she's going to send all of the libs to the gulags. It's on her website.
That like these are quote unquote winnable seats. And that like DSA actually has a place in here and they can like mask on as hard as they want and then actually win.
Tom and David Pacman on Copium. Well, I'm telling you, I'm giving you the evidence. I'm giving you the evidence that says that you're wrong. What evidence do you have that I'm wrong outside of like, you know, Hassan said so or your feelings say so? Like, what evidence is there otherwise? Yeah, you're saying I'm coping. So what? If I think I'm going based on evidence, and I'm providing the evidence for you. So what evidence are you looking at?
And then they become like a huge like snowball effect. So yes, I don't want any DSA members in any huge positions of power. Yeah.
Why wouldn't that apply to the Senate though? I mean, if it's really a snowball effect,
the Senate, there's two Supreme Court. There's 2 Supreme Court seats right now of people who can and probably will retire if the Republicans win. That would give Trump a total of I think 5 Supreme Court justice seats. It's 4 or 5. and that can't happen.
Just that he nominated.
That
I mean,
is
he has.
yeah. That is losing an entire branch of government to wackos.
Okay. And I'll try one last time. On the House of Representatives margins, you think it's not plausible that it'll be limited to a 1, 2, 3 seat margin?
That's correct.
The Democratic victory.
Yes, if I saw
and
that.
Why is that implausible to you?
If I saw that it became like it's a 1 to 2 margin, I would probably push for the DSA members. I'd have to think about it a little bit more, but yeah.
It seems really contingent to me. Like this is like the, I don't know.
It is contingent.
Doctor Strange set of possibilities. Oh, that's what I mean. But like precariously contingent.
Yeah,
so that
being
if your
precarious here.
perspective on the, I'm not saying that you're being precarious. I'm saying like the set of circumstances by which you're not endorsing those members in House seats is really contingent on your intuition that the margin in the House is implausibly going to be as narrow as 2-3 seats.
That's correct.
Oh, shit.
Oof. And all right, so let's walk through the candidates. It's only House members and state offices. Anyone besides Chevalier and Valdez and Ilhan Omar.
I don't have any other names.
Now it's 3.
I don't have any other names off the top of my head now.
Okay. Cool. So I think we've identified what we disagree about.
Sure.
And I know the proposal, and I think people can just can determine for themselves whether they agree with it. Your recommendation or my recommendation.
Ooh. Ooh, got them with the people can judge for themselves. I use that one all the fucking time. I use that one all the fucking time. Like, yep, well, I feel like I'm happy with where this debate's gone so far. And so I think I'm good to leave it here if you are. I don't feel like I need to say much more at this point. So you just wanna leave it there. Or somebody messaged me and was like, hey, I wanna talk to you again about that thing. Like, we had that conversation already. I'm happy with how that conversation went. I'm happy to leave it as is. I don't feel like I need a redo. If you're saying you need a redo, I guess I can do that for you, but let's just, I'm happy to just let people listen to what we've said so far and judge for themselves. I think we're at a point where I'm happy to leave it there. Tom, why don't you collab with Food Shops anymore? Because she's a lying fucking piece of shit. What do you mean? That, like, I've literally, I have a couple videos on it. If you'd like to go watch them from about a year ago, I helped her, like, promote her fucking channel and her career for a while. And 3 or 4 different times, she admitted to lying about me and talking shit about me. And each time I would be, okay, I'm happy to, like, give you another chance here, but, like, this is fucking insane. Like, I don't know what your issue is. And then she'd go do it again. And so, yeah, eventually I was like, all right, well, that's it for me. Even just recently, she was talking to Destiny, and it's funny because 2 different times one time she was talking to Destiny and she was saying, like, yeah, Tom was treated really unfairly. I, like, participated in this to some extent and was, like, kind of unfair towards him. And, a lot of people just said a lot of shit that was really untrue, and they accused him of being a sex pest and crap. And Destiny's like, yeah, I looked into, like, all the sex pest stuff, and it turns out there was, like, no evidence there. It was just a bunch of claims. And she's like, yeah, it was really unfair, and, like, the people shouldn't have done that, but it is what it is. And then, like, a month ago, she was talking about the same exact thing and said the same exact opposite shit, where she's like, yeah, I mean, it is true. Tom was doing some sex pest shit and really did, go after sulfur and blah blah blah. It's like, what the fuck? Like, why are you like this? Why do you just switch positions based on whatever's fucking convenient in the moment? And she is a real fucking piece of shit. So yeah, go watch the video where she, like, takes this position where she says Tom's lying about these text messages. Tom's lying and says that all this stuff was deleted, and he's lying. I know he's lying because I can see it. And so I was like, I came into her chat and I was like, all right, I'm about to go live. I'll pull it up on my stream and I'll prove that she deleted all of her DMs on my side and is just showing you guys like convenient DMs out of context. And she's like, okay, yeah, sure. You show it. I'll admit that I'm wrong. And then I show it. And then she jumps on stream, and I'm like, okay, so you'll admit that you're wrong? She's like, no, you don't get to dictate what I say, what I do and don't say. All right. Last time I'm ever talking to you, motherfucker.
Is there anything else you think we disagree about other than our views on the existential nature of DSA and who to vote for in the upcoming elections?
No, I think for the most part, you and I agree on most things. I think we just have a different view of what the DSA is going to be and like how.
She does seem unhinged. She also repeats herself like crazy and is unbearable to listen to for an hour. Yeah, like even if you like agreed with her, I just don't know how anybody could listen to her for long periods of time with the way that she talks, with the like the little amount of thought process that goes into anything that she says, just absolutely zero analysis the entire time. And then yes, she just sits and repeats herself over and over and over and over. Like it's true. Like, it's true, though. Destiny did. Destiny did, though. Yeah. Yeah, Destiny did. Yeah, and I agree with him. It's true. Destiny did. Like, she'll do this for, like, 2 to 3 minutes at a time, just repeating herself, so.
How it's going.
Okay.
Sounds like she has borderline or schizophrenia. Yeah, she has a number of issues. I don't remember what all of them are, but I mean, she said that she has like POCD in the past, which I don't know if she still stands by that or not, but she said she has a number of things, so who knows.
Okay. And on the media stuff, because there's also this like I'm anti-Semitic now, and like I sweep for communists. Like, do you take that view? And you think
do
that,
I
like,
think
I'm not
you're
engaging with the media?
anti-Semitic? No, I don't think you're anti-Semitic.
Well, yeah. Okay.
The only thing that would lead me to believe that is you brought a guy on named fucking the Jew Stalker onto your Twitter space, but no, I don't think you're anti-Semitic.
I bring on I brought on Myron Gaines. Surely that was more. I mean, Myron Gaines goes on there and starts talking about JQ stuff and how he hates women.
Well, I don't think you should have brought him on either.
Myron Gaines.
At least you can get something out of
You
Myron
don't think I should have
Gaines.
brought on Myron Gaines?
Well, I'll say this: at least you can get something out of Myron Gaines versus the Jew.
Yeah, like it seemed like an obvious bringing Myron Gaines on seemed like an obvious clout chase where it's like, yeah, he might bring in a lot of viewers and shit, so might as well sit and talk to him. Obviously nobody thinks like, oh, Pisco thinks he's gonna get a lot of value out of what Myron Gaines thinks about the fucking Democrats and what they should do with the DSA. Like, obviously nobody thinks like, yeah, but Pisco's really interested in Myron Gaines' thought process on politics. Like, it just seems like a pretty obvious, like it's just a shot at like getting viewers, and like that's what we're all doing that. So like, you know, nobody's gonna be mad at that. But that's not the case with Jew Stalker. You're not getting a bunch of views out of Jew Stalker, while this is somebody who's also just a massive lying piece of shit, somebody who has admitted tons of times to lying about people just to have fun. So like making like serious, insanely serious accusations about people over and over and over just because he thinks it's funny. Like, this is actually like a sadistic motherfucker. But I don't know, like I feel like the other day Pisco and I talked, and I mentioned this at the beginning of stream, that he said that he had never really thought about platforming before. I gotta run to the restroom real quick, so I'll play this real quick and then we'll finish the debate. But this is Pisco jumped on last night. We had a short conversation. Hopefully we'll be able to finish this at some point. But yeah, he jumped on for a little bit last night and said that he doesn't really think about like responsible platforming or how he platforms people. So I'll be right back.
I'm lost, Tom. how
How
someone
you
engaged
engage with one that you would
with
consider
who?
an ally, like whether or not there is a difference between the political allyship of a content creator or somebody that you think is ideologically aligned with you versus somebody who isn't.
Yeah, it just really depends on the person and really depends on the situation. Like, I have had shouting matches with people I'm insanely aligned with, like Hutch, right?
Mhm.
And then I've had really benign conversations with people who are very different than me, like Emily from Breaking Points, um, Richard Hanania, Avi. We tend to have pretty cordial, polite conversations, and he's a Trump voter.
Mhm.
So it just really depends. I don't have these, like, how I interact in a given situation isn't usually informed by tribal dynamics. It's usually informed by what the other person is saying and what the purpose is of, like, the meeting or whatever. Do you understand?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, like it makes sense to me. I get what you're saying, but I just think that the thing that I've like compared it to is like platforming, where like we talk about platforming different people in different types of ways based on their ideology and uh, the way that they engage with things. And that like if I have somebody on a bunch who's like, you know, a big Trump voter, I don't want to promote this. I'm tired as fuck here. We're at about 9 hours in at this point. I get to, when I say like that many times, you know, I'm super tired. Person or their platform in a way that seems like I like them or I'm friendly with them in a way that's like, you know, we agree on these things. And so generally, even if I'll go hang out and do poker streams with Rob Noor sometimes, and we'll hang out and play poker and shit like that. Like I've already set like a very clear standard here that like everybody knows we are not on the same page. We're not, like I do not I condemn his beliefs and X, Y, and Z. And so I feel Pisco's like a 200 viewer Andy. Josiah, you can maybe have a conversation about responsible platforming with, though he doesn't really do that with his channel. The point that I'm talking about, where I'm saying that like I have like a lot of people that I'm promoting, a lot of channels I'm promoting, a lot of you know, I'm considering, deeply considering how I influence my audience and like what I want them to think that I think and what I want them to believe that I believe and how I want them to, like the types of channels and ideologies that I want to promote from my platform and how I want to use my platform. I was a 200 viewer Andy as well. Like that, the 200 viewer Andy thing doesn't really change anything from my perspective. I feel like it's similar in this case with people, whereas like with you, I would not feel like, I don't want my audience to feel like I condemn you or your beliefs. And like I wouldn't want them to go and like be part of your community or watch you. I wouldn't want them to think that, but I would want them to think that of somebody like Rob Noor.
Yeah, I just don't think in those terms when I have these engagements. Maybe I should. Maybe I should be thinking like of the group dynamics, but I don't go into a conversation with Hutch or with Rob or with any of these people being like, I want my audience to know that they're not one of us. I want my audience to know that Ryan's not one of us. I'm just having the conversation. I don't know if, do you spend time thinking like, I want my audience to know this about Pisco or this about Tom? Like maybe that makes me a bad person, that like when I engage with you, I'm not like thinking about how I want you to come across to my audience. Maybe that makes me like a shit person.
Well, it's something that I've like,
truthfully, I don't.
When I first got into like debating politics, one of the groups that I was most debating were like neo-Nazis, especially Groypers. I was debating Groypers on almost a daily basis, and I did have like a lot of conversations and really need to think about the way that I hung out with these people sometimes, because sometimes they would just be like, hey Tom, jump on a panel, and I would jump on and we would all just kind of sit there and shoot the shit for like long periods of time, and then I would just get off and leave. And yeah, I did take like a lot of time to think about how if I'm an influencer, if I'm a political influencer and I'm influencing people in one direction or the other, I really want to like sit and consider what it is that I'm influencing people to do or to think, and I want to like if that's my fucking job, I want to put like a lot of thought into that pretty consistently, especially when it comes to other people who are likely going to influence people as well. I want to make sure that I'm not leading people in a direction where they could be influenced in a negative direction, and especially when there's groups like the alt-right, you know, out there at the time or whatever, that, you know, you can end up down an alt-right pipeline and, you know, down very different algorithms to where I think, yeah.
I just realized I'm standing in the same exact place in the video that I am right now. That's fucking...
Like the job
funny.
is to
I would go
influence
insane
people in a
thinking about all
direction I
that
think is
shit.
beneficial.
Like, you really go through all that in your head, man?
Yes, consistently, yes. And I talk. That's, to me, that's wild. That like he's saying it's like smaller streamers like Stardust has gotten tons of shit for platforming and the way that she platforms people and the way that she engages with them, and has changed the way that she engages with them. And I even heard her recently talking about how she changed this and like how she had to think a lot more about it, that a lot of people pressured her to think more about it. I have a number of videos that of me like having conversations with her about platforming and these sorts of things. Like it is you don't want to get into like bad practices early on and then grow your audience off of bad practices, and then like, oh, now I'm big enough, now I'll start using responsible platforming practices. Like, that's probably not a good idea.
Stalker, who you can't get anything from because he has a way smaller audience than you.
I see people who are like prominent people in the like the requests, and I just add them. I mean, I organized that entire conversation with Hobbit Follower because he reached out to me. At the end, I was just taking questions from the people who I saw that were requests that I recognized.
If Hitler requested, would you add him?
I mean, yes,
Oh,
I
okay.
would.
Well, then
Do you want to take an opportunity to talk to Hitler?
No.
So would you like never talk?
Okay, I would talk to Hitler. This is, again, we're talking about the way that you platform somebody. So when we're talking about responsible platforming, we're not saying don't have somebody on your show. This is like a farther left sort of way of thinking about things. Like, there are far lefties who do this whole like, I can't believe you would platform Nick Fuentes or you would platform Richard Spencer. Like, that is a very far left way of thinking about things. That we're like, in this space, we have very different norms, especially when we debate people consistently. We have to be able to have conversations with those that we disagree with. We're not saying don't platform any of these people, don't ever have them on your platform. We're talking about responsible platforming. We're talking about the way that you engage with them. We're talking about the fact that you have you have a platform where you are influencing people in one direction or the other, and you want to like be mindful of how you influence those people. And so, especially for those of us who have been around a while, I know Pisco hasn't actually been like consistently streaming for a long time. Him and I came up together in like the Twitch poll panel spaces, and so I know that he's been around a long time, but he hasn't really been streaming consistently for a long time. And so when you came up during like the alt-right days, and you had to worry about like the alt-right pipeline and how you engaged with people, and how if they come onto your platform, they're likely to use a lot of dog whistles and rhetoric to try to get people to come watch them, and they're gonna like sane wash all their views to try to sound a lot more sensible, to always appeal to different audiences at different times, so that they'll come into their chat and watch them there, and then they'll slowly give you the more extreme versions of everything. That's like, you really have to consider how you platform these people when that's happening. You really have to consider the types of people that you're willing to have on your show and how you have them on your show. So if somebody wants to go talk to a Holocaust denier and debate whether or not the Holocaust happened, that's a fine conversation to have. You can do that. But if you're going to go and just hang out with them and chill and be buds, like, yeah, that's not good. That's not a good idea. You should not be doing that. That is a really bad fucking idea. So you want to do these things responsibly. The alt-right pipeline, etc., was not a far left theory. What? I didn't say it was a far left theory. What are you talking about?
To Nick Fuentes?
Would I never talk to Nick Fuentes? Nick Fuentes has I wouldn't add somebody with a smaller quote unquote platform to me to come spew their crazy shit when they're trying to legitimize themselves as like Democrat or like a Democratic commentator. No, I wouldn't personally. No.
I wasn't thinking of any.
Well, no, like chicken and waffles isn't off the menu. The point is when in that last clip where I'm talking about the fact that I will sit and I will play poker with Rob Knorr and hang out with him, or I'll go on and like sit with like Groypers and hang out with them. I've already like I have to make sure that I'm doing this in a responsible way, or I know that I'm doing it in a way where I've already made it very clear that like these are people that are not to be trusted, that like they have a bad ideology, they have like you have to, it's a delicate balance, but you always want to at least be taking it into consideration, thinking about how you do this tactically and how you engage with people. And this is why even in the past Pisco and I had conversations about the fact that like when he reviews me, sometimes he acts like a fucking hater, like, and it comes off like he's against my views. And he'll be like, no, are you saying I'm not allowed to be critical of you? And it's like, no, we're just talking about the way that you platform certain ideas, bro. We're just talking about the way that you engage with shit. Like, that's pretty simple.
Like, I think
sure, I'm not saying you did. I'm not saying you do think of that. I'm just saying that that's something I disagreed with, like you doing technically. I don't think when you added somebody to the Twitter space,
as well as Myron Gaines.
No, I said you can gain something from Myron Gaines, so I understand why you would do it.
But in terms of like anti-Semitism,
he's obviously he's pretty bad. What?
No, yeah, he's anti-Semitic.
Pulling him up, pulling him up. No, I wouldn't say that's anti-Semitic of you. No.
Okay, cool. All right. Sick.
Now, if you let him come on your platform and he just like spewed anti-Semitism for an hour and you didn't say anything, I would say that, well, maybe you're tangentially agreeing with him by not saying anything, right? But I think that you would have appropriate pushback. You're not an idiot. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cool. I appreciate that.
Well, he says you're not an idiot, but again, Pisco says he's never even thought about these things. So.
Yeah, bro. I mean, like, all right, I'm gonna try one more time. No, you cannot say that you would prefer a MAGA fucking Republican in the governor's office in Wisconsin.
In this race, I would,
too important.
Man. I
no,
would.
It's too fucking important.
I would.
You're brain broken right now. I'm
not.
Like,
go ahead.
They're not about to turn the party into this authoritarian liberal thing. That's crazy. Why do you think that? The Democratic faithful are like way too self-critical. They're way too a diverse coalition. If you ask them, if you poll the Democratic faithful, like, do you support with these kinds of authoritarian measures, getting rid of police, getting rid of prison? It's not going to happen. They're going to have to moderate, or their ass is going to be sent packing. That's exactly what Democrats did, by the way, in like San Francisco.
I think not platforming and deplatforming things are generally farther left ideas. I don't think it's only the far left who says these things or believe these things. I don't think it's all of the far left who believes these things or thinks these things, but I think it is more common for sure. Like 100%. I think it is more common with the far left. And one of the things that I can point to is the constant statements from the far left that you shouldn't have debates, because when you have a debate, you're just platforming the ideas of somebody you think are bad. So why would you ever platform bad ideas? Like, this is a constant thing that I see from people, which is why lots of far lefties don't fucking debate and don't go and have disagreements with people on the right. They'll have debates with like liberals, they'll have debates with other leftists, they'll have but they don't ever debate like MAGA or people like that, because they're against the platforming of MAGA.
With the mayor guy and all these, remember the ballot initiatives in California after they had like lowered the criminalization of certain crimes or whatever? The Democratic Party, when they see that their own candidates are fucking up,
the far left don't own any platforms. When I'm talking about responsible platforming, Pisco, Freddie, do you think I'm talking about me or Pisco owning YouTube? Or do you think I'm talking about me owning my channel as a platform? Which, are you saying there's no, like, Hassan does not own his channel, that, like, he's not in charge of his channel? Or do you genuinely think I'm talking about me and Pisco owning Twitch and YouTube and Twitter and you think that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about responsible platforming or not platforming people? Did you read my comment about debate? I don't know. Some on the far left are anti-debate in general, but it's up for debate. Even in those circles, I agree that the far left are way more anti-debate than the debate brosphere. No. The reason that they're against debate is for platforming reasons. They are against platforming them. That is the reason they're against debate. It's for platforming reasons. That is the rationale. Just saying, yeah, they're against debate. Okay, why? Why are they against debate? Because they're against platforming people that they disagree with.
Fucking self-repair, self-defense mechanism. It happens. How can you be scared of like a Maoist take over the party? The party will just wipe their ass with these people and throw them out. And they have done that to the extent that they're ineffective or they don't fall in line. It happened also in the House of Representatives with Jamal Bowman. And it happened like with these candidates who are crazy, stupid, distracting. This shit occurs, Mouton. And there's no basis other than, well, it happened to Trump. It's not going to happen to the Democratic Party. And there's no basis to believe it is.
Ms. Hong
Such that you're going to give away the governor's mansion in Wisconsin. That's fucking insane. That's one of the closest fucking swing states at a time when Trump is targeting these states. And you should, the evidence of that should be on how insistent they were regarding the Wisconsin Supreme Court elections there. Elon Musk spent millions of dollars in that race precisely because it was so important. You understand? You can't give that up, man. This is existential right now. Do not underestimate Trump just because he appears weaker.
Ms. Hong has to earn my vote, and I want to kill the DSA now versus have to deal with them in the future.
Yes, it's the DSA's fault for not earning our votes. Okay, it's the DSA candidates' faults for not earning our votes, and it's a messaging problem. Really, the DSA just needs to be better at messaging because we're not convinced.
But this won't do it. It won't effectuate that.
It will. It will show that they are not electable. They are not electable. And they can say that the Democrats won't fall in line.
You think these DSA types are amenable to reason? You think they're going to be like, oh, yeah, I mean, remember when they lost the Bernie race to Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton?
Then you agree that they're scary. Then you agree that they're scary. And then you agree.
I agree many of them are scary, but I'm just not worried that they're going to take over the party. And the ones, by the way, the candidates they promote, I just want to say that the candidates they promote.
I was about to say, I don't think... a lot of people do, like, strawman Pisco to an extent to say that, like, he's in favor of these people or he doesn't think there's anything wrong with them. I think, like, to be clear, he does have issues with the DSA people. The DSA, like, he's not in favor of the DSA. He does think that there's problems with them. But even like Jola, who I had on last night, we had a debate about this, which I should be editing and posting. But yeah, I guess he had a debate with Destiny, so I think we're gonna watch that next. But he debated Destiny today on like the same thing. Even he apparently said that in our debate that he thinks Pisco is too soft on the DSA and is too amenable to the DSA types.
Typically, they're palatable to me, especially compared to a MAGA Republican. Like someone like AOC, someone like Ilhan Omar. Again, I don't agree with Ilhan Omar's on the Ukraine funding stuff. I think that's fucking cringe and bad or whatever. But I would take her any day of the week over a MAGA Republican. But just,
yeah, the DSA probably right? will start out as...
What the voters decide, the Dem Party is now socialist 66. Well, again, I mean, we're going to say the same thing.
Smaller influencers have irresponsibility because the viewer has more access to the streamers, and the audience can be shaped in a neg way by a few PPL.
Yep. Which is why, like, I don't normally talk this much about influencing. I don't normally talk this much about, like, how I use my platform and how much thought I put into, like, the influence of people and what it is, the ideas that I want them to leave with and the way that I want them to think about things and, like, what I want them to take away from my platform and what I hope I'm instilling in my viewers. And, like, I don't normally talk this much about it. Like, these are things that obviously I put a lot of thought into, but it's not something that I talk consistently about. But it's just a big part of the conversation right now where obviously it seems like a lot of people think that voters are just these like fully autonomous agents who have all of the information and are just making free decisions. And that's not how the world works. If it was, we wouldn't be worrying about canvassing. We wouldn't be worrying about campaigning. We wouldn't be worrying about platforming. We wouldn't be worried about deplatforming. We wouldn't be worried about like TOS. We wouldn't, like, there's so many things that go into shaping a society and shaping a culture and shaping people's beliefs and their thought processes. And like, Everything is about the information that you have available to you and doing with that what you will. And yes, in this case, we're saying that a lot of these people just do not have the right information available to them to make coherent decisions. So it's just wild to me that a lot of people have never really thought much about this, especially in the politics space, where I feel like this should be at least a conversation had often enough to where all of the viewers understand that there's not the bulk of the responsibility is on the candidates to be good candidates, for the politicians to do their jobs and to do their jobs well. But when that's the case, it is on the media to get that message out to everybody else. It is on the media to make sure that everybody else knows what's happening. And my issue with these people is that I don't feel like they are actually giving the right information. They are not giving the truth. They are not giving this information out to people.
It's palatable. That's correct.
They're going to cope just like they coped about 2016, just like they coped about 2020. What do they say about those races, Moot?
And that's exactly
it was stolen from us.
And that's exactly
they don't
why
take the L. They don't take the L, Moon.
Because if they start the snowball effect, it's going to be fucking over, man. So again, I just don't think we're just not going to agree, man.
What would it take for me to convince you that the threat isn't as you perceive? What the kind of evidence that I would have to present to you?
I'll have to answer that at a later date because I'm not going to be able to come up with like a clear conclusion now. We can like...
Whoa, that's not good. I disagree with a lot of what Mouton's saying here, and I would be like a lot more in favor of voting for these DSA candidates currently than Mouton is. But if he's saying that he doesn't have like a clear position on this right now, that means that he has fuck, I'm blanking on the term, but like a non... he has a position that he can't be argued out of. It means that he has a position that's almost like objectively, fundamentally true in and of itself. It's presupposed. There is no information that you can give him to argue him out of it. And so you have to have a delineator that makes it to where, like, this is where I draw my line. This is where I think that the Republicans would be dangerous enough to where I would be willing to vote for, you know, a DSA candidate. Like, you have to have the delineator of, otherwise your position is just meaningless. It's just tribal.
Schedule
But is it
another
like
talk and I can think
unfalsifiable? You
about
could be
that.
like, oh,
No, it's not unfalsifiable.
That's what I would say. Unfalsifiable, yeah. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like an unfalsifiable position.
I'm sure that there is some set of circumstances that you could convince me. But it's something that I would have to actually like sit down and think about versus give you a quick answer.
But that's you're supposed to have that position first. You don't go the other direction. You have the position of like, this is what matters to me. This is why I think that, you know, they're too dangerous or not dangerous enough or X, Y, Z. Like, you have that position first, and then you take these other positions based on that. He's kind of working backwards here. Pisco's about to fuck him up on this one.
even like a theoretical, crazy science fiction explanation. Like,
I
if
would
I were
I
able
would
to
want
demonstrate to
to.
you,
I'm listening.
if I were able to demonstrate to you, like, read the minds of every Democratic voter, and we just like know that they have certain limits or whatever, and like just invent something that I could do to convince you. So some
If
amount
you
of
were
evidence
able
that it
to
would take,
give
where
me
you'd be
a
like,
time machine and take me 10 years into the future, and I know exactly everybody's exact vote on every issue, and I see exactly how the party is acting and where we're at, then sure, you could convince me. But if you want like a real
now I'm gonna
hypothetical, that's not
specify.
going to be
in the fog in the fog of war. Yeah, in the fog of war now.
Sure.
Oh, okay. And another question. Mom Donnie, if you were eligible for the president over average MAGA Republican. Now, I know your prescription is vote for them in the president, right? I know that's your prescription. What would empower the DSA more than getting Mamdani elected as the president. So if you really think
luckily
that the DSA
he isn't
is
eligible
the
to be
scariest
president,
threat,
man.
Okay, let's make it.
I don't deal in crazy hypotheticals. Oh, El Sayed? I would rather El
my
Sayed
guy.
over a
Yeah.
MAGA Republican. Sure. He's not by the DSA.
Wouldn't that empower the thing that you say is the greater threat right now?
Yeah. I don't think that the DSA is the greatest threat in the world right now. I think MAGA is, but I think we can wiggle around with it inside of the House of Representatives. We can't wiggle around with it in the Senate, and I think that we can wiggle around with it in the Wisconsin governorship. The presidency isn't really something that I would want to wiggle around with.
Okay, I guess Moot's position does make a little bit more sense because Pisco is coming from it as like this logical, you have to have some level of threat in order to change your mind. Whereas instead he's saying it's not the level of threat, it's the number of people that we have in the House and the Senate. So as long as we have a majority in either place, it doesn't matter what the threat is, because we have enough people to stop it every fucking time. So that's that. Like you don't need any other information on it. And so it's the unfalsifiable, like the position to change his mind would have to be that they don't have enough people, or that the math is wrong, or that the people who are Democrats aren't going to vote with Democrats or whatever. So yeah, I guess he is still correct, I think, for the most part.
Would you condemn someone who fails to endorse the Democratic candidate in the presidential or in the Senate?
Would I condemn someone who doesn't endorse? What do you mean by endorse?
Yeah, who doesn't follow your prescription.
I need
someone
to know,
who says,
what
you know what,
yeah,
I'm going to
let's
sit
see.
out the Senate race. I'm going to sit out the Senate race. I'm not going to support the candidate in the presidential if it's AOC, 55-45 AOC JD Vance. Would you condemn those like non-taking your prescriptions?
I would condemn someone who doesn't currently vote for the Democratic senator. I would condemn someone in 2028, depending on how this election goes. I'll have to get back to you.
Wait, I thought it was concrete that your proposal included the president. Now it doesn't?
I have to get back to you. I don't know what's going to happen this year.
So it's just for the Senate right now?
It's for the Senate, and then if the House gets way closer, then yeah, we would be able to have a conversation about
It's
it.
for the House. No, but for the presidency, surely that is way more important. I mean, you talk about the Supreme Court. In terms of the Supreme Court, you need the presidency to even put up these judges. And if you get a DSA member as a president, they're going to give some fucking judges that are going to vote more blue. I mean, they're going to also need to be respected by the Academy and the other Democratic faithful. And I think that unlike the Republican Senate, the Democratic Senate is going to be more of a check on whatever excesses the
I would vote. I would currently vote for
put.
AOC over JD Vance.
Without question, right?
I would not have a question of it. No.
Yeah.
All right.
It seems so esoteric.
All right.
It seems so particular.
Yes, it is, because I
no,
believe that we have wiggle room.
I'm massively,
and that's fair. We can disagree.
and
We're
for
just
state
gonna have to
offices
disagree. Yeah.
And for state offices, that includes places like California, Texas, Florida, right? So if it's a DSA member, like up against a DeSantis, James Fishback,
I would
whoever they also have a.
I would have to get. We would have to like pull up an actual example, and I'd have to see like how the exact shit is going. I understand that I'm being like
Hong
pedantic
in
over
California,
it.
Hong in Florida, Hong in Texas. These are vital states where Democrats want to make further inroads, states where this is going to affect what people's lives are like, to the extent that they've like completely banned abortion, to the extent they have any gerrymandering whatsoever, right? Gerrymandering swings like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 seats.
Yeah,
I mean,
the DSA
if
is
you
pretty
care
bad
about
right now.
margins in the House, don't you think Hong would be more amenable to some sort of like cool gerrymander in Wisconsin than some fucking Republican? And that might affect 3, 4, 5 House seats.
Some cool
I hear ya.
gerrymandering.
The
Maybe
DSA
less
is pretty
than
scary
Wisconsin,
for me.
honestly, but... Okay. All right, bro.
I appreciate the chat. Are you gonna come and canvass for El Sayed if he wins?
I'm not sure if I'll go to Michigan, but
What about Ohio?
I'll probably go to Maine.
Okay.
I might go to Sherrod Brown. These and the numbers are really good. This is one of the reasons I'm not like as scared as much. Like look where the Democrats in really competitive places in these Senate races, they're able to muster like great candidates who are moderate, candidates who are willing to work within the party.
I'm excited. We got to kill a few DSA members in like political sense, not like in real life, etc. Call for any
Metaphorically.
violence. Yeah, metaphorically. We had to get him out of there, and then yeah, we can be super excited about the Democratic Party moving forward. I hope we get better leaders, and I hope the leaders actually go on news and tell people what we're fighting for. One thing I am interested to hear your takes on quickly is 1 second. I've got like a.
Again, I don't think that people are unaware what the Democrats stand for. I don't like this talking point. I know that this is just a popular thing to say right now, but I just don't find it to be true. Like, I feel like I can ask anybody, like, hey, Democrats get in power. What are some things that they would want to do? Holy shit. What is this? I got a fucking gang of thugs. Alright. I feel like everybody knows, like, you know, they want more healthcare options, especially a public option. They want to put more money into Medicaid and Medicare, Social Security. They want abortion rights. They want better equal opportunities and trans rights for trans people. They want immigration reform. Like, I think that everybody knows like what the standard Democrat positions are, and all of this shit about like, you know, they want more checks on the presidency. They want like some reform in Congress, like that. I think everybody knows. And it's kind of annoying where people just repeat the talking point as though like it's like a truism at this point that like Democrats just don't stand for anything. People don't know what they stand for. People don't know what their positions are. It's like, it's fucking untrue, dude. They in the process of fighting against Donald Trump, they have made clear what it is they are in favor of at the same time. Like, they have made this clear as fucking day. Like when Kamala Harris would go on to platforms when she was campaigning talking about, you know, Donald Trump's issues with immigration, every time she was talking about the border bill that she tried getting passed that would have put a lot more money into judges and made it to where, you know, they had more officers at the border, and they would even put money into the border wall, and like they were very clear about all of this shit. They were very clear about all of this. It was not just like, oh, Trump bad. Like, they were very clear, like, Trump's bad because he's doing this. Democrats would do all of these things. They were very fucking clear about this shit. And I don't buy this whole thing that like people just don't know what the Democrats stand for. Or people don't know what the Democrats want. I don't buy this at all. I don't think this is real. I'm gonna put a poll in the chat. I want to ask you guys, okay? So I want to know what you guys think. I'm putting a poll in the chat. Do you think most people know the Democrat platform? Do you think people know if they vote for Democrats? Do you think they know what Democrats stand for? Why is this not working? Do you think generally people know what the platform is, what it is that Democrats advocate for, what it is that they want? Do you think people know? When they think of the Democrat Party, they have like a group of ideas that they're like, oh yeah, I think this is what people want. There's a poll in the chat right now. Vote, 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 vote. Let's see. 86% right now saying no. We have 115 people watching and 7 votes, so let's get some votes in there.
I've got some easy Democratic wins that I think the Democratic Party should be pushing for. So one is federal holiday for elections. Are you for that?
Yeah, but I also think it's not a super critical
Did you ask if people on the left know or if everyone knows? Just in general, people, Americans, everyone, like in general, not literally everyone, but like the majority of people who are engaged in politics, who watch politics shit, like, do you think most people know what it is that Democrats stand for, what it is that they want?
Thing.
Sure.
But yes, I am in favor of it.
My next one would be free or reduced government childcare federally.
I mean, I'm not really a policy wonk, but it sounds like something I'd be down with, and something that like a lot of major.
The reason I really like
countries-
this is because I feel like the average Democrat fucking thing to get people like money back in their pocket is just like shit at the end of the year for their taxes, but nobody actually feels that.
Yeah,
whereas,
like tax credits and shit.
yeah, whereas like people who are paying for childcare, etc., they see the $2,000 come out of their account every single month, and this would be a huge burden relief for them. That's why I'm pushing for that. The other one is voter ID tied to free passports for all.
Yeah. Yeah, so I have no problem with like a voter ID law packaged with a national ID.
Yeah.
The reason why people, I don't know, the country has been against national ID are like a lot of these bullshit government like cynicism bullshit, and like we've used this number, the social security number, to be like our national ID when it's very insecure, very dumb. And so I'm fine with voter ID paired with like sufficient access, and yeah, I think that's dope. That's a great policy.
Someone brought up earlier, they were
This
like
is raising questions for me,
free
but yeah, go for it.
passports. So I was like, oh yeah, we just tied that into my voter ID thing. And then the last one is no AI in political advertisements.
Oh no, I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
I'm a free speech guy. I'm a free speech guy. So unless you can find out some good legal argument for why,
Do you think you should be able to AI like Talarico
doesn't
in
count?
like a dress saying something in a political advertisement?
Oh, no AI. Okay. Yeah, okay. I was confused on what he was saying there as well. Okay, so this is like a huge issue with in the last campaign. Elon Musk, I don't know if you guys know about this. Elon Musk paid for a bunch of ads to I live in Georgia, and a lot of these ads were like literally text messages going out to Georgians, where I had friends and family getting these fucking text messages. We went over this on stream a number of times, where they were paying for ads to go out, and it was all over social media, all over Facebook and everything, where they were literally pretending to be Kamala Harris, and they were dog whistling extreme views. So they would do this thing of like, we want to have massive gun reform and make sure that we're getting rid of guns from dangerous people, you know, and it would have like a picture of Kamala Harris with like a thumbs up next to it, or it would say like, we want to help the disadvantaged people and make sure that there's equity for all. So we want to allow as many people into the country to get away from their, you know, their oppressors. And then it would literally show a picture of like thousands of people lined up at the border trying to get in. How is that even legal? I don't know, dude. I don't know. It was fucking insane. I was blown away that it was happening. And I kept thinking, this is probably one of those scenarios where, like, if Trump wins the presidency, who cares if they get fucking fined for this shit? Like, you know, Trump won the presidency. And it's Trump's fucking departments that are likely going to investigate these things anyways and decide whether or not he gets fined. So, you know, he'll be Gucci. Like, that's, I think, but I had a couple of videos on this showing, like, they literally put out tons of ads pretending to be Kamala Harris. And again, not just on social media, they are literally sending mass amounts of text messages to people all over Georgia, just dog whistling extreme views. And when I say dog whistling, so here it says Elon Musk funds fake far left Kamala Harris campaigns. And it's just like pretending to have a very extreme views. This is an article that we went over as well. Elon Musk funded PAC supercharges Progress 2028 Democrat impersonation ad campaign. And this is the one, world where there are no borders. And this is the one where it shows the picture of all of the immigrants standing at the fucking border. You see this? Look at that. Imagine a world where the American dream has no borders. And then they put Kamala Harris's face at the bottom. Kamala has see her vision for our future. And you could click on it and it would take you to a website that was like called like Progress for the Future or some shit. Progress 2028. That's what it was called. Progress 2028. And you would go to their website and it would have a bunch of like fake policies and shit on there that were just dog whistling far left, like far out there, crazy extreme views. You know, open the American dream to everyone. And it's literally a picture of thousands of fucking people lined up at the border. Imagine a world without gas-powered vehicles. This is the type of shit that they were doing, dude. This is fucking insane. I have no idea how the fuck they did this shit without getting in trouble. Here's another one. Imagine a world where we get dangerous guns off our streets for good. And they highlight for good. This is a text message that was sent to my sister. She sent me this fucking text message showing that this is, and it says, you and I know that fewer guns means fewer tragedies and gun buyback programs work. These are literally like things that conservative channels talk about incessantly, is that like less guns doesn't actually mean less murders. Like those two things don't correlate. Or gun buyback programs have never worked. Like they've never actually worked in the end. They haven't done what it is that they set out to do. And so they repeat these things all the time. It hasn't worked. The two don't correlate. So they literally put her claiming these things here. You and I know that fewer guns mean fewer tragedies and gun buyback programs work. Like they know this shit doesn't work. So they think she's actually saying this stuff. She's actually putting this shit out. Where's the original debate posted? It's on Kick. Here's the link. It's on Anything Else podcast on Kick. All right, where's the poll? Do you think most people know the DNC platform? 41% say yes. 59% say no. Okay, so for the people who said no, all right, I want to know. We only have 27 votes. That's kind of sad. We have like 110 people watching and only 27 people voted. It's kind of sad, guys. That's a little disappointing. Before I end the poll, I'll give it 5 more minutes. Just take a second. Vote real quick. Let's try to get some votes on there. But for the people who, too many lurkers, yeah, too many autistic, antisocial people who can't engage. So for the people who said no, is it because of stuff like this, where the Republicans are like lying to everybody about Democrat platforms and about Kamala Harris and shit like that? Like, is it this that makes you feel like that people don't know the platform? If that's why you said no, put 1. And then if you think the reason people don't know the platform is because Democrats just don't tell people what the platform is, put 2. I have to understand this because I as somebody who watches like pop political content all the time, I'm just incessantly watching Democrats talk about what it is that they want to do. And so this is a bit mind-blowing to me.
I think that you could have, like, restrict missing, like, what's the deal? Like, kind of deception in ads and like misinforming consumers. So that I'm okay with. But like you said, I thought you said like a wholesale ban on AI.
Shit, I'm plugged in and I don't even know what the DNC platform is. So, okay, when I say DNC, I just mean Democrats. I just had to shorten I should have just put Dem, D-E-M. But you don't know that, like, they're in favor of, like, free healthcare or, like, a public option for healthcare. You don't know that they're in favor of abortion rights. You don't know that they're in favor of immigration reform. You don't know that they're in favor of abolishing ICE. You don't know that they're in favor of like congressional reforms. You don't know that they're in favor of more checks on the presidency. You don't know that they're in favor of the War Powers Act. You don't know that they're in favor of, like, you didn't know any of that stuff, right? The stuff, all the stuff that I just mentioned that I think are like what anybody would say if I walked up to people on the street and asked them what it is that Democrats are in favor of. You're saying you didn't know any of that stuff and you're plugged in, right?
I don't know if that would be. I think that seems like far too broad from a free speech perspective. Unless you can make a good argument that, like, for whatever reason, I would have to be convinced by like a First Amendment argument on AI, because as it stands right now, I do think it's speech.
Okay, cool. I will
so I'm
add
a rights
that
guy
to
first.
my
I'm
look into it.
a liberal. Wait, no, this is raising questions for me. Wait.
Yeah.
So in terms of the policy platform that someone like Hong or Mamdani or someone like one of these figures, I don't think else I had you put in there. What is the thing that's like most scary to you?
I want to abolish fucking cops, etc.
But do you think that that's like a realistic scenario?
I think
like,
that it's crazy.
That's obviously,
that
I would agree. That's a horrible position. Yeah, they have some.
I'm sorry, it doesn't. Okay, whether or not they would actually be able to achieve that isn't the end all be all. People with really bad fucking policy prescriptions have really bad ideologies and really bad rationale. They have really bad reasoning processes. So a lot of times I don't like when people do this thing where they're like, yeah, but they won't be able to achieve that. It's like, okay, do you think they'll be able to achieve anything ever? Because they're kind of fucking stupid, right? Like, they're kind of fucking crazy. So I don't think they should be able to ever achieve anything, right? That's probably a bad idea.
Fucking stupid theory, bullshit explanation for what they mean by that.
Yeah, these people are cancer and they should be out of the. They shouldn't be in any big elected office.
Yeah, but like people like AOC have said shit like that before, and they've like, why is this a fear? They're not going to actually enact it. Right? You're not scared of them actually enacting that, right?
I don't know what they do in the future.
But you're not afraid of them actualizing it. Are you like concerned that they're actually going to?
I'm afraid that they would take over the Democratic Party and then do wacky shit. Yeah, that's what I'm most scared of.
But not specifically getting.
Is there true consensus? Okay, I don't know. I think there is, but even like just scratch that one thing out of like the 6 things that I gave you. Like, I don't know why we're gonna get stuck on one thing. Like, do you all of the other things that I gave then? Fuck the abolish ICE. I don't know why everybody's stuck on the one thing out of all the shit that I gave you. There's a lot of things that everybody knows the Dems stand for. There's a lot of shit. There's a lot of fucking shit that everybody knows the Dems stand for as a party. There's a lot, okay? We could scratch that one and name 5 others. Like, there's a lot of stuff. I feel like this is weird that like we're gonna act like we don't know what the fuck the Democrat platform is. I feel like this is odd. I think we all know. I think we're all aware.
Rid of the police.
I don't know what they do, man. I have no idea. That's what they want to do. So yeah, I'm afraid of it. Yeah, I'm afraid that they're gonna do what they say that they want to do. Yeah.
And same with prison. You think that they're actually?
I'm afraid that they're gonna do what they say that they
tangible.
want to do. That's correct. That's their policy. I'm afraid of that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not as afraid that they're going to be able to actualize that. Mamdani has said shit like this in the past too. He is like making inroads with the police. The power has a way of force, especially among Democrats, and unlike Trump, of forcing you to like build these bridges with other I don't know, constituencies and interest groups and
obviously
that's power.
true. Yeah.
If you're actually scared of the police and prison being abolished, maybe I would understand like why you're taking the tack that you're taking.
I'm scared that they're going to do what they say. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think it's a irrational fear. But hey,
I'm sorry. This is literally like Trump says he's gonna run for a 3rd term, but he can't. That's against the Constitution, dude. Like, you can't do that. That's, you guys just don't realize. You're not allowed to. Trump said people keep saying Trump's gonna try to steal the election. You guys not know this? You're so fucking stupid, dude. That's against the law. Duh. Duh. Come on. That's against the law, guys. You can't do that.
Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen.
Appreciate the conversation.
Appreciate the convo.
And,
Thank you so much.
Let me know if have any disagreement. Yeah.
We'll do.
Cool.
Have a good one. Ciao. Shrimp Blast.
All right, how did it go, guys? W Moot or W Pissman? Which one we got? W Moot, W Mouton, or W Pisco? What do you got? What do you got? What do you got? Where are you guys at? Why does Pisco call Trump the alleged president? I don't know. Is he an election denier? Oh shit. Maybe he's an election denier? Damn, we already got more people who know who won this debate than who know whether or not they know the Dem platform.
Hold.
I feel like Pisco made the case better. I think that I think that Pisco did a better job in the debate. I think that I would probably be somewhere closer to Mouton than Pisco, like ideologically or as far as my positions go. But I think that Pisco did a better job making the case in this. And it is, again, so this is kind of like an Andrew Wilson tactic that I feel like Pisco does. This is something that him and I were, you know, somewhat talking about for a little bit last night, is that I feel like a lot of times he takes a negative position in the debate instead of an actual position. So where instead of like, this is what I believe, why, you know, this is why I'm right, this is why, you know, he likes to just really question the other person the entire time and just kind of pick away at their position, where there's not much of him having to actualize his beliefs. And this is an Andrew Wilson tactic that he hardcore, like think about if you guys ever watched Destiny debate Andrew Wilson on Fresh and Fit podcast about the January 6th stuff, and the Destiny was super pissed off afterwards that Andrew just refused to take a fucking position the whole time and just kept saying, well, I'm not here to take a position. You're saying January 6th is an insurrection. I'm here to say that you're wrong. Or I'm here to say that you don't have enough information, or you don't have enough evidence, or you know, you're not going to have a consistent definition or whatever. But he's always avoiding actually taking a position and instead just saying,
yes,
what, I don't think you can make the case for your position. That's always way easier. It's always much, much easier than having to argue an actual position. And I feel like that's what he did here again. Even in the debates that I had with him, where he's taking the position that the Democrats ought to pack the courts, right? You can go watch these fucking debates. The whole time he refuses to answer questions. He literally refused to answer questions. And even after an hour and a half of me just answering his questions for an hour and a half straight, I'm like, okay, I'm tired of looping on the same fucking questions. Now I want you to answer my questions. He's like, no, you answer mine first. I'm like, I did. I've already answered these fucking questions. You're asking the same things again. So eventually I'm like, okay, I'm going to answer your question. Then you answer mine. I answer the question. Then I'm like, okay, so I got some questions for you. Here we go. I ask him a question. He answers it. And the second he gives a short one-word answer, and this is, okay, now you answer my question. No, I've allowed you to go down every fucking line of logic that you can try going down. You're answering my fucking questions now, motherfucker. But he doesn't do it. He avoids it like the fucking plague. Will not answer questions, will not take a position, will not be the one who's on defense at any point. He is always trying to be on offense, always asking you questions. And even yesterday, my initial position that I said is, I said, I feel like he's not taking positions, and it's a lot easier for him to just not take a position and then just argue that everybody else doesn't have a coherent position, or that they don't have a coherent definition, that they don't know what their position is. Like, he can just argue that the entire time because it's a lot easier. And he's like, no, I have a position. Literally immediately after saying this, the conversation turns into him doing this, like, really? You think about those things? Really? You think that that's the way that you should do platforming? So like, I talk to these different people. You don't think I should talk to these different people? Like, just immediately fucking right back to just like, I never got a position from him, never got what he thinks his position is, never understood it, never got a prescription, never got it. Just immediately right back to like, so yeah, I don't know. Everyone else is arguing for change of some sort. What change is a fair question? Sure. I didn't say that they're unfair questions.
Hey, listen, Steve, I want you to be more effective.
Last night I had a conversation with Jola about the DNC as well. I had a bunch of debates and conversations with people, so if you missed last night's stream, heavily recommend it. Go check it out. But Jola came on last night. We had a long conversation about like the DNC, and I'll publish it in a separate video coming up, so you probably don't have to go look for it. I'll put it out probably tomorrow. But he also went and talked to Destiny today, so we're gonna watch that conversation, see how it went, see how it goes. Has anybody already seen this?
I do.
Oh my god. Oh,
he's like, Jason.
Rhetoric flattening.
I just want the best for you.
What? Oh, mental health gaslighting now.
What? It's not mental health. I'm talking
You
about how you
gaslight
can.
him?
No, I'm giving him snark lessons.
You think Dear Leader need lesson from
Dude,
you?
if we become professional snarkers, we should have our picture should be that one. The one.
What version of Factorio is he playing here? He looks like he's on like another planet or something.
Oh my god, what's the little? I do read what you guys send me. I just don't have the time to respond.
Well, that
no.
Is it true? I'm mostly a TikToker. Doing pretty alright.
Oh, he's there.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
Jola. Oh fuck it.
Motherfucking Jola in the house, baby.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me alright?
Loud and clear. The loudest and the
Loud and
clearest.
clear.
What?
Hell yeah. How y'all doing?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
Doing pretty well. So welcome to the Jola experience. My name is Jola with an L. Jola Politics on YouTube. Streaming from there. I'm mostly a TikToker, though. Recently,
asked?
better numbers on there if you want to find me.
Who asked?
I saw a post from someone in your community. Is it true last night you called Pisco a functional anti-Semite?
Yeah.
Why would you call Pisco an anti-Semite?
I feel like when you are like in effect practicing like or helping to spread like all of the essentially anti-Semitic talking points, even if you get them in a non-anti-Semitic way, I feel like functionally there's like not much of a difference. I think the APEC obsession has moved like super far in that direction. Like I think we're pretty over the line. I'm seeing
Space Age DLC. I've never played any of the DLCs for this shit, so but that is my plan this time. This time, I'm gonna finish the game and then do the DLCs. Fuck, okay, my shit's blocking his entire camera now. Alright, I'll fix it.
I'm seeing this person.
Shut up, I'll
for
fix
like
it. Get over it.
on.
Shut the fuck up.
On these track APEC things. Oh, I think it's
It was 57, but yeah.
My bad. Oh, shit.
That's a nice Longhorn steak dinner. Don't discount it. My big question would be: is there ever a time where it's legitimate for a candidate to hyper focus on APAC if APAC is taking like a prime position against that candidate?
Yeah, I'm sure there could be. Yeah.
In this Michigan primary right now, in terms of outside money, Abdul has, I believe, around like $1 million in outside money. Haley Stevens is getting more money from outside donors at a 70-to-1 ratio to Abdul, and I'm pretty sure like 40 or 45 million of that is from APAC, which is like I'm pretty sure a record for a Democratic primary. So in that sense, it seems like APAC has outsized influence.
Well, I think the next one that I'm gonna play is there's one on a spaceship, I believe, that I was looking at. So I think that's the one, because I have to take off in a spaceship in this game in order to beat it. I think I should play probably the next. I think that's the next version. Would be spaceship.
Matthew Bonvillian tipped $20. Hey, you
I'm
asked
sorry.
me to wait until the end of the Pisco debate, and I did.
Hey,
Cool,
hey,
me?
hey.
Hey, what's happening, brother?
Hey, I was on my way. I was coming. I see that you've been in here for an hour and a half. My bad. Yep, I was on my way. I was coming real quick.
I'm sure. I know that you remembered, and that was the first thing. I'm sure you were super hard about it.
Do not come.
Okay.
Yep.
There's only one thing that I just want. Like, I was pretty much on the same page with you, and with most of the people that have been circulating
Until
in
I
this
said
conversation.
murder all of the DSA.
Well, until you said murder all Jews. That's what really got me going.
That's
I remember you said that. I remember that. Yeah, and then at the same time you said that 311 was a real band, and I was like, man, this guy knows what's going on. So it's either
311. 311 is a real band.
yeah, and also murder all the Jews, right? Yeah.
All of the Jewry.
Sorry, that's probably too much. I'm sorry.
Demonetized. Thanks a lot. You're paying my monetization now. Well, yeah, I guess you just did, so never mind.
Okay, so how many times? No, okay, let's stop. There was one question that I had, because I think that you would probably agree with me. And I did watch. I'm such a nerd. I watched the Mouton Pisco debate, and then I watched your coverage of it, but I didn't watch the beginning of your coverage. Do you think that there's like an existential crisis of DSA in the same way that Mouton believes that there's a crisis, like an identity crisis?
Yes, I'm more so. I think that, again, I've said this a bunch of times. I feel like the majority of people, even Destiny, I think most of these people are just really bad at making the case, and I don't think they have enough like information. It's a little wild to me that they're even taking the position with the lack of information that they have on this whole thing, but they do. I do believe that is the case. I do believe that the DSA is a real threat that should be taken seriously.
No, I believe that's true as well. But my question is, because the weird smokescreen that I think is put up is that people will say, well, are they taking over the party right now? Like, are they going to get 20 seats? Are they going to get to 30 seats? Do you think that that's
No.
the
right
threat?
now? What do you mean, like in the midterms?
Well, in the midterms and in the next election in like 10 years, do you think that they'll get there, or do you think that are you talking about like the slow play, like that they'll eventually take over the party? Do you think that that's what?
Yes,
they...
the slow play. I think that. So, do you know the difference between the dirty break? Do you know what the dirty break thought process is?
Yes, I know exactly what it is.
Okay, so that is like the whole game plan. That is the majority of DSA peoples in DSA like groups. That's what their plan is. That's the goal, right? So yes, like the whole point would be to stop it from the beginning, not like, hey, let's wait until they have 60 fucking seats in the House and then we'll worry about this. Like that's it's a little late at that point.
Yeah, well, and just to be clear, I completely agree with you, and I think that maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I haven't watched enough, which I feel like I'm way too online for also having a full-time job. But I think that I've seen enough to where the point has not been made that they don't have to take over our party in order for that to be a thing. And that's what scares me, or not scares me, but that's what annoys me about these conversations, is that they don't have to have 60 seats. They can have 10 seats. And if whether or not they're successful in taking over the party doesn't really matter if they take over enough seats that it depresses Democratic voters or Democratic support.
Yeah, that the
where
moderates are start like in purple states, the moderates will look like they agree with the socialists and the crazies, and then the moderate candidates in the purple states won't win either. And so, about like what I'm more afraid of is like the actual takeover. Like I think what you're talking about, that's already happening now. Like that's right now we're dealing that with that currently. But the thing that I feel like is like so simplistic, so fucking easy. Like a lot of people are like, Tom, it's so far out there, and like they would have to do so much, and all this is so far away. Like literally, it's as simple as AOC runs for president, she wins, and then as an incumbent, the next year she runs as the fucking DSA candidate, like as a DSA party, and that's that. Like that is now there's a two-party system, Republicans and DSA. Like that is how simplistic it works. That's how parties change. That's how things flip. Is in the AOC is the person who could do it. So it's that is not like a far-fetched idea. That's
and
one
so
aspect.
I wonder,
Again, so yeah, go ahead.
I wonder real quick about that, because I could see that. So, but the groundswell for that would be like a new sort of politics, I think it sounds like. So it's not like Republicans versus Democrats. It's not conservative versus liberals. That's like a populist versus whatever else. That would be the groundswell of that support, right? Because you've got populists on the right, you've got populists on the left. Is that where that groundswell of support would come from for AOC to run as president and then break off and do the dirty break?
No, I don't. AOC, I don't think is gonna appeal to right-wing populists. She does appeal to like independent populists, but not right-wing populists. So I don't think that, if that's what you mean by that, I don't think that she's.
Well, no, I'm asking you. I don't mean anything. So
I think it would be like a left-wing populist coalition. Yeah, the like independent populists would definitely like her as well.
Well, I mean, I agree, and trust me, I was on the front lines. To take Moot's analogy, I was on the front lines. I was in the trenches fighting against these fucking guys, and I think that killing the baby in the crib thing was something that I was sticking on early on before it was popular, and I got hammered by Josiah and Pisco for it. The idea that like that we could kill that idea in the crib right now is important. But if you're saying, well, we're kind of past that already, then the only reason why we would be past that is because there's a populist groundswell of support for any candidate who is not the establishment. And so the shift that I think that you're talking about might have some like populism naturally ingrained in that political shift. Or am I like super off base from what you were talking about?
I mean, that could be it. Like, you're just like, that's a little bit different if you're talking about what the fear is versus like what the prescription would be. Am I understanding your question correctly? Like, you're saying like what the solution would be to stop something like this versus.
Well, I feel like nobody can really agree on the analysis at this point. Still,
I'm just trying to ask you what your question is right now.
Okay. Let me think about it.
Do you know what your question is?
I apologize for the dead air. I think that if there is going to be a major political shift from like the Democratic establishment to a DSA type insurgency, then that can't happen on its own. It can't just be moderate Democrats versus DSA. There has to be some sort of populist substrate that connects regular Democrats or Democratic Socialists or Social Democrats to this DSA party that I believe does want to stab us in the back, that I believe
That's
is
not.
parasitic.
Hold on, wait. That's not true. That's not true at all. The Donald Trump in 2016 only had support of about like 23 to 27% of the Republican Party, but he was running against 15 other candidates. He was one of 16 candidates in the 2016 election. Because they had so many people in the primaries, he only needed about 25% of the electorate. Then you have 15 other candidates who are all pretty much the same person. They're all GOP style neocon sorts of people who are starting to blend in like a little bits of Tea Party talking points here and there, but they're still mostly neocon style Republicans. You have one Donald Trump versus 15 George Bushes. And the George Bush vote is split up 15 different directions. Donald Trump's vote is concentrated in one vote. So Donald Trump is easily able to take that primary because he has 23% of the fucking vote, right? You're talking about this as though you have to have the support of the majority of the Democrat Party in order to win in the primaries, and that's just not the case. You don't have to have the support of the majority. You have to have the support of the plurality.
Plurality, yeah. That's true. I agree with that, but I just don't.
Because I'm right.
Well, yeah,
You're
I do
welcome.
think that you're right. I think, and I also think that I've been raped. No, no, so here's okay. No, so no, that's actually completely true. So, if the DSA, that was the original point that I was trying to make. Thank you for bringing me back to this, Tom. They don't even have to win
in order to win.
They just need to have not even a plurality. They can have even they could be the spoilers that take the wind out of the Democratic sails, that take the concentration of votes out of the Democratic Party.
Yeah,
that
sure.
is looking to take on.
Well, that's kind of what's
Trump.
happening, I think, in I think it's Michigan, I believe. The
Stevens and Sayed?
Is it, yes, I think it's El Sayed, who is like currently polling shows that he just does not have a chance in the general election. But Stevens does. Stevens is like favored to win in the general election, whereas he's not. He doesn't seem to have much of a chance in the general. And so as long as he wins the primaries and he goes on to the general, yeah, like Democrats are already fucked in that state. Like that's the Republicans won there.
So, but I think that he is polling ahead in the primary, right?
I believe so, yes. Last I checked, yeah.
By 15 points? I mean, this is a random thing that I looked up, but so that's bad.
But this is why I keep talking about the fact that like people really need to recognize the independents are the plurality of voters right now. And I'll admit, like, I don't always say this in the best way. So while independents are the plurality right now of the voting bloc. So you have Democrat voters that are about 32%. You got Republican voters about 32%. And then you got independent voters about 45%, okay? These two, this bloc, this independent bloc, is not all centrist people. But again, the plurality is centrist people. So now within these independents, 45% are centrist. And then you got again about, I think the larger portion is like, it's like maybe 37% are left-wing independents and like 27% right-wing independents, somewhere around there. But so of the independents, the plurality are centrist independents. And so that makes a big difference. A lot of times when I talk about the independents, the reason I say this in a confusing way is because a lot of times I will refer to the independents as the centrists, which isn't technically true. It's like the majority of them are not centrist, but the plurality is. And so this is where things become like really difficult, is that when you get to the independent people, the ones who are going to make the bigger difference are the centrist independents, and those are the ones that like have to, I feel like we have to, you know, really pay attention to.
Can I ask you a question about that?
You can try.
Is your analysis based on a left versus right axis?
What do you mean? What analysis?
No,
Applying to
axis,
what?
not analysis. Is it on an axis of left versus right?
What analysis is applying to this axis? What are we talking about?
So, like for let's say MAGA
For
Trump,
the independents, or
yeah, no, the independents. Yes, the gettable votes that you're talking about, that we should focus on.
Yeah, Republican
What
or
axis do
Democrat,
you think
left
they're
or
voting on?
right.
Yes.
The independents aren't voting on left or right. That's the whole point of like so okay, so the reason that I'm splitting this up is because when it comes to independents who are on the left, most of those independents who say like I'm staunchly left but I'm an independent, those people are normally far left, right? They're so far left that like the Democrat Party is not anywhere close to like good enough for them to vote for. Like Mom Donnie is a fucking establishment shill, right? So for most of, like a lot of those people, they're independent, not Democrats. They're independents because there isn't a party that's close enough for them. Whereas the centrist independents are normally swing voters. These are people who will vote either direction, just whichever side appeals to them most. That's the side that they'll vote for.
Okay.
Does that answer your question? I'm
say,
not really understanding.
Yeah,
it.
yes.
Hoping
No,
that-
it does.
okay.
It does. No, it absolutely does. So what I would introduce is a third axis of populism. And it seems like a lot of these...
part of that, though.
No, I would say that's a third axis. So there's left
not,
and there's
though.
right, and then there's populism, and then there's...
It's not, though. So again, that applies to the centrist, what we would call centrist independence. I don't really believe that populists can be centrist, but the way that people think about these things colloquially, like they will consider themselves centrist as populists, and I'm saying that those people are the ones who are saying, yes, I'm willing to vote for either side. But it doesn't matter. This is the way that the polling works, so that's what we have to deal with.
What?
That's the way that the people are polled. Like when we're looking at the polling, this is the way that we're kind of able to aggregate like the different groups. You're telling me there's a lot of people who are populists as well. Yes, those are the people. A lot of the people that we're talking about here are also populists. Like they're not a separate group. They're just parts. They are parts of the groups that we just talked about.
Well, I mean, how much like realistic data could you get from a populist?
I mean,
Like,
can you tell me where you're going with this? Like John
Yeah.
Ossoff is like the one who brings everybody together under the populist banner, or like where are you going?
Well, I'm saying that populism is introducing this third dimension, which a lot of people are falling into, which is causing a lot of this confusion.
Yeah.
And so it cannot be analyzed on a 2D plane.
But there are right-wing populists and left-wing populists. You're making it sound like populism.
Are
is
you
just
sure?
a
Are you
third
sure?
thing.
Because
Yes.
we got Marjorie Taylor Greene, Cenk Uygur, we got Tucker Carlson, we got Kyle Kalinske, we got all these people that seem to be collecting at the bottom in this populist cauldron that is not on the same plane of like the rational, reasonable politics that we're usually or that we're used to talking about.
I don't think that anybody actually really thinks that way. Like, I don't think, while I understand that those people are doing this for content creation, I think it's for content creation. I think that they're trying to get as many eyes on their content, so they're trying to appeal to as many people as possible. In reality, I don't think anybody's going to sit there and be like, well, I am a left-wing populist, but I'll vote for Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's calling all of the fucking immigrants coming over the border terrorists and saying that Ilhan Omar is a fucking, you know, jihadist. And like, that's not going to fucking happen. And it's the same for the other side as well.
Well, how come all of a sudden your left-wing populist knows that they're a left-wing populist and also knows everything that Marjorie Taylor Greene has ever said? Wouldn't they just say, well, this person is saying that corporations are bad, and I'm on the left, and I agree with that?
Because there's too many other things that matter to them. Just in the same way that the right-wing populists are not going to vote for the fucking, you know, trans-loving people who want someone to rape their daughter in the bathroom. Like, they are also not going to vote for the left-wing populists. This is a staunch part of their platforms that people like Cenk and Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene and a lot of these people are, for the time being, for right now, they are choosing to ignore those things as though they aren't important things to people when it comes time to vote. Like, but they are. They may not be the deciding factor, but they are. That's the things that I'm mentioning are like one aspect of entire differing ideologies overall. Marjorie Taylor Greene still wants like very Christian nationalist sorts of policies that lefties are not going to fucking vote for. They're just not. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, but if she says like we should stop sending aid to Israel, do you know how many like left-wing populists would overlook that?
How many of them I don't think they would. I don't think they would. I think if Donald Trump in 2024 said that he wanted to stop sending aid to Israel, and Kamala Harris was still in favor of sending. I didn't say you did. If he said that he wanted to stop sending aid to Israel, and Kamala Harris said that she wanted to keep sending aid to Israel, I don't think leftists are now turning around and voting for Donald Trump at high rates. I don't think that's a thing.
I'm not sure I agree with that, but okay. I do think that there is like a paradigm shift that is happening, and I don't think.
But you understand that like these are being called out by like the main fucking leaders, like the people like Hassan Piker, AOC, like tons of people are calling out dumb fucks like Cenk Uygur, like the Majority Report, and yes.
What was the last time AOC called out Cenk Uygur?
She literally posted how stupid it was that they were whitewashing Marjorie Taylor Greene and that she was still this horrible fucking person.
Okay,
and then she also got into it with Anna
Kasparian. Called out Cenk Uygur.
It doesn't. Okay, I'm sorry. She doesn't have to specifically call out Cenk Uygur. She might have, but that doesn't make a difference in what it is that I'm addressing right now. That's tangential to the point that I'm making.
You think that it's still a binary left versus right showdown?
Yes. Right-wing populism and left-wing populism are very different things. Right-wing populism is generally concerned with cultural issues. They are mostly concerned with culture, with like the immigrants coming in, with the trans people, with LGBTQ issues, with shit, you know, like Antifa. The right-wing populism is very concerned with culture issues, whereas left-wing populism is concerned with economic issues. These are very different concerns that they have.
But do you see how both are detrimental to the Democratic Party
Yes,
in
why?
very similar ways?
Yeah, of course. Populism is detrimental, of course.
Yeah, but you have people on the left giving credence to people on the right, and the common cause is populism.
But I'm sorry, again, it's not, you can't just dumb everything down to populism. It's like saying, like, dude, both sides are talking about politics. They're both helping each other because they both talk about politics.
I don't think that's true. I think that there's a general unrest and a general antipathy towards.
I agree with that, but they're not the same. Like, even when they're both sides, so like the populists on both sides are really upset with Epstein.
Do you mean the descriptions
I mean that
are
they're
not the same, or do you mean the prescriptions are not the same?
Both. So like, when it comes to Epstein, the people who are upset with Epstein on the left are upset with the amount of power that he had, with the amount of influence that he had, with the ways that he spent his money, with the things that he was able to do with that money, and the way that he was able to coerce people with that money, the people that he was, the other big names that he was able to associate with and gain more influence with those people. Whereas the right-wingers are upset with, like, the fact that he was bringing in pedophilia and fucking drinking the blood of babies, and that he was pushing for pro-LGBTQ issues, that he was a Democrat who was helping Democrats and injecting his ideas into the Democrat Party. And
hold on, who popularized the term Epstein class?
Popularized it?
Yeah.
It was fuck, I forget his name, but the like Indian populist guy, and I forget his name, but the
Indian guy,
Ro Khanna.
Ro Khanna popularized Epstein class. That's a Democrat, right?
Yes.
Okay. Who forwarded that narrative? Who extensively covered that deeply? Well, I'll tell you. I'm not, it's not a popular.
John Ossoff was like the person who really.
Yes. John Ossoff also did. Yes. And so did Kyle Kalinske. So we have these people that are reducing these things to classes and
left-wing people. Left-wing people are talking about class. Yes, it's economic. Yes, it's class. Correct.
Okay, what do you think? Hold on. What do you think the Republicans were doing when they were trying to pin the Epsteins on Democrats?
That they're pedophiles.
Do you think that... Wait. What is the difference to you?
Between being rich and being a pedophile?
Well, no. Between the diatribe you just gave me about...
Culture and economics.
Yes.
That's the difference.
Oh, that is the difference.
Yes. Right-wing populism is worried about culture. Left-wing populism is worried about economics. So when the left-wingers say the Epstein class, they're making it class-based. It's about class.
Isn't that just as damaging as making it about culture?
You're not. I don't know why you keep doing this. Okay, we're talking
I'm
about
sorry.
right now
I know that
as to
was
whether
I know
or
that was
not
pivot,
these two groups are coming together, and then you keep moving to but doesn't this hurt the Democrats? Yes, populism hurts the Democrats. We already agree on this. We're talking about whether or not we can have some red shirt, brown shirt alliance here, and I don't think so. Like,
So
you know that there was a group called Communists for Trump in 2024.
Was there really? I would love to
Yes.
learn about that. Communists for Trump?
Yeah.
At least they were honest. Holy shit.
Some of them are people that we know from this group. There was
a piece about it on CNN, and there were Twitch
Jackson
poll
Hinkle?
types of Jackson Hinkle, I believe, was one of the people associated with them. Yes. There was a Freddie. Freddie, are you here? Who was the guy that used to always go on like Chud Logic stream and used to be on the fucking panels all the time? Fucking crazy ass dude. No, it wasn't Haas. It wasn't Haas. It wasn't Haas. Yeah, no. He might have voted for Trump. I don't think so though. I think both Hinkle and Haas I think they might have voted for him in like 2020 or something like that. I don't.
Okay, but hold on. Isn't this? I feel like this, and this, just to be clear, this is not a debate. I feel like this does buttress my concerns, though, that Jackson Hinkle and Hazeldin ended up essentially being communist for Trump, and they're crazy. And we should.
I don't know why there's people in chat saying they're not communists. They are like the quintessential Nazbols.
Yeah,
dude. I don't know what you're talking about. They are straight Nazbols. Yes, these are poster boy Nazbols.
Has nightmares about these guys because they are so much stronger than him.
Yes, they are. Well, I mean, I don't know about stronger, like, but they're like,
bro, they're literally riding on tanks. They could ride a tank up to his house and
they are like the centrists of the fucking horseshoe. Like, they're so far back around that they are in the middle of the other side of the fucking horseshoe.
This is literally the fascist communist, like, tips touching.
Nazbol is not a word. What do you mean it's not a word?
What do you mean? It's National Bolsheviks. What are you talking about?
Yes, it's a fucking. What do you mean it's not a word?
It's nationalism and communism. It's the worst of both parties. Sorry.
Yeah, Nazbol, short for National Bolshevik, is a follower of a political movement that mixes extreme nationalism with communist or Bolshevik state ideas.
Yes.
If you don't know who the Bolsheviks are and that they're communists, that's something you can take some time to look into. But anyways, go ahead. So what are we talking about here? I don't think that, like, while those people exist, they are such a small irrelevant group. You had never even heard of them.
Yes.
And I'm not bringing them up as like any relevance or any difference maker. There's not enough communists who want to vote for somebody like Trump.
I agree with you, actually. I totally agree with you on all those points. However, all you need are enough detractors to depress the vote, to deflate the party, to make it to where the Democratic Party falters or falls. And that's all they care about. So they're happy to go on. So, like, all these very highly publicized Fox News interviews, they're happy to go on those, and they're happy to say dumb shit. Even if they look stupid, they still win. Because the goal isn't necessarily to take over the party. It's just to make Democrats fucking lose. And so I
don't agree with that. I think they actually want to win. I think that they are trying to gain prominence and gain more people. They're trying.
I agree. I do agree that ultimately that's what they would like to do. But I think that I feel like, especially if they're employing strategies like a dirty break, I feel like
you're trying to make it sound like they're just a psyop, and they're not. Like they are in effect a psyop, but they're not. Like, they're not just here just to make the Democrats look bad. I don't even think that's like a part of their goal is to make Democrats look bad by calling them out, but they're not trying to make Democrats look bad by being too extreme to where they're like making the party stigmatized in some way.
Well, hold on 1 second. Hold on. Not make the Democrats look bad, or not make their own party look bad? which they cannot participate in because unfortunately we have a two-party first past the post system.
Well, they are. What do you mean? They are running in the Democrat Party.
They have to, and that's unfortunate. Well,
I don't know what that has to
actually,
do with what we're talking about. I'm
Well-
saying that they're running in the Democrat Party, that they are running as Democrats. They look bad when they say these things, and that is, in effect, making the Democrats look bad. But their goal isn't to make the Democrats look bad by being extreme. Their goal is to make the Democrats look bad by the Democrats not being extreme enough. That, like, their goal is the opposite. In effect, they might. I don't. What is the point? Where are we going? I'm not.
Well, allow me to answer. I would love to tell you.
Okay.
So, it's okay to them. It's okay. They're okay with the Democrats looking bad either way. So any way that this turns out, they're okay with it. They can either accept a maximalist position where they say, you know what? Yes, I do want to dissolve the Senate, and I want to dissolve the Supreme Court, and I want to dissolve prisons. And like, we all know that's crazy. That looks really bad for Democrats, especially since they're running as Democrats, but they don't care because they're not Democrats. Okay.
Well,
so they could.
Okay.
Okay. What do you mean? Well?
Okay. No, go ahead.
All right. So they could also do the Zoram Mamdani route where they say, you know what? Actually, I think that we shouldn't say that America deserved 9/11. I'm running for mayor of New York. I want to do socialist stuff, but I want to show you what socialist means, and it means that, like, covering up potholes. And then he does that, and but his policies don't really line up with whatever. But he calls it socialism, and he is super popular. And then he allows other people into the party through his kingmaker status.
Yes, this is what I've been calling the socialist pipeline. Like, they're normalizing the term socialism, trying to make it sound like socialism is just when the government does stuff. So when the government is when socialism is when they cover potholes. Socialism is when the trash gets taken on time, or when you have healthcare or whatever. Policing is socialism. Like, they're trying to make socialism sound like all these other things so that they can normalize the term socialism. And then over time, as they normalize the term socialism, the real socialists are able to come in and continue getting elected, and then do more radical types of socialist
and just to be clear, what they want to do is keep promising other people free things and nice things and great things and only good things, and they get elected, and then keep going.
You talking to me? I didn't say anything.
Yeah. Well, no. Do you feel hamstrung because I said they came into your democratic ideal, and they just started promising free things, and you're like, what are you fucking talking about? I don't even know how to continue the sentence, because that's what it sounds like the DSA is doing to the Democratic Party.
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think we agree on that.
Okay.
So now let's disagree about it.
Well,
I'm kidding. It just seems like, I guess the last thing, and I know that I'm annoying you and your audience. The last thing that I want to impart, and I just want to be clear, is that it doesn't matter whether the DSA actually takes over the Democratic Party. And and that's not their goal. The goal is to destabilize the Democratic Party, and they would be willing to do that through the destruction of the Democratic Party via a fascist party like MAGA. And then they think they can come in and they can pick up the ashes and they can do their whole communist revolution. And so those people should not be invited into our tent. They should not be invited into our coalition. They should not be in our trenches. They should not be participating with us because they are against us and they're looking to stab us in the back. So we should also look out for that while we're fighting MAGA.
I'm convinced. You got me. All right, I'm anti-DSA now.
My man.
You win. What the fuck just happened? Did he just leave? He just fucking left. Okay. Holy shit, dude. I'm so fucking confused. I keep picking up a bunch of items. It says I have enough items. Then after I get those items, then it says I don't have enough items. I don't know what's going on. Like, it keeps changing whether or not I have enough. It said I needed 2.6 thousand plastic bars. I got a bunch of them. Then it said I didn't need any more. Okay, cool, I got them. And then now it says I need more again. I don't know what's happening. I just got all of this fucking copper. It says I have enough copper. Now it says I don't have enough again. I don't... What the fuck is going on? Alright, Joel, Debating Destiny. Let's go. I don't know. Like, I think... I disagree with him generally on... Like, he's saying that, like, their goal is to, you know, just come in and be crazy to make the Democrats look bad. I disagree with that. I don't think that's their goal. I think that is in effect what they're doing. Their goal is to destabilize the Democrat Party and make them look bad enough to where they're able to win more seats in the future. But if they're doing that by making themselves look bad, they're not going to be able to win more seats and win more power. Like, they can't do both of those things. So they're contradicting goals. We can't say that, hey, they're trying to take our seats by making everybody hate them, so that in turn they hate the Democrat Party, and then if they hate the Democrat Party because they hate them, then they'll be able to win more elections. No, I don't think that's like... But I do believe that, yes, they are obviously their goal is to take over the Democrat Party, and that, like, they're not... it would be weird to be, like, welcoming in a group that is pretty overt in the fact that they want to take over your fucking party. So.
Influence in that primary. So is everybody who criticizes like AIPAC in that sense going to be leaning into anti-Semitism?
For the Michigan race or in general?
Yeah, because I think you commented on Pisco's defense of El Sayed. I
don't even remember what the context of my comment was exactly. For the outside spending, because I'm too lazy to look this up right now. Is this like, this is including independent expenditures? I'm assuming, yeah.
It includes every C4. It includes like the United Democracy PAC from that AIPAC funnels money through, and like the energy PACs as well. So yeah, pretty much every outside PAC C4.
I guess I just feel the obsession, the singularly focused obsessive point about AIPAC, combined with, like, people love to throw around that Israel comes to me in my dreams line over and over again, combined with the national conversation going on. It kind of feels like I've been, like, gaslit into some area where in order for a thing to be anti-Semitism, you have to say, fuck Jewish people. Otherwise, if you don't say that, everything else is clear. Like everything else is, like, above board. I don't know, it feels pretty weird to me, but...
How do you make sure your group doesn't become, like your political group, doesn't become too horny or too thorny to outsiders who are like, you know, maybe they join DSA or a progressive group and they say, they think it's Bernie Sanders and Mamdani, and they don't see the anti-Semitic elements that you see. But they see El Sayed being outspent 70-1. And regardless if you think like money in politics has a huge impact, that's a pretty big difference in outside money. And the fact that Stevens is still down in Michigan is probably a bad testament to the quality of candidate she is as well, in my opinion, if she has such big backing and she can't really compete with El Sayed. But when we like say it's anti-Semitic instantly when you complain about AIPAC, and AIPAC spends $45 million, I feel like shit, if AIPAC and big donors don't want to be the focus of progressives, and if big money does not influence politics as much as like you, because I've heard you say before you don't think it influences it that much. And I think with like Tom Steyer, we've seen it's not going to help you win a race. It might help you get like a AstroTurf campaign. But if it doesn't influence politics that much, then AIPAC should stop spending money on races like this if it's not going to impact it. Then when progressives complain about AIPAC, if AIPAC spends $0 on a race, how could they even, you know?
It's
it helps races. It's not as impactful as people make it out to be. Like, but I don't think anybody would deny that like money in elections is beneficial. That's why everybody wants more money. That's why everybody's trying to get money, is because it gives them more resources. But more resources by itself isn't enough. Like, Bernie Sanders outspent, I think it was Hillary Clinton by a good amount, and still wasn't able to beat her. So there's pretty big, like, I think that a lot of people feel like as long as you make more money than the opposition, then you're gonna win. And yeah, a lot of people just have like very reductive views when it comes to money. So I'm sure when you're pushing back against that, it can come off like you just don't think it matters at all. But I doubt Destiny would even say that it doesn't matter at all.
How could Progressive even attack them then?
So is the argument that AIPAC shouldn't spend money anymore because it would take that talking point from people criticizing them? I mean, I guess the question is, fuck me. Okay, I don't have the numbers in front of me. Okay, okay, I'm turning my brain on to 100%, or at least 80%. When we say that AIPAC has spent 30 million, 40 million outside dollars, is this actually AIPAC, or is this like a combination of PACs that people have all labeled as part of AIPAC or something? Because I've noticed that the track AIPAC thing gets a little bit goofy.
Yes, the track AIPAC thing is horrifically wrong. Like, it's not a little bit goofy. It is straight up fucking insane in how fucked up it is. Tom, you know right-wingers are putting their full shows in front of other people on YouTube as ads. Where's your full content as ads? This is how they run subs/signups. I've done it before. I've done it before. I had some stuff that I ran like as ads, but I did it one time, and I just didn't get much from it. I didn't get much from it at all, and didn't seem very beneficial at the time. I could look into it again and see, but currently, yeah. Currently, but I don't think it's all that great of an idea.
Sometimes, and I'll see like people will talk about, well, these are AIPAC aligned packs, and there'll be packs that aren't actually related at all, but because.
Just to be clear, lots of those right-wing channels, they get paid based on how many people watch their show. They get paid for views from outside advertisers. So if I get paid like $10 for every 1,000 views from like Big Oil or something like that, right? $10 for every 1,000 views. And I can go and spend $1 for 1,000 views through YouTube ads. I'm able to just jump that money up drastically just by putting it through ads, to where whether the people watch or not isn't all that important. I'm getting the analytics that'll up my ad revenue from outside sources. So there's a lot of like different reasons that people might use that path that wouldn't be beneficial to somebody like me, because I'm brought to you by viewers like you.
Because they have some similar interests, or because, you know, AIPAC people have donated from one to the other, they consider all of it AIPAC. It starts to feel like, because Jewish people in the United States have a large enough political presence, you can basically say all money is AIPAC money if you're willing to be flexible enough on your definition. If Abdul focused like on outside spending for races, which, as much as it might be happening here, I don't believe that's super unique to Senate races. I know that for the runoffs for Warnock and Ossoff, there was a ton. I might be making this up, but I feel like there was up to $1 billion in outside spending for those 2 Senate seats. It was a fucking huge amount of money. And I'm sure this happens in other Senate seats. Like, I bet Plattner raised a ton of money outside of Maine, would be my guess. Just because a lot of these candidates get popular. I know AOC has raised a lot of money outside of her district. So, yeah, I would be curious how much of this 30, 40 million or whatever, how much of this is like actually AIPAC money versus like independent expenditures outside stuff that everybody's just calling AIPAC. Because the weird thing to me, sorry, just to wrap that up, the weird thing for me is just the obsessive focus on AIPAC. If it was just outside spending or whatever, it'd be a little bit different, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't like people using Zion, like really digging into the Z and Zionist as a slur. I'm definitely not into that. But the pack to look into is the United Democracy Project. So that one, this is from July 30th from Mother Jones. I know people don't like that source for a lot of things, but the spending at that point was $30 million on July 15th reported, and now I believe the number is up to the 45 million from that one pack alone, which is considered a pro-Israel super PAC affiliated with AIPAC. I've heard some people say it's one of those branches they use to like conceal that it's actual, Israeli money going into the Democratic Party by saying it's United Democracy or saying it's like black women for Democrats or whatever, and concealing it. But that is the one pack that is the main focus here. And I wouldn't say that it's going to buy Haley Stevens the race against Abdul, but I would say that it gave her a huge edge over forcing. And I know Hutch talked about this a lot. He interviewed McMorrow. All that funding forced McMorrow out of the race, in my opinion, who's a far better candidate than Stevens, who's like a train wreck. So I think that AIPAC in this scenario actually screwed over our chance to have a real competitor to Abdul because they funded Haley Stevens to such an extent that McMorrow had to just drop out because her numbers were so low.
Why do we think that? Why are we assuming that McMorrow was the better candidate?
I assume she's the better candidate because the electorate in these Democratic primaries, especially in Michigan, wanted a more progressive option, in my opinion. And Haley Stevens, for example, she's the one that went outside the ICE facility, or she went to survey one, and she came out and said, there are wonderful public servants in there. I'm very happy to see a large female presence. And she said nothing else about it. And she's been against doing things like getting rid of the filibuster. She did get more aggressive on those positions for this primary. She's also very bad at presenting herself. Her ads are very corny. She answered questions in the debate with, I'm endorsed by Barack Obama, and you can see videos of her running up to black people and being like, hey guys, Obama likes me, Obama likes me. She can't even really campaign on her own regard, in my opinion. And I mean, it's it's obviously subjective.
Sure, yeah, because I guess because my question that I'm getting to here is that in a way I agree with you. I mean, I like McMorrow. I like her a lot over Stevens. But I guess I'm curious why it just seemed like McMorrow was not able to get anywhere in the polling. So I mean, as much as I might have liked her, apparently people in Michigan feel differently. I know there's complicated issues around signaling related to immigration stuff. You mentioned visiting an ICE facility, and I know that there are a lot of problems that we have with ICE right now, but there's also a lot of problems with the whole defund the police and abolish ICE movement that leaves some citizens feeling like, oh, this person doesn't want to do any kind of immigration or legal enforcement at all, and they're kind of radical. So the signaling on that from the Democratic side is kind of difficult. Yeah, I don't know.
I would argue that I'd rather, in this political climate, and this is probably the meat of the conversation about DSA, and I guess I could just get into my view of DSA and why I think your approach is lackluster in terms of providing an off-ramp to those who join DSA, thinking it's like a Bernie Mamdani club. So the DSA might be healthy for Democrats in terms of, one, I think they provide good competition for Democrats who usually feel pretty safe. They do win in these seats that have 34-year incumbents or very flawed candidates like an Andrew Cuomo, or like a Janet Mills, who didn't even really campaign versus Plattner. She was down 40 points, gave up right away. She didn't even want to run. Janet Mills forced out other moderate candidates. So you have progressives finding someone who could be a very presentable, powerful speaker, and meanwhile, the so-called establishment just has a Chuck Schumer calling whoever's in his phone book, and that turns out to be Janet Mills, who's not even not even wanting to really run. So having to dig in deeper than just being anti-Trump as a Democratic Party, and when they say we want fully closed borders, having to advocate against that, I think can be healthy to provide our affirmative position for it. And it's hard to avoid this problem. I think DSA eventually, which I don't know if anyone would really agree with me right now, but I think DSA can end up leading to an overall higher youth turnout for Democrats in general. So in the New York City mayoral primary, which is it's a rare occurrence that happened there, but voters 18 to 29 turned out at 3 times the rate for this mayoral primary than they did in 2020.
So I think Joa said going into this that he doesn't think Destiny knows anything about primaries. He said that Destiny is totally unaware of the primaries, and so far right here it sounds like his goal was to kind of try to, because I had this debate with Joel last night about the DSA, and it sounded like for the most part the points that I made as far as why the DSA is actually why we should be afraid of the DSA, it seemed like he was mostly convinced by that, or at least didn't have the arguments at the time to combat it. And so it feels like he decided to go a different route in this one and focus on the primary candidates for for the DSA and make the case there, because that's where Destiny would have a lot less information, I believe.
And 2/3 of all new voter registrations in New York were people under 30. I think DSA is casting a very wide net and kind of showing some Democrats how to message on a basis that can be popular with younger people. And I do think that many of the DSA are going to split off. So calling them like a cancer growing in the party, calling them like communists who are trying to infiltrate us.
Yeah, this was Joel's like major issue with what Destiny said, was that he called them a cancer.
I don't want random ass DSA members saying that, because we're talking about them in that way when we really mean the national party sucks and we turn away possible allies in the future.
So there's a world where I agree with you 100%. Like, I think so. In a perfect world, the way this would work is you would have this DSA thing come up. You would see them start to butt heads with the kind of like the moderate Democratic Party. The moderate Democratic Party would start to see losses in areas where, for reasons I don't understand, they back insane, stupid choices like Cuomo or Mills, or just people that I guess like we should realize is probably not good. And the DSA is kind of like exposing those flaws, and then there's some kind of like, like some kind of like thesis, antithesis, synthesis, or whatever, where it's like, okay, well, we're going to adopt some of their messaging or some of their ideas, and you kind of have this like coming together of the DSA in a way being a
capitalists love competition. I think the way that we're talking about the DSA would be more akin to like insider trading than any sort of like free enterprise. The main issue again that we have is with the media that exists and the amount of misinformation that's coming from the media. So when we're pointing at all of these fucking issues that are currently around, and the fact that we feel like a lot of people are putting out tons of misinformation about Democrat politicians, voters do not have the correct information while they're going in to vote, or when they're going into polling stations. So they're not making educated decisions. And so just saying like, oh, capitalists, they love competition. Nobody here is having an issue with competition. We have an issue with the amount of misinformation that exists.
Making the entire Democratic wing stronger. I guess my two big issues right now, my two big scary things right now for why I don't like the things that are happening, is that one, I do think there are a lot of DSA leaders that don't view themselves.
Like it would be the same for like MAGA, right? Like MAGA Republicans, they all just were force-fed tons of misinformation about Trump the entire time. It would be the same for like tons of like hardcore pro-Israel people who are fed tons of misinformation all the time. Like if you're only being given negative stuff and none of the positives, and then on top of that there's a bunch of just false negative information that's also just pulled out of their asses, a principled party and principled people can't compete with that. Like, if they're not willing to lie, they're not just going to make up shit to beat the other side. It's hard to compete in those arenas.
There's like people in the Democratic Party who are trying to push the Democratic Party in a better direction. I view them as like malicious and subversive actors. So that's one part that bothers me a lot. And then the second part is the Democratic Party seems at the moment, and when I say Democratic Party, I mean from leadership down to the media, seems unable or unwilling to confront or engage with that reality. So what happens is we end up in a weird world where some of the party leadership is kind of like out of touch or doesn't know how to meet the moment. The other people that are more in touch are too scared to say anything about this like subversive element in the Democratic Party. And then as that goes on, like I only see that as turning out poorly for Democrats, I guess. Yeah, would be my broad thoughts. As far as like when you say like people that join the DSA, like these people aren't all cancer or whatever, I think I've said this a million times. Like even for Hassan's audience, like 90% of them are probably close to what like a bog standard progressive would be. Like I don't think they're like ultra socialist tankies, commies or whatever. I agree with that, but I just the leadership and the leadership and the leader figures I think are very intentionally subversive people. And it bothers me that nobody is able to tango with that, because I feel like they can just take over the party in a very bad way.
Well, okay, so like, what is how does what you're saying right now conflict with like Shervine, that one guy the other day that said he was a part of College Dems when he advocated for you still speaking at events and influencing Democrats to move away from being like DSA College Dems? Are you just saying you don't feel like using your time for that, or you think it's not like possible, or like is it
Well, when I look at like College Dems, that like this is part of my issue with this is part of my issue when I say I feel like the people aren't capable of having like a limiting principle on the more extremist elements on their side. So I feel like the College Dems, from everything I've seen and heard, there was an executive board that made a decision largely independent from the rest of these wings or chapters. And I mean, I would say, obviously it comes off as bias because I'm the affected party, but I would say it has a negative impact on, what a liberal Democrat should feel relating to the DSA, or not the DSA, related to the DCA, the Democratic, this event that happened. And if other chapters or wings don't like make a statement or do something about that, it just further demonstrates to me the idea that like, okay, well, these are people in the party who aren't able to limit kind of the more extremist wing of the party, and that's not good. Like that kind of stuff needs to kind of be pushed aside, and people that can take a better view of things, I think would be healthier. So like when I argue with Josiah or Pisco, for example, I think they're great when it comes to pushing on the right. I think they're great when it comes to their positions themselves, but their lack of ability to push against like the more extreme views are problematic, I would say. Like yeah, I can give a grounded example if you want, or you can go from that. Yeah.
I guess that does get into the prescription. So I had a question about Pisco and Josiah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think if you used the example of Josiah made a video that was really hard after Bill Maher, and you said he would never make that video about Crystal Ball or Kyle Kalinske. Do you think if Josiah or Pisco made videos like that about Crystal Ball, that they would ever be invited on Crystal and Kyle and Friends and like Breaking Points ever? Like, would they ever be invited again?
Ever again? Maybe. In the short term, probably not.
Okay. Yeah, because if the reality was they feel that they are a sensitive, political grouping, Breaking Points, Secular Talk, a few of the larger lefty channels, and Pisco can either make videos that are super hard after Crystal Ball and get like 1,000 views from people who are followers of you or followers of freaking Vosh or Hassan, get views from them, but he might sacrifice the opportunity. I'm pretty sure his appearances on Breaking Points have garnered over like 1 million views. So would you say it's worth it for Pisco to like? I know you call it sweeping, but do you think he's playing an inside game so he could be there to influence it, and maybe when Democrats are up for election, he can provide an off ramp to try and lead Kyle and Crystal to not? They have massive audiences; they're not going anywhere. Do you think he's trying to? Do you think he is in good faith trying to do that, or do you think he's like a useful idiot? Like, what do you think Pisco's trying to do there?
Well, I mean, those aren't exclusionary or exclusive to the right. Like, you can be good faith and a useful idiot, right? Definitionally, I think useful idiots don't know that they're being idiots. My assumption for Pisco, Josiah, I don't think is bad faith. Definitely not. I don't believe Pisco is. I don't know. I'm not at that point where I'm like, I think Pisco is is also like a subversive operator. I just, I don't know. It would take more to move me in that direction. But I think when I look at, okay, well, here's an issue. Okay, so obviously I'm familiar with this argument. I lived this argument for a long time with the Daily Wire people and the conservatives and everything else. Do you recognize, or do you agree with me that if you have this viewpoint of I need to reach out to them, so I need to play nice with them, understanding that these people will never play nice with me, do you acknowledge or do you agree that that's an exploitable algorithm?
I believe that, so like James Tellerico and John Ossoff, there are two candidates who use the term Epstein class. That was Graham Plattner and John Ossoff. And there's two candidates who use the term top versus bottom the most. That's Bernie Sanders and James Tellerico. And I do think there's going to be a group of the left that, the Hassan types that turn against them. But I think Tellerico and Ossoff are examples of possibly finding exploits by borrowing the rhetoric, doing some policies like some popular sounding policies, maybe, I don't know, stock buybacks or something that's relatively easy and popular with a broad, group of voters. I think there is a possible exploit somewhere there.
Or sorry, when I maybe I wasn't clear. When I say exploitable algorithm, what I mean is that you're setting yourself up to constantly be exploited by another party. They found like a loophole in your programming, and now they can always take advantage of you, and you have no way to respond. So, for instance, if I say like every time I go to your house, I can take a candy bar, but when you come to my house, I'm never going to give you a candy bar because you have like an open food policy, and I don't. It's like, okay, well that means that every single time I go to your house, I get to steal candy bars from you. I'm gonna get more food, It's a one-sided policy where basically you're creating a structure where, because we have to work with them, this is like the treadmill thing that I'm kind of talking about. We have to work with them, meaning we have to be nice to them. We can't be overly critical of them, but they are going to be as harsh as possible to us. And because we want access to their platform, we're going to have to play by this rule set. You're creating a structure to where.
Yeah. So this is the conversation that I ended up having with Joel last night. Is his whole kind of message was, if we want to convince these people to be part of our platform, we want to de-radicalize a lot of the more DSA ardent voters, the calling them cancers and calling them pieces of shit and calling them subversive and liars and all this, like, this is not the way to do it. And I kept saying, like, that doesn't really work. Like, doesn't mean much. Like, when it comes to, like, MAGA, you know, you saying that, like, we're calling them pieces of shit and all this, nobody's running around being like, stop calling MAGA fascists. Stop calling out Trump for the fucked up shit he's doing. This isn't the way to convert them. Like you, me, everybody, we're all, like, still debating these people and calling them out in the same ways because, like, we believe the things that we're saying. So at the end of the day, like, we're not going to stop because somebody thinks that it's, like, not going to be the most effective or most efficient way of calling them out. We're doing this because we think what we're saying is true. So we have to, nobody's gonna stop for the reasoning that you're giving.
They can infinitely shit on you and attack you, and then this could manifest in ways. So in the past, when I talk about this stuff, I'm always saying, like, well, this is stuff we have to worry about in the future. You know, this could come to fruition in this way and it'd be really bad. But I feel like now we've kind of moved past that and this has already happened. So, like, I would say that the end game for this would be, like, Kyle Kalinske and Hassan Piker and all these people not endorsing Kamala Harris, which is just insane to me. If that's the type of allies that we're now forced to work with, who can infinitely exploit your inability to criticize them, I feel like it's a losing strategy in the long term.
And I guess the issue is, what ability do we have to reach their audience when they are hypocritical? So, like, when Crystal Ball, on the very rigid issues, when it's very clear we have to dig our heels in. So Crystal Ball talking about Ukraine, and she basically does, like, insane Russian shit, like, every freaking day. Like, she blames Ukraine for trying to start World War III. She's even worse than the DSA platform, I feel like. Then Kyle still calls Putin a war criminal. He's very clear on, you know, which side is wrong. He doesn't do the same apologia. They are married. I wonder how they have that discussion in the bedroom. But then you have, like, Hassan, who did that, and it's so clever.
Wow, he's thinking about Kyle Kalinske and Crystal Ball in the bedroom? Weird, bro. He's a weirdo, dude. That's fucking awesome.
The way they do it, where he votes on camera, he doesn't say who he's voting for, so he has the ability in the future to claim he did, like, literally any action past that. And
I will say for that real quick, I read the text, so I didn't actually watch the video, but apparently he said to Donnie on CNN that he didn't support Harris in 2024. I think that's the first time he's, like, openly stated that.
Oh, okay.
But I didn't watch the video. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we have to. That comes out Sunday, I believe. But yeah, what is the ability to transfer that? And I've seen with and I've looked at Pisco's numbers because I was curious if it's working. After he goes on a Breaking Points episode where it has, like, 250,000 views on it, and Pisco's numbers do not move at all. He gets no extra followers on YouTube, no extra followers on Twitter. So it is a question of how much ability is there when Democrats are up for election? Can Josiah, can Pisco, can they really hold Kyle accountable when he says he would drag his bare raw balls over broken glass and magma to vote for Democrats over any Republican? But then he calls, like, Haley Stevens a MAGA Republican, you know, or MAGA light. So there is a question on how much they can transfer the ability, if it's mutualistic at all. I don't know if Pisco's big enough to be taken advantage of, or I don't know if he can come give permission for them to do. I don't know if he's large enough. Yeah.
Can I ask a question? Sure. Why? So let's say that you're having the same talk with Kyle Kalinske, Crystal Ball, and all, like, the lefty squad. Do you agree with me when I say that they operate on a structure of, like, similar to MAGA, and that, like, we won't be questioned, we have, like, support for all of our candidates, we're not going to host our own, like, insane self-criticism, like, we're just going to be, I don't want to say sycophantic, it's got a negative tinge, obviously, but, like, we are going to uncritically support all of our people, you know, basically indefinitely. How would you counsel them? Like, why do you think they operate in that way? Or do you agree that they operate in that way? Maybe you don't agree. Maybe you think that they don't operate as in the way that I say they do.
This is again, like, the way that I always bring it up, where everybody's like, oh, so you're just going to push out all of these people that you think are the majority of the party, and you're saying that you're just going to keep calling them fucking crazy and insane, that you think that's going to work. That's literally what they did. That's literally what they did while we were the majority of the party and we were the ones who were, like, that's literally what they did. They just took over the fucking media infrastructure and became the fucking big dogs who were giving the talking points that everybody wanted to hear. And like, controversy sells. Saying the thing that isn't popular in the moment sells. Saying the thing that is going to be different from others, having a person to fight, having a bad guy that's, like, that, you know, everybody can feel like you're all teamed up against, like, this shit sells, and this is what's been beneficial for these people for so long. And so, yeah, literally just using those same tactics against them, like, that seems when people are like, wow, you really think that would work? It seems to, yes. It seems to fucking work. So yeah, I think so.
They would probably say that people like you are small potatoes and they can get on some Democratic representative, and that Democrat can argue in a way that is at a college reading level or maybe high school, and Crystal can respond at a 6th grade reading level, and it looks like she won the conversation, like versus like Smith and whatever, not even considering like, oh, you combine two societies that are both illiberal and you think that's going to result in a liberal democracy. So I guess
Democrats, what I'm asking is like,
yeah, sure.
do you agree that they will only host people like if they host a moderate Dem or something, it's going to be on the attack. And if they host one of their own, a more left-leaning person, it's going to be to have like a glaze session, basically. I think that's the way that they operate. Do you think that they're wrong in operating that way? Would you be giving her the advice of like, hey, like I think that we should be more open to building our coalition and doing this, or what? I guess like how would you view? Do you think they're operating rationally, or that? Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I would say it's very smart the way they are acting in terms of their propaganda and their political purposes. And I don't know if we have a way to break into it because of the media bubbles and algorithms we have to contest with, if we can't ever really reach their followers because they don't allow opposing voices on there. So that'd be my question. That's my question about like Pisco, if he did go against them, if they would reject him, if they would cut him out completely in these movements. And that's why I think we need to hit these flashpoints when there are Democrats who are up for election. That needs to be the big separation point. That needs to be where we really put everything, to the pavement and demand that they support.
Okay, so this is where my disagreement is with Destiny. This is where, like, we're all going to draw lines in different places. Where Destiny is, like, talking about how spineless people like Josiah and Pisco are, and how, like, this is what Democrats always do, and then we're always able to be, like, the people who are psyoped, or the people who are taken over because we watch other people go and hold these standards where, like, everybody gets to talk nonstop shit about the Democrats, and that's that. And then the Democrats are always like, guys, we're a big tent. We have to be open to everybody. We have to be friendly. We can't do that. That's anti-free speech. Like, we're the ones who always get fucked in the end. That is obviously a very real thing. But Democrats are different. We are literally fucking different. Because we're not the Republican Party. Obviously, the Republican Party was able to do these things in a very different way because they have very different standards. They have all white people who are all fucking, Christians, all men, all, living in the suburbs and in the rural areas. Like, these are people who are very singular in their ideologies and in their, like, even life experience. Like, they're all very similar. So it's very easy to just have a singular standard and everybody just gets in line. Whereas for Democrats, we don't have that. We do have the burden of the big party and the big tent. We have a lot of diversity. We have a lot of different types of people. We have a lot of different race. We have a lot of diversity in literally every fucking area. We don't have the ability to just be, unhinged and fucking go after different groups that don't fall in line completely. We can do this, but I don't think it can be the standard. I don't think it can be. And so what I always say is, when it comes to somebody goes and watches Dean Withers and they watch him just pull up MAGA people and really isn't trying to debate them. He's just trying to fucking bully them. That's mostly what he's doing. He's hanging up on people constantly. They come in, they make a couple stupid arguments. You're too stupid to even talk to, and hangs up on him, right? And that gets his audience all fucking riled up. They're all like, yeah, fuck that guy. He's fucking stupid. Yeah, get him. And then they bring on the fucking next one. Yes, they get the gotchas, they get the fucking clips, and they all feel good about themselves afterwards. They all feel like, yeah, like, fuck those guys. And it is an efficient part of the process to buy into people's confirmation bias and make them feel good about themselves. Obviously, I am a very different part of this. I'm the guy who's like, I'm fair to everybody, and I want to take into consideration all beliefs, and I want to be very pragmatic about what it is that I say, and I just want to look at the facts. And like, that's obviously, I understand that, like, I am not going to be as effective in a lot of these things But when it comes to people moving over, when it comes to people de-radicalizing, when it comes to people taking on new beliefs or being convinced of something different, they're likely going to get that from me. They're not going to get that from Dean. Dean is not going to be part of that fucking process. They're likely going to get that from somebody like me. Same with Pisco, same with Josiah. Like, farther left people are more likely to get that from them. Whereas, like, you know, farther right people are more likely to get that from me. You can't have this singular strategy in singular position across the board. Different people play different parts. And I think that what it is that Pisco and Josiah do, I don't think this is necessarily detrimental across the board. I think that if they are people who are not like calling the DSA like a cancer within the party, they're not calling them like, you know, these horrible pieces of shit and saying we need to rip out the tumors and everything. But instead they're like, yeah, I don't think that's like the best candidate. I wish that, like, you know, the moderate had won, or this is, you know, they're endorsing the more moderate candidates while still saying, but I'm still blue no matter who, I'll vote for whoever, blah, blah, blah. Those are the people who are going, like, they're going to be amenable to the further left while still calling themselves liberals, while still being, everybody has to play different parts. There have to be different people doing different things in order for us to affect the most amount of people in the most various amount of ways. So where Destiny goes, I think he goes a little bit too hard on people like Pisco and Josiah, especially Josiah. I think that he goes a little bit too hard on them in the way that they do things, because not everybody has to be Destiny. Destiny can sit there and he can really fucking like hammer the DSA people all day, every fucking day, and make a really big deal about it. And obviously that's what I'm going to do as well. And it's true that, yes, like when it comes to like other right-leaning people, they might come in and be like, oh, you're one of the fucking good ones, buddy. You actually get it. Oh, you hate the fucking communists too. Good for you. I like this guy. Like, they might, you know, those people can exist, and that's there's different parts of the process. There's different people who do different things, and it's all going to be effective in different ways. So I think we do need to like take this into consideration, and that when Destiny's doing his fucking hammering, that includes him going after Josiah and Pisco. that's part of his fucking role. That's part of the process for what it is that he's gonna do. But I just like, yeah, I want people to make sure that they're not taking it too seriously. It's not something that they're too worried about, or they really think that like Pisco's going to be some fucking psyop, or Josiah and people like Josiah are really going to fuck up the party, and this is the whole the spineless cowards in the DNC. Like, this is how it has to work. Like, this is how it has to work. People like where everybody's, you know, why isn't Hakeem Jeffries calling out the fucking DSA more and saying that everybody has to stop and they need to be louder about this, blah, blah. So again, we can't. We have to be the fucking Big Tent. We have to be the Big Tent. We have to be the people who allow a lot of diversity and a lot of different thought while being more, but we still do it just in more mild ways. So you know, Jeffries is going to say, you know, Mamdani, I don't like a lot of his picks for Congress, and I don't like the direction that he went. In the future, we're going to have a talk and hopefully get him on board with what it is we're doing here in the Democrat Party. Like, that's as hard as he's going to go. And everybody still gets the message from that. They hear Jeffries signaling that, like, hey, I don't like these picks. These people are not my people. This is not what I'm looking for. This is not the direction that I want to go in. He's still signaling, and people get the picture in the same way as if he was like, fuck the DSA, fuck these pieces of shit, they're a fucking cancer in our party. Like, everybody still gets the picture just the same. He's doing it in a way that's going to be amenable to where AOCs and Ilhan Omars and these people come in, and they're still able to work with them. They're still able to get them to moderate over time. They're still able to get them to trust the process and listen to them like that. It's because they're being amenable. It's because they're what everybody calls wishy-washy and cowardless and spineless and all of this shit. It's because they're doing that people like AOC and all of these others
end up moderating is because they didn't make them enemies right off the rip. They didn't make them people who were going to be completely averse to them right off the rip. They treated them like people who they just had some disagreements with, instead of people that they were totally ideologically opposed to. So this is just how Democrats have to be, because that's the position that we're in. This is, we don't have the ability to be like MAGA in this case.
Democrats, and we take really good record of what they decided to do in those situations. Ask about the real solutions for ICE, and this is when I talk about the off-ramp. I think it is difficult if we say, well, money in politics barely has an impact, and you know, stopping stock buybacks is dumb because it's not that big of a policy, and all that kind of stuff. We have to give some wins to that rhetoric, like Ossoff and Tellerico are doing, where there's not going to be any off-ramp whatsoever to the DSA. And I am definitely further left than you are, and I'm very anti, you know, obviously anti-China, anti-Russia, although like Hassan is in favor of that. And my question is usually, how can I tell people who are normie progressives that follow Hassan that my way to do progressivism is better, it's more effective? I'm doing it the Bernie Sanders way. Hassan's not doing it that way, and I will result in better results to the same goal, because they are very good at being slimy and hiding that. And liberals are often, like I heard Hutch say, you know, sometimes it is F the voters. Voters are dumb, and I've heard you say that too. And I know, you know, this is a different realm from like real politics, but we have to be a little bit sloppy, a little bit sloppy-list to get people on board.
So I think the challenge with that, so the first thing is that, again, like in a perfect world, or in a world where the other people weren't as intentional, I feel like this would be a way to operate. But the thing is I feel like they'll use you for as long as you're willing to build credibility with them, which is to appease them. But then as soon as it comes time for you to actually make that hard ask, where it's like, okay, hey, like it's time to get serious, like you guys need to support the candidate, I think instantaneously they bump you. They're like, okay, well, we're done having you on. And then I feel like no amount of credibility, maybe I'm projecting too hard for my little conservative runs, but it feels like as soon as I started to get very, very, very critical of the Trump stuff, all the credibility that I built had instantly become irrelevant, regardless of any position or anything that I took on, anything else, regardless of my Rittenhouse takes or anything else. And you know, some people can say, oh, well, it's because, you know, you came off as unhinged or blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, I don't know. A lot of liberals thought my Rittenhouse take was very unhinged, but conservatives loved that take from me. So I feel like it was a more strategic thing of like, well, hold on. If this guy's not going to play ball anymore, then he's out and we're going to find another lib, or we're just not going to talk to these people at all. So I feel like one of the things that I worry about is that day of, well, we're going to make our ask now, that day never actually comes, and that's a very intentional way that they operate, such that you're never going to have an opportunity to make that ask. And then I guess the example that I would point to would be the most obvious one would be, why should we expect them to support our candidates in the future if they couldn't support Kamala Harris in 2024? Like, I feel like there will never be an election as obvious as that one, but that was still, I guess, too far for them to support Harris for.
When Bernie Sanders and AOC, I feel like, do you agree they were some of the biggest like Joe Biden defenders during his presidency, Bernie and AOC?
I don't know about Bernie. AOC definitely tried to. Yeah, absolutely. I think AOC was the only voice. I remember that fucking Instagram call. I think she was like the only fucking person in the party who did like an Instagram live and was like, listen, guys, I know it's rough, but if Biden's our candidate, we have to fucking support him. Yeah, holy shit. Yeah, I remember that.
I feel like AOC is really the point where you have to kind of fight on this issue around. And AOC has taken months off the internet because of being hounded by far leftists. And she even said recently, she clarified, like, I'm not from a militant leftist family. I'm from a working class family. I care about being effective and getting things done for working class people. I think AOC needs to be hugged in these conversations. And the same thing with the quote that Obama gave to the banks in 2009. Obama said to the banks, I'm the one standing between you and the pitchforks. And I do think AOC, I feel that AOC is like, you might say it's dangerous, but this populist fervor, this anger, whatever the momentum is, and Bernie tried doing this. And I've heard people from your community tell me, like, when AOC defended Biden, it was all part of the plan. When she said Kamala was working tirelessly for a ceasefire, that wasn't AOC making concessions, it was all part of the plan. And that kind of came after I heard you say that, you know, what if AOC just does what she's doing now, where Zoran is doing, and she welcomes all the communists in. But I do think she's kind of using them as leverage to the Democrats to say, like, this is what voters are thinking. Like, everyone hates data centers. You know, people are rioting everywhere about data centers. That's going to be a popular issue for Democrats.
Just to be clear, again, AOC did do this. Destiny seems to be totally unaware of this, but AOC did get a bunch of DSA candidates elected. She did in New York in the same election. I'm kind of annoyed that I have to keep like repeating this all the time, but Mamdani and AOC split their endorsements. And it's for the same reason that I was just talking about a minute ago. You don't want to like
cause too many ripples within the area that you're in. So Mamdani still wants to be cool with the Democrat governor in New York. So he did not endorse any DSA candidates for the state legislature. He didn't endorse any DSA candidates for the state legislature. He only endorsed congressional candidates who were DSA. AOC did not endorse any DSA candidates for Congress. Why? Because she's in Congress. She needs to still be cool with Jeffries and the rest of the Democrats in Congress. So she did not fucking endorse any of the DSA candidates for Congress. She endorsed got four DSA candidates elected to the state legislature. The point here is that like they're able to take over more and more positions within government and then use those positions to continue climbing the ranks, and they're just giving these endorsements to get those processes started so that they can continue giving endorsements for them to continue climbing the ranks later on. This is how it works. Like, this is the whole fucking process. So yeah, Destiny keeps doing this like, yeah, AOC hasn't done it, but Mamdani did, so I'm not cool with Mamdani. AOC did. Like, Mamdani and AOC literally worked together to split their endorsements so that they didn't ruffle too many feathers. Jola! He said, the convo went as I predicted, just a normal rhetoric flattener. Apparently, Destiny expected me to come harder because he listened to us last night. Did he? That's crazy, because yeah, I sent him a bunch of text messages telling him to jump on and send him the link over and over saying, hey, come tear this guy's ass up. Come tear this fucking socialist commie ass up. I'm just kidding. I didn't send him. I didn't say anything to him. I'm just fucking with him.
That's one reason that Francesca in Wisconsin is winning, because the other candidate will not make the same like moratorium concession, whether, you know, regardless of what you think about that policy. But AOC might be using this DSA radicalism as her bargaining chip. Like, hey, I'll play nice with the party, I'll join with American foreign policy goals, but we have to understand that things are moving this direction, and I'm the one that can kind of save you, like Obama said.
Yeah, for AOC, like any concern I would have with AOC would just be like inability.
I just realized my game audio is really loud, isn't it? You guys can hear that very loudly. I did not mean for it to be that fucking loud. It's loud, right? You guys hear all the psst, like you guys hear all that shit, yeah? That fucking loud. It's loud, right? Oh yeah, it's way louder than I meant for it to be. Holy shit. No? I just turned it up on my phone. I can hear the whole game. Hey, yo, IDF kills children with the fucking gifted membership. W's in the chat for the IDF killing children. I mean, for IDF kills children. W's in chat. He took a much more aggressive position last night than he did today. Probably would need a moderator to pound the direct disagreements. Yeah, probably. Because, yeah, it seems like you so Joel, I think you do this, and I had to like, I said to you numerous times, like, bro, you're not really engaging with what it is that I'm saying here. Like, you're not really answering the question. Like, I will ask a question and I'll say something about like, you know, like, do you think that because AOC is part of the, you know, DSA New York City chapter, that like obviously she's going to keep endorsing those types of people, and because the DSA is overall looking to heavily influence the party, that like this is something that we would assume she's likely going to be on board with. This is a process she's likely going to engage with, and you'll do this like, well, AOC overall has been a moderate candidate that has gotten it, and like you start like telling a story that like, it's like I wanted a yes or no here, and I'm just getting a fucking
like diatribe instead. And so it makes it to where I did like feel like, okay, I keep getting into this point where you and I are kind of like giving stories back and forth, but we're not getting any real like engagement. And so that is where I started saying, like, I'm not getting answers here. Like we're kind of like going through talking points at this point. Neither, like both of us are, neither one of us are really getting a direct engagement. And so I think, and Destiny's doing the same thing here, where like you're both giving narratives instead of arguments. And so we're not getting direct engagements here. We're getting two sides that are telling a story. But I would be happy to moderate if you guys wanted to do it again in the future conversation. I even made the claim DSA will drive up turnout for Dems in the end, and he just didn't bite directly. Yeah, that's odd. Leftists are not your op. You need to realize this. We just want a better nation, and we share a lot of the same values. We just don't want to wait a century for it. I'm sorry again. Like I really need you guys to like grasp this, okay? Like seriously, I can't engage with people who keep giving me those sorts of talking points without like any real concessions.
I love you, Tom.
I love you too, IDF. And thank you, Trib, for the 5 gifted memberships. Let's get some W's in chat for Trib and IDF. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's fucking go. I appreciate you guys so much. This has been fucking awesome. Appreciate it, guys. Y'all fucking rock. We are well up. Also, hi Trib. Hi Trib.
Hi, bitch. Hi, bitch.
I need to add all of these things up. Okay, hold on. I'll get to the donos in a second. I can't engage with people who like don't seem to recognize that the leftists have been attacking liberals, by name liberals, for a very long time. Okay? And they've been doing the whole cut a lib and a fascist bleeds. They've been doing the whole like do nothing Democrats. They've been doing the whole like and then on top of that now doing the whole like genocide denier, Zionist scum pieces of shit, bloodthirsty. Like they've been doing this shit for a long time. They have just ramped up the rhetoric over the last 3 years. It's really annoying to me. I get how, like, from the perspective of a viewer, they come in and they see content creators that they like, that are liberals, that they feel like these are people that I like, who are all of a sudden attacking a bunch of other people that I feel like we could have like a lot of agreement, but they just keep attacking them. The problem is that if you guys keep acting like we're attacking them instead of we're responding to them because they're attacking us, it's hard to have any sort of like good faith engagement with somebody who does that. It's hard to feel like there is a good faith conversation to be had in that atmosphere. I'm in your Discord? Okay, give me just a second. Oh, hey Joa. Okay, give me just a second. I need to add up these donos real quick before I forget. I'm gonna keep fucking forgetting, so let me... The 10, 30, 40, 60.
Have you reached out
70,
to David
75.
Morrisu or Logix to moderate a debate for either? We need to pull up more new blood, and they are both awesome libs.
Hey yo, Cinnabon, thank you for another dono. Damn,
What is that? The third one tonight? Appreciate it, good sir. What concessions do you need? I literally just said. You reach out to David. I don't know who that is. I do know Logix. Logix comes from my community. He is... Logix has been on my show a bunch of times. I really like Logix a lot. Alright, Jola!
Hello.
What the fuck?
Okay, so you do more of this interactions of content with interactions with people like this, with like Destiny. So when I go into this conversation, I watch like 10 hours in the last like few days of Destiny having debates with like Pisco and Josiah and Hutch on DSA. And in those conversations, not once does Destiny caveat to say like, he thinks 90% of Hassan's viewers are normal progressives who are being duped or whatever. And my preparation for the convo is me responding to the rhetoric of basically like, oh, maybe McCarthyism's right. They are a cancer growing in the party. And it's hard to replicate that conversation, obviously, for like entertainment purposes, or even just like the same venom I went after him with on Twitter. If he's partly getting that emotional with like Pisco, because I did not realize how much he hates Pisco. I did not realize how much he hates him. So when we get down to the nitty gritty of it, to the fine details of the conversation, me not being really an ideologue, I'm just like someone who really wants a pragmatic solution between both sides here. It's not going to be the same conversation that I've been preparing for. So I go into it and I'm like, okay, well, he's not biting on these DSA points. I asked him if he called Pisco an anti-Semite. He didn't bite on that point. So I'm like, okay, at that point, we're just going to have like a regular, like you said, we're not going to really attack any points or have a debate. It's going to be storytelling. And I'm an unknown person. I haven't interacted much with the community for like 4 or 5 years. You know what I mean? So, you know, after that, maybe it'd be more intensive, or if we had more people to bounce ideas off of, or like a third person who was more committed to DSA or more aggressive against DSA, I'd be able to, you know, have a debate at that point. But it did turn into what you said about like sharing stories between us and just like giving a broad view of things.
Yeah, it all depends on like what mood they're in the moment.
Yeah.
It can depend on like their chat as well. Like there will be times where I'm like just having a chill conversation with people and just like playing a video game or whatever, and then all of a sudden I look at chat and they're all like, this fucking weaselly little liar, you're letting him get away with this shit. Like, why are you letting him fucking weasel out of it? And I'm like, oh shit, am I doing okay? Well, I guess I gotta fucking ramp it up now. And like, or I'll see like Z's in the chat, you know, I'm going to sleep, I'm out of here. Like, and I'm like, all right, time to fucking make this entertaining, I guess. So like, it depends on the mood. It depends on like what's going on at the time. It depends on like the other conversations you've had. But more than anything, a lot of times it can depend on the atmosphere that you've been setting. So lots of times, if you feel like, all right, my community has been a little bit too amenable to these DSA types and these like far left progressives, and I don't feel like they're really understanding that I find these people to be a bit of a threat, I need to like send some clear messages real quick. And then you send those messages, and then you see kind of like a hard, you know, swing the other direction. And so then you also think, okay, I need to like hold this position while softening some of the rhetoric here, because like people are getting a little out of control. But apparently Destiny yesterday, and I haven't watched this yet, but apparently Destiny yesterday had a conversation with his Reddit moderator and was telling them to just ban all pro DSA talk. And so I don't know how stringent he is on this shit right now. That seems fucking wild to me. But from what I understand, his rationale is like, well, this is the type of shit that they would do, so this is what we're doing. I don't know if that's the type of shit that they would do. I have no idea. But and so I don't know. I feel like that's like normally the rationale for a conversation like this is like, oh, it's time to just like have a bit more of a nuanced conversation so people kind of understand I'm not just like raging against the machine, but more so have like a detailed thought process here. I
I feel like that's the case, but then when I hear that he just banned all DSA talk, it feels like, okay, maybe not. Maybe he is just like,
that would have been a good. If I would have
so.
known that, for example, if I would have known
I think
that
I told you
going
last
in-
night in the convo.
Yeah, I might have just passed. I've been sick for a few days. My throat was killing me last night. I was just not in a good place last night. So yeah, I forget like everything we talked about. But I do appreciate the conversation. I don't forget everything, but you know, if I had a specific claim like, hey, that's a dumb thing to do for your community, that could have been a debate point, obviously. But coming in with just a broad meta conversation isn't going to result in much friction. And I even said like the DSA, a threat of it is the whole thing about the Democratic Party being unpopular. And that's been a thing where people view Democrats as more radical than Republicans way before DSA was in the headlines. It's been happening for decades now. Why does the media make us seem insane but makes Republicans, they always sane wash Republicans? That's been an issue. If we think DSA is the issue, then we're focusing a lot of our efforts tackling something that's not even like the main problem we're facing. But yeah, I guess I feel like I got close to climaxing today. I never got to really finish because I didn't really get to hit any like really key points I wanted to. So a moderator definitely would have helped. I'm not saying it would be with Destiny. It could be with another person with a similar ideological makeup that we could find and put together, like the guy I sent you. But yeah, I really feel like I didn't get to sink my teeth in that much. I also haven't streamed for a few months, so it's good to get my sea legs back. But yeah. Yeah, but good luck reacting to the rest. Everyone have a good one. Keep donating to Tom. Keep giving him money.
Appreciate it, good sir. Have a good one.
All right. See you.
Later, homie. Yeah, that's Joa Politics. That's who Destiny's talking to right now. Make sure you guys go follow Joa. Think.
Move to that.
I feel like we have a command for him. Maybe not. Okay, we'll fix that. Yeah, here's his link. Go give him a sub. Joa's based.
To push back or control any far left people. Just from everything I've seen and heard of her, I don't think she's like a subversive actor. And then I know that these nuances get lost on my audience sometimes because people will hear me say one thing like a lot, like people in my community sometimes do think I think that like Josiah now I guess is like a secret tank or whatever. I don't think he is. My concern is less for at this point. My concern is less like I think this person is a subversive actor who.
Oh yeah, also Tiana. Okay, so. Just to address the things you were saying in the comments the other day about like genocide deniers and shit like that as well. One of the issues that I have is that like you keep bringing this up is like, well, if somebody said this about the Holocaust, would that not be genocide denial or things like that? The Holocaust is a very specific scenario where we're talking about one of the most like studied moments in all of human history. We're talking about something that we just have like more information on in more like expert consensus and more like this is something that is not comparable. That's not to say that like there's no way to call people genocide deniers if they're denying what's happening in Gaza or something like that. It's to say that you can't keep like pointing at something that happened in the Holocaust where you just have way too much fucking evidence and information that has been gathered over the course of almost 100 years and then compare it to something that's like literally currently happening right now, and we don't have near the amount of evidence or information or studies or shit like that. And we are just like kind of missing big chunks of information that a lot of people are waiting for. So for people who are currently agnostic and saying, yeah, I don't know, I think it looks bad, I think it looks likely, like there might be a genocide, but there's some evidence that I really would like to see first before before I make that, like, before I come to a conclusion, and I don't have that information yet because the war is still currently going on and we haven't been able to investigate these things. I just don't feel like it's good faith to call this genocide denial that's comparable to denying the Holocaust. I think that these are very different things. So it feels like we have to wait until the genocide is over to take action. No, again, hold on. I was very clear in the video that I was talking about that, like, this is why the semantics don't matter all that much to me, because in the end, most of us are coming to the same conclusion anyways. Stop funding Israel and like either pull funding like altogether, all allyship and everything, unless there's a big change, or just pull it all together. Like those things, you know, get rid of like APAC funding and shit like this. Like, we can all get on board on those statements. The area where things diverge is you're genocidal, you're a genocide apologist, you're a genocide denier. Like, that's where the divergence exists. Whereas if all it is we should get our congressman to stop funding Israel, like, everybody agrees, like, we're all on the same page. And so when you're saying, oh, so just wait until it's over, no, we're all already on the same page. We all already agree. We're all already everybody, even the people who are saying they're agnostic, if you're agnostic on whether or not a genocide's happening, you probably don't want to be funding that shit. Like, if you're like, yeah, I don't know, it looks like it could be a fucking genocide happening, you're probably not wanting to fund that shit. So it doesn't have to be that you have come to a staunch conclusion that there is definitely a genocide right now for us to all come to the same conclusion and have the same prescriptions either way.
Harboring, you know, whatever communist ideas, and she's hiding it from everybody, versus she's just not able to push back on it, or that's like my worry. But my main worry isn't even really about AOC right now. I think it's more related to I would say Mamdani and his recent endorsements, although AOC might have endorsed all the same people in New York. Yeah, I think that's kind of worries me.
Did not endorse like
apparently he did not watch our debate closely enough.
Like the one that is like Daria Liza, that is in favor, like she's openly just the entire national DSA platform. AOC did not endorse, Bernie did not endorse, but I've said that to members of liberal communities, and they've said that, well, Mamdani and AOC are playing an inside-outside game, and Zoran's going to take hits for AOC politically, and that's what
I said. Yes, that is not just what I said, but that is what's literally happening. So,
AOC did not endorse Grant Plattner and all these other candidates, and I just don't know if I know there's coordination. I just don't think AOC believes her political goals are benefited from having Daria Liza in Congress.
Yeah, I think I'm sympathetic.
Well, it doesn't. I don't think it matters. Like, I don't think it matters. Again, the thing that people are like worried about is the political power that they're able to gain from getting seats. Because the more people that they get into office, the more influence they have. And now Daria Liza is able to turn around as somebody in Congress with a seat and endorse other candidates as well. And so it feels like a lot of times we're very short-sighted at just looking at like one instance at a time, saying like, oh, so you're not in favor of AOC? Oh, so you don't like when Daria Liza wants free healthcare? You're not in favor of, like, it just feels like we're too focused on the meta. And yeah, it's if like the people who are upset about these things, the people who are talking about the problems with the DSA, they're not talking about the meta as much. They're not talking about like they want to abolish prisons. Like that's not as much of what their issues are.
That argument is someone who hates communism and all secret planning, but I feel like too much is leaked from AOC, unless those are strategic, where she's, I think, expressed frustration with some of these people that I would have a hard time believing that there's some secret coordination going on behind the scenes. It seems like she does have a lot of genuine frustrations with these people. Yeah, like a lot of what you're asking me, again, like to reframe it this way, and it comes back to this like kind of macro perspective, like getting infected with a disease is in some ways a good thing because your immune system responds, and then you build immunity to it, and then your body's better, ideally, hopefully, moving forward. But if you have no immune system, the disease just kills you. My issue is that, like when you talk about like the data center thing, or I mean, obviously Israel-Palestine is a big thing. Like in a perfect world, you have a population that is starting to feel stronger feelings towards the Palestinians and negative feelings towards the Israelis, and the Democratic Party.
See, like, you get what I'm saying, where like we hear all these people who are like farther left pro DSA people saying like, why you guys fight us on this when we could all just be agreeing on free healthcare and we could all just come together on the things that we agree on? Well, doesn't that same logic apply to the Israel shit, where like even Destiny is sitting here saying that like the Israel problems are a big issue and that he does want to pull funding from Israel, and like I feel like if we're gonna use this logic, then let's fucking use this logic. Like, oh fuck, I'm gonna die. Oh fuck, I'm gonna.
At least to the population, seems to be unresponsive to the change in the voter base. So you get somebody like the DSA that is able to seize upon that more. In an ideal world, your Democratic establishment looks at that and then they
play Jolan's rap. You'll have to send it to me. I think I played it a while ago. I mean, is it the Cold Town Blues, or that I don't have it just like sitting ready to go. Yes, that.
I've been trying to breathe underwater. I've been trying to hide 'cause I'm scared. Confusion will just work from the other. 'Cause it doesn't mean so much in the end.
Yeah. A million people were thinking the same, but never together we're facing the rain. Look at the screens, living machines. Back in the day, we all had dreams. Cold Town broke with the fire burning. Go back home and I say my sermon. The world's gonna hurt, but I learned my lesson. I hurt myself in a deep depression. Choke on my pride, burn all my sins. I got some ego, I need to repent. Sick of the talking shit I never did. Told my grandfather I'm not gonna quit. I saw his coffin, years go by, and I'm still talking concepts and nonsense. Never did shit, but I'm God blessed, so I got a chance. Do it right now. Waking up soon, but I never lay down at the right time. Hear the birds chirp and the time rewinds. 5 a.m. back on the grind. Got no time to waste, but I play these games another day gone and the same songs. I'm sick of repetition, but did I really do shit to make a difference? I keep on talking and talking. I walk in the crowds and everyone talking the same. Talk about change, talking like we're gonna do it, then we keep walking the same. Living in pain, pray maybe someday we can all pick up the weight, but we keep.
I was gonna say I would slow it down like just a little bit.
Waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting.
There you go.
Tobacco when the booze take it back.
It's at 1.15. Was not 2x.
See, when you gotta raise your son, I know God gave his, but you gave me up, and I take that back when I hang the phone up. If you wanna call, then I hope you've grown up. If not, then I'll cope and hate. You're a grown-ass man chewing Copenhagen, coping through your broken bottles, hoping you can choke away the feeling. Never talk about it, never spoke your realness. If you gotta pop another pill to have a conversation, let me know. We got some meditation, maybe doctor gonna give you medication. And I know you think you're better, but you've been self-medicating for years. Just be honest, I know the real problem is change. Yeah. I know the real problem is change.
Nice, dude. I think we talked about this a while ago, that he made music like this.
Look at the screens, living machines. Back in the day, we all had dreams. Cold Town broke with the fire burning. Go back home and I say my sermon. The world's gonna hurt, but I learned my lesson. I hurt myself in a deep depression. Choke on my pride, burn all my sins. I got some ego, I need to repent. Sick of the talking shit I never did. Told my grandfather.
All right, Tom, your turn to rap.
What was that, dude? What was that sound at the end? AI is weird, bro. I will go make my There's Some Fools in This House song. We'll get that one day. We'll get it one day.
Not gonna quit. I saw his coffin, years go by, and I'm still talking concepts and nonsense. Never did shit, but I'm God blessed, so I got a chance. Do it right now. Waking up soon, but I never lay down at the right time.
Yeah, this is dope. I like it.
What did you use for the software? Is it like, what do they call it, Garage Band or
that
whatever?
feedback, and then they kind of adjust going. You get how because your immune system responds, and then you build immunity to it, and then your body is better, ideally, hopefully, moving forward. But if you have no immune system, the disease just kills you. My issue is that, like when you talk about like the data center thing, or I mean, obviously Israel-Palestine is a big thing. Like in a perfect world, you have a population that is starting to feel stronger feelings towards the Palestinians and negative feelings towards the Israelis, and the Democratic Party, at least to the population, seems to be unresponsive to the change in the voter base. So you get somebody like the DSA that is able to seize upon that more. In an ideal world, your Democratic establishment looks at that, and then they take that feedback, and then they kind of adjust going forward, like, okay, well, this is going to be our party's stance on this. But the Democratic Party's just complete and total inability to, coordinate messaging or to get anything out or to show voters that they even are responsive to the changing needs of the people is just so bad that, I don't see that process happening. And I feel like it primes us for kind of like a radical party takeover. Like all the examples that you gave earlier, like something to do with data centers or something to do with was allowing you give another example for a policy thing, but like these are
like
things
stock buybacks.
Yeah, stock buybacks. Yeah, like there are certain things that like I tend to focus on like a policy side of like you'll hear me say a lot like, oh well, I don't know if this will actually do anything for raising revenue for the government, blah 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 blah.
Holy shit, he unmuted, and I was like, wait, what the fuck is going on my game? What is happening?
And it's like that is true, but I'm not like fully opposed.
Right, unpaused his game, yeah, not unmuted.
Opposed to. Let's say that you have somebody that comes in and like, we're going to fully fund the IRS. We're going to roll back the Trump Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. These are going to be things that are going to raise, fucking $500 billion a year additional government revenue. And we're also going to put a special 2% income tax or a 2% like capital gains extra tax if you have a net worth over $1 billion, our billionaire tax, right? So like you feed a little bit to the populace, you feed a little bit to the society that's like, oh, finally the billionaires are going to get taxed. It's not going to raise much money effectively. I don't like it in terms of like an economic policy, but in terms of like a good political signaling policy, I think that stuff like that is okay. But I think you have to be very careful when you play that game because you can give in too much to the sloppy-list urges and then you're not doing good policy anymore. You're just like trying to appease a rabid public that doesn't even know what it's asking for, or it's asking for things that are ultimately going to be ineffective. Yeah.
What message do you think, did you see the Massey vote or the Massey amendment that Nancy Pelosi voted for that takes away all funding from Israel? Do you make anything of like Nancy Pelosi? That's a big one that changed on that vote. What do you think that's a sign of?
Of Massey joining removing funding to Israel thing?
Massey, it was called the Massey Amendment. So he added to our last funding bill that all aid of all kinds would be taken away from Israel. And Nancy Pelosi voted for it. She said it's a flawed amendment. You don't got to use a battering ram or whatever to do the job of a more precise tool, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But she voted for it to send a message. I'm wondering if you have an idea where that message is going. If Nancy Pelosi's even saying I'll vote for a Thomas Massey amendment that cuts all funding from Israel.
Well, I mean, right now, it seems like there is a growing fervor amongst the voters relating to Israel that the party, from my outside perspective, and I mean, we follow politics more than 99.99% of the average American, right? I think that it feels like the Democratic Party is not responsive to where the voter base is right now on Israel. So maybe this is her way of signaling to the public of okay, well, we hear you and we do need to do something dramatic about this. I don't know. I guess that's how I would view it because the Democrats seem to have a hard time making voters under.
Your Factorio doesn't look methed out like Stevens. Yeah, he's playing an add-on that I will probably get to eventually, but this is later on down the line. Put together beats from YouTube stock vocals and then rap over it in easy software, whatever works. Right now, just Soundtrap because. So easy across devices, and I'm doing is super basic, new stuff. Okay, cool.
Understand that, okay, we hear you on this issue, and we're going to do something about it. It seems like the Democratic Party has a message on that. That would be my impression. I don't know. Has Pelosi said anything differently, or do you have a different impression on that, or?
I think that Pelosi is in. I mean, she's leaving soon. I think she's and Jeffries voted against it. Pelosi voted for it. So I wonder if there's any disagreement there. I have heard some reports that although Pelosi was supportive of Jeffries, that she's not extremely happy with how he's decided to lead. the House. I think she's kind of giving permission to Democrats to take a more anti-Israel position in the future, and that permission from a party leader is going to be pretty big moving forward in our future elections. And like Rahm Emanuel is talking about Israel paying for their own stuff and like putting everyone in the West Bank in a camp or whatever they're talking about.
Sure.
So I think that is just like a necessary move for Democrats politically. But the question moving forward really is, so you identified this problem. You identified some commentators who are, and just for context for your audience. So I've been involved in like voting, like pro voting rights nonprofits. I've worked for those, running like statewide programs. I'm a member of like my local Democratic committee. Worked in public policy, all that kind of stuff. So my goal and my role in these conversations is I'm pretty antagonistic towards the far left and what I consider to be the deep center in the party. I think both can learn from each other and both can push each other to be better. So my goal isn't to have like screaming matches all the time. So my reaction to reposting you, and this happens all the time, obviously, when you actually talk about it, it's not the same venom in it. It's just like, what the hell are we gonna do? And that Shervin guy, I don't think he did a good job explaining necessarily what the goals he was advocating for were, but what the hell should he do? What should we all do? What do you recommend your followers, your viewers do when they're organizing? They join a college Democrat, they join DSA. Do you want Pisco to just go nuclear against the populace? Do you want him to just criticize a little bit? Do you want Josiah to cover them? Like, what is your prescription moving forward? Because I am genuinely kind of confused about exactly what you recommend there.
Yeah, so I guess, right now there is a lot of friction online if I say something bad about somebody to the left of me. I know that Hassan's fan base is going to strike out. I know that comment sections are going to be a little bit more brutal. Other commentators might come out and take a statement against me. There is a structure set up that alerts me that when I push to my left, there is going to be kind of like a social cost or something incurred. I wish that same type of structure could also be set up and enforced by center-left libs when I feel like people on the left have pushed like too far left. So if it comes out that people are saying things akin to, I guess we could debate these, like statements that are just too far gone for a candidate. So, for instance, like for El Sayed, if this is somebody that I wanted to support, or here, let me ask you just a quick, do you agree that there are statements that you can make and you can still vote for somebody in a general, and there are statements that you probably can't make and still reasonably expect people to want to support some?
I am assuming he's going with the genocide statement again.
Somebody in the general. So for instance, I do believe this. I think I'll say it. I think definitely lies when he talks about like his physician background. I just think that's a blatant lie. However, I don't think that's disqualifying. I just think it's a stupid lie that he's trying to hype himself up. But if I were to say, I really do believe El Sayed is probably going to try to usher in Sharia law to the United States if he has the opportunity to. If I say the doctor thing, I get.
So this is what I was asking about the other day, where I was saying I keep hearing people say that he lied about being a doctor, and everybody in chat was like, no, he was a doctor, he just never practiced, like, or he got his PhD, just never actually did anything with it or crap like that. But nobody was really able to like give me anything on what the lie was or what he said that was considered a lie.
My fan base is like, okay, he's better than Roger, he's better than the Republican, like vote, we're voting for Sayed. But for the Sharia law thing, that's a much harder one in my mind to come back from. Do you agree that there's a difference between those two types of statements in kind, or do you think that it's just like?
Wait, what did he say? I don't know what he's talking about. What did he say about Sharia law? Abdul El-Sayed strongly supports the separation of church and state, has rejected claims that he wants to impose Islamic law and criticized state-level bans on Sharia law as being rooted in racism and political wedge tactics. El-Sayed has repeatedly stated that he fully upholds the U.S. Constitution and separation of religion and government. He maintains that his Muslim faith drives his personal morals and progressive policy goals, such as universal health care and economic justice, rather than intent to implement religious laws. So what are we... He's just giving an example, so he hasn't said anything. Just a random fucking example about, like, the
the Sharia law thing is a bit different. Like, what's the Sharia law thing? What the fuck?
Well, you can always support him in the general, no matter what you say in the primary.
Yeah, I do agree. And an example from the center for anyone who's on the left watching would be like Kirsten Gillibrand when she's like the leader, one of the leaders of the DSCC, one of the most popular or most powerful Democrats in the country. And she called Zoran a radical jihadist the moment he won the primary. So that's a good example of it from the other side.
Jesus. Yeah. So, yeah. So all that to say is that, like, I wish there was a way to enforce like some kind of and again, I don't know if it's a social cost, basically by, you know, giving disfavorable coverage to or calling out when people on the left are just going a little bit too far when it comes to bashing any moderate candidates. So from my perspective, from a media perspective, it's going to be like, well, who do I collaborate with? Who do I give friendly interviews to? Who do I cover negatively? Who do I call out publicly in order to kind of like push them in a different direction? Like those would be the kinds of things that I can do, you know?
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, let me think for a second.
Do
I
you
think some politicians
do you think, I'm asking you this because a lot of the critique will be pointed in my direction for, well, you know, how do you message this? Not perfectly. You're not asking for perfection or anything. But I'm kind of curious because it seems like sometimes I wonder if the other side agrees. Do you agree that like this one-sided kind of like back and forth is not conducive? If I'm like a moderate to far, I don't know what the fuck I would fall right now or whatever, but if I'm like a moderate left lib, and that's the thing that I feel strongly about, but I also am okay with further left people being in my party, do you think it's fair for me to feel like this is unworkable if I feel like I can never hold any of them accountable for being destructive to the party, but they can hold me infinitely accountable for not supporting their people? Do you think it's fair for me to feel like that's not a sustainable dynamic?
Yeah, and with like Chorus, that's a good one to bring up. They do have these symbols and signs to bring up where it's like, oh, that person's paid by Chorus, although Chorus.
Yeah, or they call them chorus libs, or they have like all of these different terms for liberals that they want to stigmatize. Tons of them. They have like APAC Democrats, or you know, Zionist libs, chorus libs. They just have like so many terms that like I say all the time. I get really annoyed that these people like Destiny and a lot of his community especially is always like talking about tankies and everybody's a tanky, and they're always using the term tanky that just applies to anybody who's like left of AOC. They're always fucking tankies, but we don't have the terminology there. Yeah, shit lib, and yeah, we just don't have the fucking terminology. Blue MAGA, you know, just there's endless amounts of like terms that apply to liberals that kind of dog whistle their discontent with that person and just kind of talking about how bad they are. Whereas, yeah, I don't think we have the same vocabulary to dog whistle and communicate the same sorts of things. Like like I do think people should use the term when I think of like what it is that we're describing with the DSA a lot. I do really think of this to be similar to the alt-right pipeline. And so I do think like using like the DSA pipeline or the socialist pipeline, you can even call it the fucking tanky pipeline or whatever, but like the idea is that like they're going to like move everybody to this more extreme position, and the DSA is the alt-light version of that, whereas the current DSA, AOCs, Mamdanis, like these are the alt-light versions of this, whereas obviously the people who come after the more extreme versions, those are the people that I'm more worried about, but it is a process to slowly normalize these things within our politics. So I do think like we have to have like similar vocabulary in some way to communicate similar things, but we don't have it. Like, you know, there's people like like Mamdani or others, that they would have to be like the psyop socialists or, you know, something like that. Like, it's like, yeah, they're good. I like Mamdani, but he's a psyop socialist. Like, you know, I like Mamdani policies. Like, he's doing a good job, but he's a fucking psyop socialist. Like, you know, shit that actually communicates the same sort of disdain or the same sort of worries that you have about a person, that kind of lets people know, yeah, they're all right, but that's that fucking... That's that fucking motherfucker. That's that shit socialist. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Is a pretty typical structure for a political, like, nonprofit or whatever it's considered. I don't know if it's a C4 or whatever it's technically considered.
I think it's one of the hybrid entities or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, hybrids. And it's like, that's very normal. And if anything, progressives should be emulating that on the left. Like, freaking Hassan himself could fund that for 15 creators on the left easily. Yeah. And instead of replicating it and getting better, they just want to make conspiracy about it. And that's an issue right now. And it is with the media environment. Every media on TV. And that's one reason why this is such a tough discussion. Because no matter what, the left is going to be the center of attack, whether it's the far left or the liberal left. So they'll be focusing on our one Daria Lisa, who is the example of like a crazy, you know, Democrat, open borders, whatever. Meanwhile, Republicans, for every one person we have, they have...
Is it Daria? I feel like people just sound white as fuck when they say Daria. Is it not Daria Elisa? I keep hearing people with like the Daria Elisa. Like, what? You sound like the whitest motherfucker right now, but maybe I'm the one who's wrong, because I hear Daria Elisa on a daily basis now. Now I feel like maybe I'm the one who got it wrong.
Dozens of actual child rapists, of actual child abusers, like Max Miller beating the shit out of his wife, breaking his like granddaughter's like collarbone or something, and his wife is the daughter of Bernie Moreno, a Republican senator, and Max Miller's up for re-election as a Republican. No one's covering that shit whatsoever.
You're right. I can't be right. We just listened to Joa do a whole fucking rap song. He's not the whitest motherfucker.
However, and that's been my frustration, where it's like, we need to cover that. And I almost feel like the Brian Tyler Cohen, Josiah method of just like not addressing the far left, letting them crash and burn on their own and become liberals as the reality hits, is almost better. Like, if we attack the DSA all the time, that builds their group identity. And if you know, if someone like Hassan or DSA can use these races where we have more weak models.
Oh wait, I got it. I got the fucking term. What do they call the people who were like just in favor of like lots of social programs back in the day? The sewer socialists. These are fucking, because I'm thinking you want like the same, similar, plays off the same sort of terminology, but it's not heading in the same direction, right? The pipes are not going in the same fucking direction. They're septic socialists. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Septic socialist. I got it. It's fucking septic tank. I got it. I win. I win the fucking prize. I win the fucking prize. I win. I got it. Suck it.
It's to make progressives look good. That's also going to give them a leg up. So I feel like that's why I think this is a necessary.
Do we
process,
get,
but
I
it's
guess
really hard
one
to
of the
contest
issues
with.
that I have is it doesn't feel like the negative coverage is helping much more. Like, do these Republicans care that much? Like,
really
is there much more?
so, yeah.
Is there much more negative coverage that is actually pushing them to feel like? I mean, at this point, I don't know. Just it feels like it's not doing as much. And then the issue, I guess, the fear that I have is that, like, I agree that, like, I'm not saying that we need to be the 24/7 lefty bashing channel. And right now I maybe even do more of this than I would want to. Although it's hard when Hassan's calling me a sex pest and a molest and a rapist every single fucking day on the stream, it's hard not to pay some mind to that. And it has benefited me personally to cover it more personally, because my personal reputation, as much as it might seem not, has actually improved in a lot of other ways because I'm addressing this more forwardly. I feel like the inability to address the far left at all, like, again, I agree that it's not like we should be attacking them constantly, but the inability to address them at all, I feel like it leaves moderate voters not sure of who you are or where you stand.
Why are we seppos? Because we actually, because you guys don't use septic tanks? Or what? Why are we seppos?
Because if I were to ask a moderate voter, if I were to ask them anything about the far left, like, well, what do you think the DSA stands for with regards to capitalism? It's like, oh, well, they think it sucks and we need like dramatic changes and everything. It's like, well, what about like housing? Well, they think that housing should probably be a right, or we should have mass rent control. Like, I almost wonder if an average person, it's hard because I don't even know if the average Dem even knows what the DSA is, honestly. But I almost feel like for people that even know what the DSA is, they could rattle off more.
Pisco doesn't get that the same thing that happened to the Republicans can happen to the left. You can't understand populist movements moving like cancer. The problem is that, like, Mouton didn't actually give the rationale. You can't just say, it happened to the right, therefore I think it's happening to the left. That isn't reasonable rationale. It's not. Like, it's not a rational thought process. You can't just say, something happened before, that's why I think it's going to happen again, right? That's not how that works. Like, if that's the case, we all believe that, like, the Jews are about to get holocausted again because it happened in the past, right? Like, we all believe World War III is about to happen because World War I and World War II happened. We all believe that we're about to have, like, another financial crisis, and, like, we can go, dinosaurs are gonna live again because they lived in the past. Like, you can't just say something happened before, therefore it's gonna happen now. But there is the rationale. The rationale exists. It's just that the rationale is that the majority of Democrats say that they prefer socialism over capitalism right now. 66% or 64% say that they prefer socialism over capitalism. The DSA has higher approval ratings right now than the Democrat Party does. There's tons of polling, there's tons of trends, there's tons of things that you can see that actually show that, like, that is more likely, that it is becoming more and more likely. And so you're able to give the rationale. The rationale exists, the evidence exists. He just didn't give it, unfortunately.
DSA positions and they could moderate Dem positions. I don't even know if I could rattle off moderate Dem positions. I actually just don't know.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, and I feel like our inability to have an identity in part stems from our inability.
That's majority of Dems of all age groups? Of all age groups, good sir. Of all age groups. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought that's got to just be like Gen Z or some shit, right? That's got to be just the fucking young bucks. That's got to be that's got to be like 12 years in younger, right? Like, nope. Of all ages. Let's see, I think I have the fuck. Okay. I know I sent this screenshot to Alex, so I'm pretty sure she's tweeted it out. No. We're not talking about favorable views. No, we're not talking about favorable views. We're talking about prefer. We're talking about preference. We're not talking about favorable views right now. We're talking about, here it is. Oh, it is. Okay, yeah. It's net favorable opinion of the DSA. Oh, no. This isn't it either. Fuck. I thought I sent, maybe, I thought she tweeted it out. Maybe she didn't. Okay, hold on. Wait, maybe I'm mixing this one up with the other one. I am correct on the polling, just to be clear. I'm correct on the polling. I'm just not sure where it is. Okay. It might be in my intro for the panel that I put on the DSA a while back. Issues with this.
Billy Ray among Democrats, that is actually bad. Are not just
in our country too.
and to centrist Democrats, these wins are not just any Democratic wins. They're a warning sign that the playbook is in 3 Democrats.
Favorable rating among Dems. Socialism 2010 50%, 2025 66%, capitalism 42%. So it's which one you favor. In a binary. So capitalism is now at 42%, socialism 66%. So yeah, there you go. There you go. I thought it was socialist versus Dem. No, versus capitalism. Who cares about this shit? Because it's versus capitalism. What do you mean?
To fight
it's only like I think like 30 something percent of Democrats identify as socialists. So like it's a yeah, it's not like a large amount of people who identify as socialists, but yes, if a lot of people have like a more positive view of socialism and a less positive view of capitalism in the Democrat Party, then
of like the far left. Because when you fight the right, well, we know that we're anti-Trump, but like what are we in actuality? And it's like, I don't know, like, well, we think that the Israel-Palestine thing is not good. And it's like, oh, so you want to defund and abandon entirely the state of Israel because that's the DSA position. It's like, well, I don't want to say anything about that position because I can't say anything bad about the far left people. Like, it feels like a lot of the problems that we have with the Democratic Party, that somebody like you would say, well, here's problems that we have that we need to work on. I feel like those are downstream sometimes from our inability to push against the further left wing in the party. And again, not necessarily to like trash them, although at this point it feels like that's kind of the back and forth we're in. But like, I see, it would be nice if there was a world where you have DSA people who are like, we're not going to support a single APAC anything candidate in the entire race. And then you've got moderate Dems who are like, I think that's definitely a step too far. But we're not going to support any Democrat who is in favor of even defensive aid to Israel if it's not tied to strong conditions. And that type of like tension and that type of back and forth would give voters like a very clear like, oh, okay, well, here's an extreme position on Israel-Palestine, and here's a more moderate position, but still opposite to Israel on Israel-Palestine. And now you have two poles to choose between, rather than I've got a DSA who has fleshed out positions and a Democratic Party who the conservatives say that they're the DSA and the DSA say that they're the conservatives, and I don't actually even know what they mean. Like, I don't know what they are. Like, which I feel like is when a moderate voter looks at the Democratic Party as sometimes. Like, I don't know what they even stand for.
I believe this is one of the issues I had, sort of with what you have been saying about this. So when I saw Kamala Harris during the 2024 cycle, and they would ask her questions about like transgender sports, and she would say, well, I'll follow the law in that state, or about immigration. I'm like, well, I wouldn't change from Joe Biden, but we do need a better immigration policy, or about you know, taxing, or maybe I think her most effective messaging that I saw in my own like in my experience talking to quote-unquote swing voters was her price gouging talk. And I heard, I had some voters tell me, I had some voters tell me that they were going to vote for Trump, but they went to Taco Bell one day. And at the same time they went to Taco Bell, they're like, wow, these prices are high. And Kamala Harris was on the radio or whatever saying, I'm going to stop corporate price gouging. And he's like, oh, she's going to make my Taco Bell cheaper. And it's sad, but that's how a lot of voters think. And my big the danger here, in my opinion, is if we say, I saw a bunch of posts this week, and a lot of people on the liberal side from like your community will be like, oh, you're not on team lib, you're a commie, you're sweeping for them. And then on the left, I get called a Zionist and a Jew hater from every angle. And everyone was blaming the Democrats. There was a poll that said Democrats are still viewed as by 6 points as more radical than Republicans, as too far left. And it's like, That's insane. And that has been a problem before DSA. And I saw everybody blaming DSA when, like you said, it's correct that most people don't know what the hell DSA is. That's been a media problem. That's been a democratic messaging problem. That's been an issue with our affirmative messaging. And we look at Hunter Biden right now. Not everything he's done is great. I'm not very happy about the Flint testing. I think he kind of abused Hunter in that one and got a huge one-up on him. I got it more than a one-up. That was really good for laundering.
Sure.
Laundering
I
Flint
think
test. But in general,
I think it was Andrew's fault more than Hunter's. But yeah, go on.
It was.
Yeah, and putting that combo together was pretty irresponsible because he knows more about the internet than Hunter does. Hunter doesn't really know what the hell's.
It's just the way that Andrew was driving the conversation, and even when Hunter would try to push back on things, Andrew would be like, "Whoa, oh, hold on! I don't want personal attacks. I don't want any personal attacks. I don't want him to feel attacked." And he's asking him a fucking question, dude. Shut the fuck up. And he would keep interrupting, even no matter what they would say. If they had some disagreement, Andrew would jump in and be like, "Oh, actually, that's the problem with the corporations, actually, and the media infrastructure. The media is what's actually the problem in this case, and we all need to recognize the media infrastructure. That it's holy shit. It was so annoying.
Going on. It's kind of unfair to him. But Hunter coming in and just allowing the Hunter Biden lies to be out there without addressing it directly has destroyed us. And it gives the leftist or the far left more credibility when they do come up and stand on business about something. Like we had Senator Mike Lee lie about Democrats getting fucking assassinated in Minnesota. And if Republicans had anything close to that, with how much they use Charlie Kirk, they would be talking about it every freaking day. They would force media coverage about it. They would not shut the fuck up about it. Yeah. And I did not see Democrats whatsoever talk about that when a sitting U.S. Senator, Mike Lee, made a conspiracy about that's actually Tim Walz' friend. Democrats should be pissed off about that and should be out there every day until the American public knows the freaking truth about that. Same with January 6th. We let these lies float in the open, and it's like, oh, well, eventually.
Well, even I will say, I've always said that I do think that their messaging is really piss poor when it comes to addressing these things. But there isn't a win here. I don't feel like they have a good option, because if they let's say the Fauci issue right now, where all of these people are running around saying that Fauci intentionally killed Americans, and he was funding he was doing the what the fuck is it called? Gain of function research. He was funding gain of function research at the Wuhan lab and was helping them create bioweapons and shit like this. When you if they do come out and actually address this and push back on it, which I would like, but there's a lot of people who will get mad that they addressed it. There's a lot of people who will get upset that the Democrats address this. And will be like, stop playing into their hand. You're playing defense. You gotta stop responding to the things that they say. You're falling right into their trap. And it's like, okay, so we suck at messaging, but anytime we say something, they go full court press to combat that shit and fight us on it. But then if we fight them on anything, then we're playing into their hands and playing their game. And we need to stop playing defense, which means we have to stop responding to the accusations that they make against us and just make accusations against them. But then when we do make accusations against them, they again play defense and go full court press and start fighting on it again. And so it's I feel like there's not a whole lot of options for them, but I do think overall they're currently winning. They are, while everybody's talking about how shit they are at messaging and how bad they've been at everything, they've won every messaging war, every important messaging war over this term. Every single one. They've won the messaging war over the Iran war. They won 2 messaging wars over 2 government shutdowns. They won the messaging war over Charlie Kirk. Literally, Charlie Kirk's death was a massive fucking W,
handed to the Republicans. It was a massive fucking W handed to them. And thank fucking God, Donald Trump came out and started giving rhetoric against like having guns and shit, and like wanting more protections against guns. And as did Pam Bondi. She came out and said that we need to make it to where people can't have guns. They came out against free speech and said like people shouldn't be allowed to say things. She said some speech is violence. They ended up fucking that up so royally. They fucked that up so fucking royally. Then you had all of these people who were like creating doxing websites to go after the left, and like and we pointed it out. We made a huge deal about everybody was flooding the fucking market with all of the videos of Donald Trump saying all of the things that they said. This is why Charlie Kirk died. These are the things that got him killed. Flood the fucking algorithms with all of the videos of Donald Trump saying the same exact things, and all of the liberals and Democrats coming out and pointing at all of those videos saying, look, Donald Trump said all of the things that you seem to think are so fucking dangerous and so horrible for people to say, yet you keep letting Donald Trump say it. Like, we won every fucking messaging war, every major messaging war this term. Every single fucking one. We've won all of them. So it really annoys me where there's this like optics that is created that Dems are just losing all of these messaging wars, and I can't think of one that they lost. I can't think of one. Which one did we lose? Where's the L? Where is it? Like, can somebody tell me? Does anybody here know where the fucking L is? Does anybody know where we lost on messaging? Like, we won on the Doge messaging, we won on the ICE messaging. Like, Donald Trump literally ended up pulling back and like changing out people. He's fired numerous people. But like, we have been winning on messaging. Democrats have been stacking W's during this term. A lot of it is Trump's own incompetence. But a lot of it is the fact that Trump is incompetent and Democrats have taken advantage of that incompetence. Democrats have seized the moment and done what they needed to do in that moment. And then even when they do that, we still turn around and hear nothing but Democrats suck at messaging. Like, I feel like there's no winning here. Trans in sports, well, we didn't even lose that because the only time that that hasn't been like a messaging war, I would say there hasn't been a trans in sports messaging war that's happened during this term. Like, that's just like that's a meta conversation that's always happening. But the one time that this messaging came up was when the Supreme Court made a decision, and you had the left-leaning justices on the Supreme Court all saying that they agree that a woman is a biological female. Like, all of them in their writings agreed that a biological woman is a female. And so this whole thing where they all point to these like, look, Justice Jackson, during her confirmation hearings, she refused to say what a woman was. Well, she literally wrote in the fucking decision that a biological female is a woman. Like, and so that kind of just like fucked their whole talking point on she wouldn't answer the question. She wouldn't even answer the question. Well, she answered it now. So like, I can't think of I can't think of like a real L that we've taken. I'm sure one exists, but I can't think of one. Like, all of the major things, all of the major stuff, I feel like we've just been stacking W's. Why didn't she answer at the hearing? Because she literally, her answer explains why she didn't answer. She says, one, like, I'm not a biologist, so that's not like, I don't know why you would be asking me that question as though I'm like an expert witness here to testify on what a woman is. But two, I might have to write legislation in the future or make decisions, not write legislation, but write decisions in the future that affect laws that are contingent on what a woman is. And I would not want to sit here in a confirmation hearing making some sort of decisive answer that people are going to want to hold me to in the future. I would want to like have an actual have actual experts brief me on these things, because yeah, if we're supposed to possibly make decisions in the future, we shouldn't be just willy-nilly saying those things or giving our opinions out in public. Like that was her answer. That's what she said in response, and she's correct. Like that she is 100% correct. You shouldn't just be throwing answers out just because the Republicans want some sort of political W in the moment. The trans in sports issue is a nonsense culture war issue that the right uses to virtue signal. There's literally maybe 10 trans athletes in the entire country, yet they act like so one, while I agree with you, that does mean that it probably should have just been like an easy thing for us to just move on about. But two, it is an area where we just haven't done great with messaging overall. Like, even when Gavin Newsom came out and said, I think all he said was like he understands the people's concerns when it comes to trans people, and he got fucking condemned by like all the Democrats in the House for saying he understood their concerns when it came to trans people in sports. So like there has been that has not been great when it came to trans people in sports, where like they haven't done the best on that platform. She should have just answered and it would have been a W for the Dems. Well, it wouldn't be, because no matter the whole point, the reason that they ask is because it's an L either way. So like it's just the same as like when Democrats ask a Republican who won the 2020 election, right? Every time they're in a hearing, the Democrats will ask them, who won the 2020 election? Okay? They don't ever answer because it's an L either way. It's an L no matter how you fucking answer it. If they answer it and say Donald Trump or Joe Biden won the 2020 election, they'll immediately respond and say, so why won't Donald Trump say that? Why if you think that Joe Biden won the election, can you condemn Donald Trump for refusing to say that Joe Biden won the election? Don't you think election denial is an important issue? Don't you think that's bad that the current president is refusing to acknowledge that Joe Biden won the election? Like it's an L if they say Joe Biden won, and it's an L if they say he didn't win. And so it's like they literally never fucking answer the question, because the questions are created to make it to where there is no right answer. There isn't a good fucking answer. There's no winning in that scenario. So it's similar to like when we're talking about Fauci being in the we're talking about Fauci being in the House giving a hearing, like, and just he keeps pleading the fifth every fucking time, and people are like, well, why? What? He could have just answered the questions. Wouldn't it have been better if he just answered the questions? No, because like they're literally trying to find a way to arrest him. They've already claimed that they could arrest him now for lying to Congress over shit that he never lied about. So if they're claiming that right now when he never lied before, then it doesn't matter what he says here. They're still going to claim it's a lie. Like, there's nothing he can say that they won't claim as a lie. So you just don't say anything. There's no point in talking. Just don't say shit. They can't claim it's a fucking lie. Now they can claim that you're hiding something, but that's not, they can't arrest you for hiding something. Like the whole reason that they're doing the hearings is because Biden gave him a pardon. And because Biden gave him a pardon, they're mad that they can't arrest him now. So they're hoping, okay, we do another hearing, and then whatever he says there, then we'll claim that's a lie too. And then Biden pardoned him for stuff from 2024 on. This will be happening in 2026. He lies in front of Congress in 2026. Now we fucking arrest him for that. Like, and so the whole thing is set up for him to just say literally anything, and they claim it's a lie. What is your name? My name is Dr. Anthony Fauci. Nope, that's a lie. That's not your name. He lied. Send him to jail. He lied to Congress. Like, they're literally, no matter what he said, they were going to claim it as a lie. And so, yeah, there's a no-win scenario.
Yeah, I think people will come to the truth. No, history does not bend towards the truth. We have to force it in that direction. And that's a big issue. If moderate Democrats and Democrats in general don't get an edge to them and fight.
Do you think Trump will pardon himself at the end of this term? Almost definitely. He'll pardon himself. I don't think it'll matter. Like, there will be too many state charges to get him with that it won't make that big of a difference. But, yeah, he'll likely do it.
On those grounds, then yeah, that's one reason why I support some DSA members taking out Democrats, because I need them to wake the hell up on what's happening.
I don't disagree with you at all, but I mean, I guess my argument would be that's what I'm trying to push as the wake up thing, and part of the wake up thing is that Democrats need to understand how the media works right now. MAGA understands it obviously really well, and I feel like the tankies all understand it pretty well. I think they've emulated the MAGA structure really well, and the liberals just haven't yet. You talk about like I see so many discrete parts trying to do what the MAGA and the tanky people do, but they don't all work together, so it doesn't work. So I think the closest example I can think of recently is there are all these clips right now of these senators or congressmen who are, or the senators who are farming clips on these appointees, these judges or whatever, who won't admit who won the 2020 election, right? I'm sure you've seen all these, right?
There you go.
You know, who won the 2020 election? Well, Biden was certified the winner. All these judge appointments and everything, right?
Yeah.
See? This is what I'm talking about. Like, these are fucking great clips, because it doesn't matter what the fuck they say. We get a W one way or the other, so let's go.
Those are things that, like, if a Republican was doing that, after the Republican farms the clip in the Congress, you would have Fox News running these same clips enough that all of the podcasters would start talking about these clips, and then everybody would see on the Republican side, oh my God, the Democrats don't support the 2020 election. Like, that's crazy. And but because it's on the Democratic side and the Democrats have no media apparatus.
Not even that. I mean, these clips are immediately being clipped as they happen and then sent out to like group chats and sent out to all of the people from like actual handlers who are telling people like, hey, this is the message. This is the narrative. This is what we're going with right now. Go push it. Go push it. Go push it. Like, it's even more direct than that. And it's not to say that that doesn't happen at all on the Democrat side. Like, Joe Biden definitely did that to some extent. We heard some of the rumblings about, you know, some of the groups that were, some of the pro-Democrat groups working with Joe Biden and his campaign and his administration, where they were telling them things to say and like what the narratives were. It's just not done to an extent that like that the Republicans do it. MAGA does it at a much, much higher level.
Of which to message from, they can't amplify that signal. So these clips basically start and stop when they show up on Twitter for a little bit, and then that's it. Same thing with the deaths of any lawmakers. Same thing with any misinformation about Hunter Biden that could be corrected. Like, all of this stuff just dies where it is because there's no amplification channel. And yeah, I mean, that's a big thing that I push for Democrats to get a handle on. I think that the lefties have a handle on it, but I don't think that the lefties are pointed in the same direction as us, so it makes me scared to see them understand it better than we do, because they're pointing in a direction that I'm very, very, very much opposed to, and I'm worried that by the time the libs figure it out, it's going to be a little bit too late. They're going to be like a sizable portion of the party that are now going to have to be contended with in a way that's going to make us all worse off.
Yeah, I guess that is where Israel-Palestine terminates a lot of the... So one big benefit Biden could have politically.
But yeah, so Van Dread, like pleading the fifth only applies to if you it only stops you from incriminating yourself. That's what pleading the fifth is for. It's like in court, you're allowed to remain silent in general, but in court, you're only allowed to remain silent when it comes to incriminating yourself. So like if you go in court and they say like, you know, is your name X? You can't be like, I plead the fifth. Doesn't apply there. Or if they say like, you know, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I plead the fifth. Like you can't plead the fifth for everything. It's technically only for things that can incriminate you. But in front of Congress, any sort of lie can be considered perjury, and so at that point you're allowed to plead the fifth for literally fucking anything. I've told a story about the fact that there was, when I was younger, I went to court for a marijuana charge. I told you guys yesterday there was one time that I got charged for less than a gram. It was like 0.2 of a gram or some shit that I got arrested for. And I didn't get arrested, I think. No, I did. I got arrested. I was locked up for like 2 days, then bonded out, and then went to court for it. And the judge said, who did you get the weed from? And I said, I plead the fifth. And she said, you can't plead the fifth. The fifth is only to protect yourself from incriminating yourself. So I'll ask again, who did you get the weed from? And I said, I plead the fifth. And she was like, okay, I'm going to make this very clear. If you don't answer the questions, you're going to be held in contempt. So, one last time, who did you get the weed from? And I just stood there and didn't say anything. And she's like, sir, who did you get the weed from? And I was looking around and I was like, I don't know what to do. And she's like, what are you doing? I was like, I don't know. I plead the fifth. She's like, okay. She's like, I forget what she said. She didn't hold me in contempt, but she said like, you know, she held me as like unruly or whatever, and said, you know, we're gonna adjourn and we'll reschedule for a month, and when you come back, either you answer the questions or you're gonna go to jail. I grew the fucking weed myself. Okay, I grew the weed myself. It was shitty weed. It wasn't very good. I like it was like my second or third try or something like that. But when they ask, who did you get the weed from? And the answer is me. I would be incriminating myself. So I can plead the fifth. But I can't tell her why I can fucking plead the fifth without incriminating myself. So I was in a fucked situation. I was in a totally fucked situation, didn't know what to do, didn't know what to say, like, and I was like 17 or 18 at the time. I think I was 17. And so yeah, it was just, I've spoken to lawyers about this since, and almost all of them say like this is a scenario where there's just really not a good answer. But one said, you can say I didn't get it from anyone. And then if they say, what does that mean? Then you plead the fifth. But when you do that, you are also still kind of implying something that you don't want to imply. And so, like, you're kind of fucked no matter what. Why not just say I don't recall? I don't remember. I don't feel like that's a great way to respond either, because you don't want to have to deal with like them being like you don't, what do you mean you don't recall, like blah blah blah, like I don't know, it feels like even that's like not giving a non-answer is worse, because when it comes to you getting sentenced, the judge is the one who decides your sentence. So they like, the whole thing is decided by a judge, and you're already pleading guilty, so you don't want to like anger the judge. You don't want to be difficult. You want to seem cooperative, but you also don't want to incriminate yourself more. And so you're in, like, if you say, I don't recall, you're going to be considered very uncooperative. But then pleading the fifth, you can't be considered uncooperative for pleading the fifth, but you're not really, you're not considered being cooperative either. So at least here you're in like a middle ground where you're not one or the other. Whereas if I say I don't recall, now I'm being uncooperative. So it's, yeah, there's it's a difficult fucking situation to be in where you're kind of fucked. Why not say stop being a square, Your Honor? That's what I should have said. I should have said, are you memeing on me right now, Your Honor?
Like Kyle Kulinski says all the time, Joe Biden ended a Middle Eastern war, and
Hi, bitch. Hi, bitch.
That's what I say. That's what I'd say to her.
Hi, bitch.
it was bad because Trump made it be bad. Trump's planning for that. Yeah. And releasing the Taliban.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Rough, dude. It's rough. Rough go.
And the Afghanistan government, we pretty much abused them. And then Joe Biden had to come in, and it wasn't even, you know, he had to delay it because it was such a shit position they were in. He had to delay it longer because he couldn't pull it out when Trump said we were supposed to pull out. Things were too bad. They had to, and we had like 13 allied countries there or some shit, and thousands, tens of thousands of people to get out. That was
Okay, I feel like we've been on this for way too long. It's my fault. Well, there's been a bunch of call-ins. There's been 2 call-ins while we've been going over this, but we're an hour and 15 minutes in, and we have another hour to go. So yeah, I'm gonna move on. Should I skip ahead or anything for anybody who's already watched it? Is there something that you think I should watch? Apparently I come up at some point, I guess, from what he said. Tom Foolery show, I think she was wrong. Saying where you got the weed is admitting to a crime. So you should be able to plead the 5th on that question. So I'm already pleading guilty to having possession of the weed. You understand? I'm already, in this scenario, I'm pleading guilty to having weed. But now I have to answer questions in order to, because you can't just say you did a crime. The court will never accept that you just say you did a crime. You have to convince them that you did the crime in order to plead guilty. So it has to be, you have to say you did the crime and how you did the crime and why you did the crime and all of the above. Like, you have to give more information than just saying, I did it, I plead guilty. Like, you have to give enough information to where they are convinced you are the one who did the crime. You actually did the crime. And now they can feel comfortable convicting you of the crime that you're pleading guilty to.
a huge historic accomplishment. And Joe Biden should get huge.
Skip it.
Imagine buying your kid a toy only to find the batteries aren't included. Or buying furniture, but it's missing the tools to build it. Frustrating, right? Now imagine that exact same feeling, but you're paying way more. That is.
Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. Appreciate you guys joining us today. We got hours more of content to go, so don't go nowheres. Also, make sure you guys follow me on Twitter and join the Discord. The link for the Discord is in the description, as are all of my socials. I'm on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, all the good stuff. Make sure you follow me everywhere. All of them links are in the description, or you can put exclamation point whatever in the chat. Exclamation point Twitter, exclamation point Discord, exclamation point Instagram, exclamation point TikTok, and it'll give you the links.
That is what buying business software usually feels like. Fragmented, disconnected, incredibly expensive. Odoo completely changes that. Odoo is a complete, fully integrated business suite where all your apps actually talk to each other. We're talking automated lead routing for your...
Are these your normal hours? Yes. Yes, they are. Yes. I am a third shifter streamer. I start at 8 p.m. Eastern time and I go until about 4 to 6 a.m. Eastern time.
Sales team, seamless AI integration, and an intuitive point-and-click website builder. It's everything your business needs to scale, saving you time, headaches, and money. Stop piecing your software together. Go to odoo.com/not kidding. That's odoo.com, odoo.com/not kidding to learn more.
How is it that a 34-year-old Turkish-American socialist Twitch streamer is now a kingmaker?
Shout out Tom for streaming when no one else does. Other people stream during this night. You don't want to go watch Food Shops or JSTLK? There's other great streamers going right now, guys. They're top of the line.
In the Democratic Party of the United States.
Oh, also, everybody take a second and share the stream. Do me a favor if you can. If you would, I would appreciate it. Share the stream. Go post it in another Discord. Go post it on Twitter. Go post it somewhere. Let people know. Let the people know where it's at.
I think this is a much larger movement. I don't think anyone is a kingmaker.
Do you believe that the rise of socialism in America is a supply issue or a demand issue?
It's both.
If Abdul El-Sayed wins, will you take some credit?
No.
If he loses, will you take some responsibility?
I think that this race will shock the world.
Bro, he's dressed like fucking Hitler again. Why is he dressed like Hitler? He's wearing the Hitler outfit again. Pity only fools. What it do? How's it going? No one actually watches Food Shops, unironically. I literally said that for the longest time. I was like, I'm pretty sure the only people who watch her are her own hate watchers. Like, I'm pretty sure those are the only people who watch that motherfucker. But, or there are like other like Destiny fans who will go and watch her and engage with her content honestly because they're that fucking lost. But there are other people those are people who are, you know, similar capacity as Food Shops, obviously. I really want someone to question Mehdi Hassan about his sane washing. I like Mehdi. I like Mehdi a lot. But he's obviously a good bit farther left. And obviously is a bit more amenable to these people than I wish he was. But he's a really smart guy, and I like his debates and his arguments. I think he's it's very rare that I hear him and disagree with him. Super Real Horse, if that's your reason for not watching her, you've got much bigger problems than what games she's playing.
You are a lightning rod. Is it weird for you to be hearing all these prominent Democrats just using you as the punch bag? I was on the PBD podcast.
Yeah, Patrick cooked you.
Yeah, Patrick cooked me. Okay.
There is power in shameless.
LMAO, I caught a stray. I watch Food Shop specifically for when she reads the court transcripts from Destiny's case. Oh, damn. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. My bad.
Donald Trump has proven that.
We got to talk about a big topic, and that is a man named Tucker Carlson.
He's a phenomenal communicator, and that's what makes him so dangerous.
I don't believe JD Vance believes anything sincerely.
JD Vance is on janitorial duty right now.
The Bill Maher, Joe Rogans, they do this free speech champion stuff. They're
One day, I want to be an effective communicator.
I have people who come on and disagree with them or call them out.
Zoran has done a pretty good job, but in ways that annoy me sometimes. I'm like, shut the fuck up, dude.
Are we really going to end the show on you saying, shut the fuck up, Zoran, I'm done?
I mean, come on.
What a twist.
They're going to arrest me as soon as I get out of this podcast if you keep talking about this.
I'm Mandy Hassan.
I'm Hassan Piker.
And we're not kidding. This is a podcast where I get to talk to funny people about serious things, but also funny things too, I hope. Hassan Piker, welcome to the show.
It's an honor to be here.
It's an honor to be here. It's taken ages to get you on the show.
I know.
Get you in DC.
I hate being in DC.
Well, you're here now. Oh, you miss LA?
No, it's not that I love LA. I mean, I do like LA. That's why I live there. But I feel like every time I'm in this town, the aura of evil is so palpable. Like, it's a beautiful city. There are phenomenal people that live here, but then it's just overshadowed by the metric ton of evil that you experience and you feel on a daily basis. Like, I'm staying at a hotel and I'm walking around and I'm looking around, I'm like, there's like war criminals here right now.
That's you humble bragging that you're staying at a really nice hotel.
That's not what my intention was with that.
That's how it came across. It is good to see you in town. This is our casual podcast. You're very dressed up, but you dress.
Yeah, I agree, Pity. Like the Hassan and the way that he engages with people like Hassan, it's like the worst thing about him. So I can be pretty forgiving about it. Overall.
It's up a lot these days. You're in a suit. I see you.
Yeah.
I thought you'd be in a suit today. What is this Chairman Mao outfit you are rocking?
This is
today?
a Zhongshan suit. So this is a traditional Chinese suit. When they initially, in China, I think it was like the nationalists as well, originally started dressing up in a more Western style. And this was like that first iteration of it. And when I went to China in Shanghai, I met this tailor who came from this long lineage who actually invented the Zhongshan suit. So I made them make me one, and I really liked it.
They made it in the time you were in China?
They made it while I was there, yeah. But then I liked it so much, they already had my sizes, so I was like, send me another one.
This is going to be like the part of a U.S. Treasury Department investigation to Hassan Piker's ties to China. His suits.
Yeah. Do you want to get into that? We can get into all of that.
We'll get into a lot of things
There's a
today.
lot going on that front.
Well, hold on. Is there a lot going on that front? Because last time you were on
Not
the
in my
podcast,
life.
you were on Beyond Israelism with Simone Zimmerman not too long ago.
Yeah.
It was shortly after Fox were talking about you being investigated by the Justice Department, apparently. Has anything come of that?
No.
Okay, good.
But I do think that there is a broader, like, RICO that they're trying to...
Oh, I just clicked on Twitter and the first thing up. The first thing up is a Destiny clip channel. Saying, speaking to Jola Politics, Destiny outlines some prescriptions on dealing with oppositional lefties that go too far as a means to shore up the Democrat coalition walls.
What should we all do? What do you recommend your followers, your viewers do when they're organizing? They join a college Democrat, they join DSA. What is your prescription moving forward?
So right now, there is a lot of friction online. If I say something bad about somebody to the left of me, I know that Hassan Sandesh is going to strike out.
Okay, yeah, I got it.
To establish for the entire left movement and whatever they can like add on as different tentacles to it. So I haven't even received a subpoena from the Treasury Department, and that investigation seemingly has gone really nowhere. But I think the ultimate goal of that investigation, as I clocked early on, was not necessarily to come after people like myself. I think we're secondary. They just want to establish like a big racketeering case around probably Roy Singham.
What's with the dog thing? Is there real proof, or is it just a thing that people hate him saying? I still haven't seen any proof beyond the one clip people link where she flinches. Is there more? No. It's literally an entire conspiracy theory made up by Zionists who want to harm Hassan. That's all it is. There's no evidence to this. There's no truth to it whatsoever. He definitely 100% beyond a reasonable doubt did not shock his dog. It is probably the last thing in the world he would do. He treats his dog so well. He treats that dog so well, guys. You guys don't know how well he treats that dog, okay? He is so good to that dog. They're seriously, like, that was like all of his allies, that was all of their responses. All of them. Every single one of them. They all said the same thing. He treats that dog so well. He treats that dog like a queen. Yes, she's so spoiled. That's right, that's what it was. He spoils that dog. He spoils her so much. Yeah, no, he almost definitely 100% shocked the dog. Like, for sure. He had a shock collar on it.
This is one of the funders of Code Pink.
Yeah, he's just a centimillionaire who sold his company. He's a radical guy. He sold his company to Microsoft, made a lot of money, and then just moved to China. And he's been an activist for a very long time. I've never met the guy. I just knew of him.
Yeah.
And knew that he had fundraised a lot, or he'd funded a lot of.
There's a lot of proof. There's a lot of proof. It's not just the clip. The clip was not convincing for me at all. It was even a little odd that people like jumped to that conclusion. I was like, this is nothing. But then, yeah, like we were able to go and like look at the exact models of what was on the collar. He accidentally showed it one day when he was going over it on stream, and he was trying to like cover up the dog collar and accidentally showed it. We were able to look at it and like find exact models that were shock collars. Like they couldn't have been anything else. They were shock collars. And then the same with the remote. We were able to find like numerous clips of him with the remote, and you denied it for years. That it hasn't even been a fucking year. But yeah, the remote that like had that was only for shock collars. So yeah. I don't understand why anyone cared about the dog stuff. You should be criticized for way, way worse things. Lots of people buy those shock collars to train their dogs. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal to have a shock collar. It is a big deal if the dog yelps like that. Generally, you have it turned way too high up. Like, one of the things that, like, you know, a lot of people, you would come to the assumption, you would think, well, they probably aren't going to make shock collars that are actually going to be abusive to a dog, right? Like, they're not going to make them in ways that will really hurt the dog, right? Like, nobody, like, PETA's not going to fucking let people sell products that are literally abusive in how hard they shock the dog, right? But that's just not true. Like, different dogs, different sizes need different amounts of shock in order for it to be effective, and in order for them to feel anything. And so obviously it's not the biggest dog in the world, and it's it was improperly used too. It was too tight. Oh yeah. It was all. Also, yeah, we have the video of the lady showing how tight the collar was, and so yeah, there's a lot there. There was a lot of shit.
Political organizations that like helped them get started, and the American government doesn't like that at all.
I said this recently on a stream that Donald.
Yeah, I just like, it's Hassan. I don't really care. He's got too many other fucking like egregious things to where this was like the least of it.
Trump continues to morph into George W. Bush by the day. We've had a big presentation at the White House with CIA intel about the election. Since that felt very 2003. The CIA says China interfered in our election, which it doesn't say, by the way.
What up, Conduit? How's it going, homie?
And then, of course, the bombing of Iran, the embrace of neocons, and now the constant. You saw Stephen Miller and Marco Rubio's deranged speeches the other day talking about left-wing terrorism and cracking down on the left. They are very worried about the rise of the left. There is a rise of the left. You've been part of it. You've been identified.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a patriotic American. I am
small C conservative.
I'm small C conservative. I always say the freer the markets, the freer the people.
You always say that.
I always say that. I also say, so
This is my normal sleep schedule, or my normal stream schedule. This is when I stream, bruh. This is my fucking block. Anybody else streaming past like 8 p.m., they're gonna get a strongly worded letter from me.
socialism only works in theory until you run out of other people's money.
People can't see off camera. We've got Ayn Rand books piled up. You brought with you to read on your flight.
No, I'm such a small C conservative. I'm illiterate now. I leaned in fully. I forgot how to read and write.
Because of the elite literature industry.
Yeah, because I hate. Yeah, reading is woke and gay.
Why were you in New York on the night of the Democratic primaries?
I was
enjoying yourself with all these wins that we saw in New York. You were there. We saw you there. With
I don't know
Claire
what you're talking
Valdez
about. I don't know what you're talking about.
Elisa,
Must have been
Avila
somebody
Chevalier.
else.
I like the girls with the accents. I'm out here trying to find me a Discord kitten with an accent. Got to stream at these hours to find them. Okay, well, yeah, if whoever it was in chat who said that they didn't know if there was actual evidence of any of this, here's the link that goes over apparently all the proof on Twitter.
Yeah, Brad Lander, Melat Kiros, who was just on your stream, who won in Colorado. All these lefties, or almost all of these lefties who are winning, there is a link to you. You've backed them. You've public talked. Some of them you've campaigned with. How is it that a 34-year-old Turkish-American socialist Twitch streamer is now a kingmaker in the Democratic Party of the United States?
Liking this video?
Oh,
then don't just watch. Hit like, share, and subscribe. And tap the bell so you never miss a video or live.
Oh, man. Somebody needs to end Medi for that one. Just for that one right there. That's it for him. He's done. Kill that motherfucker.
Come and subscribe now. You'll be supporting fearless, independent journalism.
Well, first of all, I don't think I'm a kingmaker. I think this is a much larger movement. I don't think anyone is a kingmaker. I don't think Zoran is a kingmaker.
An appropriately modest answer.
No. I'm not even I'm not even demonstrating humility. I'll take ownership over some of those victories, where I feel like I've made the most impact, right? Where I feel like maybe even some of these races are overlooked. But ultimately, this is a real movement that we've been working to build for the last decade or so. I think from failure after failure, every single time people have gone back to the drawing board and figured out new ways of reaching as many people as possible. I'm a firm believer that there is no such thing as a spontaneous revolution, and I think that we have to be organized, we have to be disciplined, and we have to be ready for when the moment comes when people start recognizing that this system is fundamentally flawed.
And I'll come back to system just on you before we move on.
Yeah.
Clearly you've played a role, even if you're not a kingmaker.
Yeah.
Is that a role you saw yourself when you were making videos for TYT, when you were in college, you moved here from Turkey? Do you see yourself as the Twitch gaming streamer guy who's also dabbling in national and international politics?
Yes and no. Like I always...
Does he even game anymore? Do you even game, bro?
Always had a lot of hubris. I think I always thought, I always thought that I was destined for something, right? I don't know what it was, and I just kind of go along with the wind. But I did not think that I would have this much impact. I did not think that we would get to a point where the overwhelming majority of Americans are pro-Palestine, for example.
I never imagined I'd see
Yeah,
that.
so there have been dramatic shifts in public consciousness, and I'm honored to have played a small role in that, as you have as well. But I just did not think that the broader shifts would happen in general.
And it's not just a shift on Palestine. We'll come to Palestine. Just sticking with socialism, that was a dirty word until very recently. The S word.
Yeah.
I mean, going back to FDR, people were calling FDR a socialist. People were calling Truman a socialist. Truman famously said, whatever, call me whatever you want. The S word has had a lot of value for Republicans. I feel like they overused it, right? When they throw it everywhere.
Yeah.
If Obama's a socialist, if Joe Biden's a socialist, if Kamala Harris is a socialist, communist apparently, Marxist. Then when the real socialists...
Conduit, I have a fucking Candace Owens documentary. Which I mention often. I mention very fucking often. I have a Candace Owens documentary that I mention every time I get a chance. As Tom mentioned, Hassan is wearing the Mao suit for his interview. It's a Hitler suit. It's a Hitler suit. Obviously.
Come along. People are, oh, Bernie Sanders and Zoran Mamdani, they don't seem so bad. And I wonder, you to go back to free market principles, do you think the
which
rise
I
in
admire and adore.
We both love. Do you believe that the rise of socialism in America is a supply issue or a demand issue? Is it being led by, is it because you have all these people pushing it now and people are like, wow, we like Zoran Mamdani, we like this Claire Valdez, we like Bernie and AOC? Or is it a demand issue from the public just saying, we are fed up with this broken system, give us something else?
It's both.
Okay.
It can't be one or the other.
It's in the moment.
Yeah, that's why I said that, there's always going to be ideologues, there's always going to be fighters, but there's a severe crisis in class consciousness in this country. My understanding, or our understanding on the broader left, is that class war happens, right? It's already happening. It's happening all the time. And there is a group of people that are class conscious, and there's a group of people who aren't. It's the billionaires, the capital owning class that are class.
Something that doesn't get mentioned very often is within the leftist sphere. So if you're a socialist, if you're a communist, if you're any of these things, something that doesn't get mentioned very often is Hassan's belief in what it is that he does. He isn't liked very much in the extremely online leftist groups. He isn't liked very much. And it's because he is a class reductionist. This is the term for, like, it's a very bad term for leftists. To be a class reductionist is a very bad thing to be. It means that, like, you think that just fixing class issues and disproportionalities within class, any sort of inequity within class, fixing that kind of fixes everything. You think it fixes the racial systemic issues, you think that it fixes trans issues, you think that it fixes, like, all social issues are fixed by class. Class is everything. Class fixes everything. That is a class reductionist. You think that just it all comes down to class. Whereas the majority of, like, the people online, the more, radical Marxist sorts of people, they believe that if you wait too long to fix the class issues, if you go and try to the social issues, if you try to fix the class first, there is no real incentive to fix the social issues. And there's no marker for those things anymore. You don't know it's happening as much. You don't have data and you can't back it up as easily. Whereas right now, because of the markets and the way that everything works, you can point to data, you can point to stats, you can see the numbers, you can see the systemic racism, and you can see, like, the disproportionalities all over the place. Whereas if everybody's equal and we actually have, like, equality as far as class goes, you're not going to be able to see this anymore. It's not going to be obvious. And now we're just going to be kind of frozen in time. Like, like social issues will not progress. They will not be fixed. They will never go anywhere. They will be stuck in this moment because we fixed class. And so now there's no real way of incentivizing a change like there is, you know, under capitalism. You have like a bit more ways of holding companies accountable, holding media accountable, whereas under socialism, it'll be the workers who decide the things for themselves, not for the greater population. And so you have to fix the social issues first, then you can go to class issues. Hassan believes no, it's just class. Just class, you fix class, you fix everything. So he is not well liked in far left circles. He is not thought of kindly by these people because he is a class reductionist. There's more reasons to that, I believe. I mean, if anybody here wants to pipe in, I'm happy to hear. I feel like I'm missing some aspects of this as well for class reductionism, but yeah.
As conscious and waging class war, albeit very successfully, and a part of that is
it's more maybe radlibs that may think Hassan is a class reductionist, not MLs or tankies or Marxists. Yeah, no, well, Marxists would. MLs would not. So you don't say MLs or tankies. Tankies are MLs, but the Marxists do believe that like you have to fix class first, generally. MLs would not. Yeah.
That the working class are oblivious to their position. They are unaware that they're being screwed over by this system that has been designed in a way to create these unjust outcomes, because it's very beneficial for the capital owning class. So,
yes, this was all designed for the rich and powerful. Capitalism was designed for the rich and powerful. They had this system before where they had, you know, serfdom and lords and kings, and they thought, you know what, this just isn't a good system for controlling power. We're not able to control who has the money and who doesn't have the money as well. We really should come up with a different system for us to really be able to control where the money goes and make sure that it only goes to a select few a lot better, because it's currently with just lords and serfs and everybody, this isn't working. It's not, it doesn't do it enough. I think capitalism will really, that'll really help keep the powerful, keep this big distinction between the two.
My goal always has been to first and foremost foment class consciousness amongst the masses and help people recognize their class position and realize that the real dividing line is around those who are of the working class and being exploited versus those who are in the billionaire, millionaire, capital owning class that are doing the exploitation, and not on these different lines like these ethnic tensions, racial divisions around your.
I have like 1,000 things that I'm waiting. I've already been waiting like 2 hours for this to finish, but I'm trying to get this suit, the Power Armor MK2. And I have so much shit that I have to, I don't know what you call it, render or create or craft in order to get it. So it's gonna take hours. I was already 2 hours in and we're only like halfway through this shit. So
your gender identity, your sexuality, and vice versa.
You and I are not working class or are from working class backgrounds. Are we class traitors?
To a certain degree, yes.
Actually, it said, and who invented capitalism, everyone? That's right. Zionists. The fucking Jews who love the money, of course, were trying to get their shekels. But Zionism early on was actually a Marxist socialist movement. If you didn't know, they're actually, Zionism is actually a leftist movement.
I mean, I don't really own a business necessarily. Like everything I do, I'm like owned and operated by myself. But yeah, I mean,
I do now.
I know you were on Patrick Bet David, and he called you out for it. He was like, how can you say you're a socialist? I love Patrick.
We'll
Bet
come back
David.
to Patrick. We're going to talk about Patrick Bet David. Don't you
Okay.
worry. But while we're on the subject of lefty candidates, the rise of socialism, actually, a candidate who is not a socialist but is running a very lefty campaign is Abdul El-Sayed in Michigan, running a very progressive insurgent campaign in the Senate Democratic primary there in a key swing state. You've been stumping hard for him. You've campaigned for him. You look at the polls this week, Hassan. The polls are interesting. They're kind of all over the place. You have a Detroit News poll that shows Haley Stevens, the centrist establishment pro-Israel candidate, the sitting congresswoman, at 48%, and Abdul El-Sayed at 41%. And then you have a Data for Progress poll that has, I think it's an internal Abdul poll, which shows him at 54% and Stevens at 41%. How are you reading these mixed polls? Are you worried?
So both of those, no, I'm not. Both of those polls are technically should be read as internal polls. So the Data for Progress comes from, I think, a super PAC, and the Detroit
Comes
one,
from the Zionists.
the Glengarriff one is actually a poll that has
The fucking
overestimated
shitlibs.
Haley Stevens' chances the entire time and actually endorsed Haley Stevens. So both are favorable polls to the respective partners. Having said that, I think what's more important than poll watch, which can show you the trend, is looking at the number of small dollar donations, looking at the on the ground excitement, and I think those are far better markers of who will inevitably win elections. At least in my experience, that's what it's looked like every single time. And we've had a couple upsets. Meillat Kiros and Daria Liza are the two big upsets that I think a lot of people were not expecting.
And they didn't even win narrowly. They won comfortably.
Yeah, Daria Liza was like the closer one, and she was still, I believe, up 5 points against the incumbent.
Well, this race is
Andrea
clearly going to be
Nesbitt.
close, and no one expected otherwise, especially after Mallory McMorrow, the third candidate, pulled
We'll
out.
see.
You don't think it's going to be close?
I think
You heard it here first, folks.
I think that this race will shock the world.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I think.
I mean, they are throwing a lot of money now into this race, obviously.
yeah.
The UDP, the United Democracy Project, which is AIPAC's PAC, Super PAC, has spent $15 million.
I mean, a lot of shekels. That's what he meant. He meant they're throwing a lot of them fucking shekels into this race.
In recent weeks. New York Times has a number of $28 million total from AIPAC or its affiliates just for Haley Stevens.
Yeah.
They're spending 10 times as much on TV ads as Abdul El-Sayed right now. We know the power of TV ads in a lot of these primary races. What do you make of the money that's being spent in this race? And especially AIPAC, of course. And now we're on
it makes sense.
now we're on to sensitive territory because you say AIPAC because, you're being anti-Semitic conspiracy theorists, even though AIPAC themselves bragging about how much money they're spending.
Yeah, I mean, it makes total sense. AIPAC has done this already with Wesley Bell. AIPAC did this against Jamal Bowman as well. And those were primary races for the House of Representatives, right? Like, the Senate seat is far more consequential. There's less senators, more powerful. It's the upper chamber. And I think it's terrifying that there is an avowed anti-Zionist, pro-Medicare for all, anti-corporate PAC expenditure candidate out there who is a Bernie-crat through and through. They don't want that in the Senate. And when I say they, I don't mean just AIPAC. I mean all of these other big corporations definitely are terrified. And that's precisely the reason why the total expenditure, outside expenditure so far has been around $54 million.
Yeah, AIPAC was like, do you have somebody who's like that Jew motherfucker in the Senate? Nah, bruh. No way, dude. You can't have somebody like him. Bernie Sanders, the guy who keeps voting for funding for Israel? No way, dude. Nah. Can't have someone like that. AIPAC is freaking out.
billion.
Insane
Haley
numbers.
Stevens is a non-entity on the ground. She every now and then she pops up and does a couple safe events.
And even at the safe event, she says some weird stuff. And
There's-
if you
well,
say
now,
it's weird,
now you're
being misogynistic.
You're being yes, you're being a classic woman-hating Muslim, which is what I think because I'm a small C conservative.
Well, they've said it about Abdul. They've said it about you. They'll say it about me. In my defense, you know, I call a lot of Republicans weirdos. I call a lot of Democrats weirdos.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to describe someone who says Israel comes to me in my dreams as. Other than a weirdo.
You know what I call them? The next senator from Michigan, because I love all of that. That's my favorite type of
Abdul
politics.
El Sayed recently tweeted, Hassan, it's become impossible to ignore the way that people online make fun of my opponent for things that have nothing.
Just FYI, everybody. Path of Exile is only for people who like penises in their butts.
To do with their policies or politics. It's unkind and unhelpful. If you support me, please stop. Some people say he's talking about you.
That's Shannon Watts saying that. No, I don't think he's talking about me because he could talk
Do you
to
agree
me.
with that sentiment?
I agree with the sentiment, but I also disagree with it at the same time. So I agree that, and I even brought this up before he even tweeted that out, like a couple days prior to this, where I was like, I think people are focusing a little too much on how folksy Haley Stevens is, right? And what people should be focusing on instead is how utterly devoid of policy her campaigning has been, and also how bought and sold she is to AIPAC and numerous other corporations. Like, those are the real problems here. That's why Abdul
And that's
should
unique
win.
to Haley Stevens, because whatever you think of Mallory McMorrow, she didn't have as bad a record or as much outside spending. Like, there's a difference between Mallory McMorrow and Haley Stevens.
Mallory McMorrow called Haley Stevens out a lot during her campaign. So I agree with him on that front. What I disagree with him in principle is leaning in any way, shape, or form, or conceding in any way, shape, or form to bad faith attacks.
Because they never accept those.
That's not.
They just want more.
It actually backfires because what ends up happening, and I gave this. I gave this advice to Democrats. It's free advice on my stream all the time during the 2024 election as well, where I was like, never apologize for something you don't have to apologize for. Never accept your opposition's framing.
Agreed.
And if you ever do apologize for something, your opposition is going to take that in bad faith and then say, see, they're taking ownership over it. So now all of a sudden it's a story. If Abdul had said nothing, maybe there would be some articles about it. Maybe they would constantly try to get him to address it. And then Abdul could come across as saying, the real story here, I don't necessarally have anything to say about the way Haley Stevens sounds. I think it's silly. What the real story is how devoid of policy she is.
Democrats should not be on the defensive. The left is often in a defensive posture, often appeasing bad faith actors, often denying things they shouldn't have to deny. I'm always reminded of that apocryphal story of LBJ. Apocryphal story that LBJ is running for Congress in Texas early on in his career, and he tells his team about his primary opponent, you should put it out there, he's a farmer, and he said, you should put it out there that he fucks his pigs.
Oh, yeah.
And his team like, so we can't say that, he doesn't fuck his pigs. And he says, yeah, I know that, I just want to hear him deny it.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the classic kind of the bad faith approach to politicking. On that note,
I hear Van Dredd plays Path of Exile. Just what I heard.
there have been a number of attack ads on you, Hassan. I'm sure you've seen them. On El Sayed, actually, on Abdul, featuring you. There was a mailer that says El Sayed embraced a podcaster that said America deserved 9/11. And then there's commercials like this one. We have a clip.
Oh, there's a commercial.
Meet Abdul El Sayed.
I'm the worst on the stage you said, and I have the courage to say that we gotta apologize.
And that's not all. Abdul campaigned with anti-Israel
that's not
radical
all.
Hassan Piker.
What do you say to that?
I think that's the Republican attack ad that they put out because they're trying to Pied Piper it, which is really funny. Because that's not a real attack ad. That's a promote. That's a promotional piece. You know how they do. Hillary Clinton did this with Donald Trump,
Yes, and it
which,
backfired.
as we know, backfired
If
spectacularly.
Abdul El Sayed wins, will you take some credit?
No, I'll just say the same thing I've always been saying, which is that this is a broader movement. And
If he loses, will you take some responsibility?
Absolutely not.
I was trying to check for consistency. That's a very consistent answer.
Yeah.
Look, you are a lightning rod. in a way that it's happened very fast. I've known you for many years, and in the last couple of years, especially post October 7th, post the 2024 election, you've become this leader. We went through a weird roller coaster where after the 2024 election, is this the left's Joe Rogan? I was like, how many fucking profiles are we going to read about Hassan Piker?
Yeah.
It's like every time I open the New York Times or New York Magazine or whatever it is, there's a glossy profile of you working out somewhere, not in a Chinese suit. And then it changed quite quickly into you are evil personified. You are this anti-Semite. Since earlier this year, just this year, Mallory McMorrow, who we mentioned a moment ago, compared you to Nick Fuentes, the Nazi, called you misogynistic and anti-Semitic. Josh Gottheimer, congressman from New Jersey, said all elected officials should condemn your rhetoric. Andrew Cuomo, remember him? He said that Zoran Mamdani, he said on the debate stage. I don't know if you're watching that live debate. I wonder what you thought when you heard your name.
I knew it was going to happen.
Mamdani should condemn Hassan Piker, he said. Neera Tanden, former Obama and Clinton official, now head of the Center for American Progress, said AIPAC would spend $50 million to defeat any candidate campaigning with Hassan Piker. I'm definitely against super PAC money, but let's get real. Is it weird for you to be hearing all these prominent Democrats just using you as the punch bag?
No, it's expected. I think I'm the perfect guy to draw all of their enmity. I'll draw all the aggro. I can tank it. I've been in a very contentious.
But it's not weird. This is happening suddenly in your life. Like for 33 years, you were just like a streamer, and that 34th year, you're the enemy of the Democratic Party establishment, and they hate you.
Yeah, but the hatred is coming from the success of this movement. So who cares? Let them hate. I don't care about what they think of me. I just want to win. I want to win for the working class, and I want to make sure that we have real fighters that get elected.
So a lot of the attacks on you are clearly bad faith and bullshit. A lot of the attacks on you are because you're anti-Israel and anti-Zionism. If you weren't, they wouldn't care what you said on your streams.
I was reminded of Medhai on Piers with Destiny dominating Margaret. Just sucks that he's with the people who want to destroy the Dem Party.
I don't know. He's not so bad. Like he's a bit more like he'll support Dems a bit more than Hassan will. He's not nearly as bad as Hassan.
Be real about that. At the same time, there is no denying that you've said some stuff that's pissed a lot of people off in good faith. People who are not hardcore supporters of Israel. I watched your appearance on Simone Zimmerman's Beyond Israelism podcast. If you don't watch Beyond Israelism, tune in, a great Zateo podcast. Hassan was on the show, and I heard you say to Simone, it's like, man, he's always texting me about these clips of mine. And I do clip you, because I don't watch or stream as religiously as everyone else. I don't have 8 free hours of the day. But I do see these clips. People send this to me because I end up, A, being associated with you because we're both critics of Israel in the media. B, we're both called Hassan. And C, I go on a lot of these podcasts. I was on the PBD podcast. And they brought you up. But before we get to that, just let's deal with some classics. Sorry, I know you've gone through as well. But for people
Patrick
at home,
cooked you.
But Patrick cooked me. Okay. We saw the ad just now. The classic one they throw at you. America deserved 9/11. You've withdrawn that comment, I believe.
Yeah, I said it in 2019, and
Okay, just to be clear, this is a fucking lie, and I don't ever hear anybody mention this. I never hear anybody fucking mention this. I don't know where the clip is. There's like clips of him repeating this numerous times, and there's clips of him and like all of his friends sitting together being like, let's all say it together now, America deserved 9/11, like, and then he's like, because it's true, like they all got mad at me, but it's true, they like they're all mad because they're stupid, it's true, like they fuck, I never see this clip anymore. I saw it for like a week, and then that was it. Disappeared. Never saw it again. And Yeah, it was like Hassan and a bunch of the, Twitch royalty streamers.
Has said more fucked up things about Donald Trump has said more fucked up things about 9/11 than I ever could. Donald Trump on the morning of 9/11 called in to a radio show to say, well, at least my Trump Tower is now the highest building standing on.
I'm pretty sure they even have like shirts that he was putting out that said America deserved 9/11.
There is no way you support terrorism, ? No, I don't. I don't support the state of Israel, and I don't support the state of the United States of America.
America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying.
Fuck. Yeah, I'll have to go looking for him at some point, because there's clips of him wearing shirts that say America deserved 9/11. There's clips of him and his friends. Oh, okay, last week I was talking about this. Apparently this is a clip from, this is Dan and Mouton going over this on anything else, but I was talking about this, the fact that like after he said it, he's literally like a child on TYT sitting there. If you guys haven't seen this is fucking amazing. He's sitting there as, Cenk is like, well, you're part of TYT, you're my nephew, like people need to hear that, like, you regret what you said and that you didn't mean it. And he's just sitting there, oh, this is so stupid. It's not fair. Like the whole fucking time, just sitting there like a fucking child pouting.
11. I said America deserves 9/11.
Right, but that's
and
still
in that
wrong.
Moment, well, maybe you can chalk it up to English being my second language or whatever.
Oh
you want to chalk
my
it up to.
god!
You don't remember this one? It's a classic.
I didn't know.
So good.
Use of the language there. It's messed up that I would even give the opportunity to the right to try to morally grandstand on an issue like this when they are 100% responsible for all of the bloodshed that has been caused. Democrats, if they were in charge right now, would be doing 100% the exact
same thing.
One to
one.
Make no fucking mistake. Anyone who tries to tell you that Kamala Harris would be different is a fucking delusional moron. Do not listen to them. No, I didn't say.
All right. Well, that sucks. Yeah, I can't find it. But this is from like a year ago, I want to say. Maybe a little bit longer. But yeah. I don't remember who all was there though. Like, he has this one guy friend that is like one of the Twitch royalty guys that plays games with all of them. He's very fucking nutty, very weird, like but he's like kind of tall, good looking dude. I don't know his name. I wouldn't know his name if somebody mentioned it, I don't think. But I believe he was there. I believe he was one of them. XQC? No.
And if you listen to the full conversation, you very quickly understand what I'm talking about.
You're talking about foreign policy blowback.
Yeah, we're talking about foreign policy blowback.
But you could have phrased it better, because it sounds like you're saying people deserve to die.
Of course,
we don't believe that.
Again, in 2019, and then immediately I'm all over Fox News and getting an unbelievable amount of death threats. I'm a big boy; I can handle it. It is what it is. But I went on the Young Turks and famously was like, I should have phrased things better. I apologize for those who I've offended, and I most importantly apologize for giving an opportunity to the right to just like use this against.
This is a 7-year-old clip that you've already explained disowned. I have the same issue. They're clips of me that I've had to talk about.
Yeah,
Jewish people calling Orthodox Jewish people inbreds is the one you and I texted back and forth many times. Because I was like, Why would you say this?
Yeah, I have a policy of using pejoratives when describing any kind of like ethno-racial supremacist groups.
So you call a lot of people inbreds.
I have an entire compilation of it out there somewhere.
But do you regret doing this content because you gave a weapon to people to say?
Well, that
clearly sounds
is
anti-Semitic.
yeah, no, I know, but that one is like super disingenuous because like there's another one that they were like pig dog, where they're like pig dog is anti-Semitic. It wasn't even in the anti-Semitism glossary until they decided it was actually anti-Semitic. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Yeah, exactly. Most people don't even know that that's supposed to be an anti-Semitic term.
That's not true. That's not true. It's this is the first time I've heard him try this one. This is a very different one than I've heard him say in the past. Because in the past he said like, "Yeah, I fucked up on that one. I didn't know that one was anti-Semitic. So like, okay, I fucked up on that one. Whatever." Like, this is the first time I've heard him go the route of like, it's not even anti-Semitic. It was only anti-Semitic once I said it. Fuck, all my lines are fucked up. Cause of kick. Stupid fucking kick. Fucking kick streamer Destiny. You know that's what Hassan and all of his people call him now. They always call Destiny kick streamer Destiny. They always say kick streamer Destiny. Is obviously like being a kick streamer is somewhat stigmatized, especially on the left and on Twitch. Like, people who went to Kick were kind of the degenerates, and so the fact that he streams on Kick, they always call him Kick Streamer Destiny every fucking time. Every time they mention him, every time Hassan mentions him, he always says Kick Streamer Destiny on Twitch. Or sorry, on Twitter, if he mentions him, he calls him Kick Streamer Destiny.
So you're just a guy who likes to call people out with incendiary rhetoric, and occasionally it happens to be people who are Jewish, and therefore you're not targeting them because they're Jewish.
No, of course not. And everyone can see that, especially considering that.
You say everyone can see that. Just serious point. Everyone can't see that. We live in a clip world, right?
Everyone.
So good faith people who might like your politics and like what you do, and then they go, "Oh man, but he said this is a clip. You're saying Orthodox Jewish people are inbred. That's anti-Semitic."
Well, I didn't say Orthodox Jews are inbred. I'm talking about I'm talking specifically about settlers. I'm talking specifically about like people that are joining the Israeli military to go invade Lebanon. It's not about.
But you wouldn't use that language now. Let me ask you that question.
I still definitely utilize the term inbred quite frequently when talking about religious and ethno-supremacist groups, but with the exception of anything that touches Israel, because I don't want people to just like keep weaponizing that against me.
And they are really weaponizing, annoying. And it's not
but it is a double standard, 100%.
100%. I agree with you on double
I've called Republicans inbred hicks my whole life. I call Nazis inbred. I call them pigs.
Yeah, I call white people, hoodlums and thugs and gangsters all the time. So it's really annoying when randomly black people get mad at me for calling them thugs and gangsters. Like, I say it to white people as well. So I'm equal opportunities in my name calling, guys. I call white people monkeys. Then black people get mad when I call them fucking monkeys. I don't get it. I don't understand the problem here.
All these different things. I've gotten banned for this. I said Zionist pigs. I got banned for that. Why did I get banned for that? Because the ADL went to Twitch, went to Amazon, and made Zionism a protected identity on the platform, specifically to get me banned.
Well, that's to you.
No, literally, they did that on Twitch just for me, and eventually.
I don't think the analogy works there. No, it does. It does work there, because these people have called the Jews as inbreds for a long fucking time. These are terms that have been targeted towards Jewish people for a long fucking time, and then all of a sudden you take terms that have obviously been pejoratives for Jewish people, and then act like, let's say,
It's all the same though. I say it to other people too. It is a fucking one-to-one analog.
Eventually, they got one, and then they celebrated it, and it was I ate that suspension. Ridiculous.
But your relationship with Amazon is okay now?
My relationship with Amazon is up in the air all the time. I don't know.
Just the same as like you have the what is it called? The blood. Fuck! I just had it. I'm blanking on it again. Blood. What is it? Fuck! I don't know why I'm blanking on this. All this the the Jewish conspiracy theory about them like sucking the blood of babies and shit like that. Blood libel, yeah. And then he keeps calling them bloodthirsty Zionists. Like there are things that can be fitting. And it doesn't matter when you use it in certain contexts, it changes. So just the same as like, Barack Obama can actually have big ears that stick out the side of his head that kind of make him look like a monkey. But if you start calling him a fucking monkey, it's not it's not weird that everybody else is gonna think you're being fucking racist. Like that's not on everybody else. That's on you. For calling him a fucking monkey, like for being that fucking socially inept that you think it makes sense to start calling him a monkey. Like,
I sometimes don't even understand why they let me exist on the platform, but knock on wood.
Capitalists, gotta love them.
Yeah.
I gotta ask this question though, because it's not just about Israel. You say a lot of stuff. You do hours and hours of streams.
Yeah.
There's one clip. So, Patrick Bet-David.
The landlord.
You put me in a real position.
That was awesome.
I'm there trying to defend you, and this is what PBD says. Let's play. I talk to Hassan all the time. Don't give your opponent sticks with.
Here's the one. Watch this.
The guy is a non-violent guy. He doesn't support war or killing. He just says provocative things.
Do you have it, Rob, with audio or no?
My understanding of it.
bloodthirsty is more commonly used to denote violent tendencies than blood libel. No duh. The term monkey is more commonly used to refer to animals than it is to refer to black people. So, like, what? What? So what? Like that doesn't change what I'm saying. That you're literally like ignoring my entire point and then just repeating Hassan's point about like, well, I use it for other things too, so it's equality, right? You're just repeating what it is Hassan's saying. That's literally what I'm arguing against right now, with the fact that you have racial undertones with the language that you use. These are terms that are already thought of in certain contexts because of the way that they've been used historically.
Is that the property owners who have properties there choose just not to rent it at all?
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
Yeah, that's a dumb.
Good-looking guy.
That's a dumb thing to say.
Talented guy. Good speaker. Why would you say something
I'm gonna text Hassan after this and say you screwed me over on the Patrick Bet-David, because I'm not going to defend that. I don't know what the context for that is. So I said there, I'm going to text you afterwards. I did text you.
You texted me immediately.
I was furious at you because I'd not seen that clip.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there going, he's a non-violent guy. You're like, kill the motherfuckers in the streets.
Yeah.
What did I text? What did you text me about? What was the explanation for people who want to know why you're saying?
it's first of all, LARPing. Secondly, I'm literally talking to
people who LARPing
means
don't know what LARPing is.
LARPing means live action roleplay, but it's just that's not a sincerely held policy position of mine, obviously. And the point is, not only was it a conversation that I was having with a former friend, not a friend anymore, who was a landlord himself at the time. You can kind of hear him laugh.
He was talking to Dan. He was talking to Dan at the time. From the Whatever podcast with Mr. Mouton. So when he says he was talking to somebody who was a landlord at the time.
In between, while I'm saying that, so it's not supposed to be held sincerely. Again, from 2018, not even like a real conversation at the time, not even a real issue at the time.
Yeah, okay. Just don't want to sit on this too long, but people used
this label due to people call Jews inbred due to a historical genetic bottleneck and I don't know what this is, endogamy, marrying within the group, rather than literal family inbreeding. Strict religious laws, social isolation, and external persecution kept Jewish populations distinct for centuries, which increased genetic similarities and certain recessive conditions, leading to casual or malicious misconceptions. And endogamy, traditional Jewish communities married within their faith and ethnic groups because religious law discouraged marrying outside of it. Ghettos, discriminatory laws, and violence in Europe and the Middle East physically and socially separated Jewish populations from their neighbors. And then Jewish law strictly forbids marriages between immediate family members, parents, children, siblings, meaning the community practice group endogamy rather than nuclear family inbreeding. Populations like Ashkenazi Jews descended from a smaller group of ancestors centuries ago, causing a genetic bottleneck where certain genetic traits became more common. Because of this shared ancestry within the defined populations, some rare recessive genetic diseases appear more frequently in Jewish subgroups, which outsiders sometimes mischaracterize as inbred. So yeah, here's a PubMed study, apparently, genetic composition of Jewish populations, diversity and inbreeding. Abstract genetic diversity and F statistics analysis using 9 and 5 blood group loci, or loci, I don't know what that is, respectively, were carried out on 16 Jewish populations from 5 geographic regions: East Europe, Central Europe, South Europe, Middle East, and North Africa. The proportions of total diversity found within populations was 98.9%, while that between populations within geographic groups and between groups altogether was only 1.1%, the average. So yeah, the idea is like, because it's a very small amount of people and they haven't been like large populations, yet they've somehow continued to carry on these like genetic lines anyways, while still being a small portion of people, that like they had to be fucking inbreds because there's not enough of them to have genetic diversity, so they have to be just sleeping with each other, sort of mentality.
With the greatest respect to you, I'm sure you're doing great in your career. Most people are not paying attention to you.
Yeah.
And I just wondered, now in 2026, you are not 2018 Hassan Piker. You're 2026 Piker, who's in Republican attack ads, mentioned in New York mayoral debates, on the campaign trail in Michigan. Do you now think, I can't say stuff like that because it will be weaponized, not just against me, but against people I care about and causes I care about?
No, absolutely.
So you're more careful now?
Yeah, but I have been more careful for years, which is why they always have to go back to, they always have to go back to like 2018 to be like, see, this is who he is. Or even earlier than that, there's the bro
and this is not just
stuff.
about you. It frustrates me that people on the left give the right, and I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about people on Twitter, I'm talking about members of Congress, members of Parliament. There are people on our side of the argument who just say sometimes over-emotional, batshit crazy things that is then weaponized against the entire cause.
Yeah, but I think what matters is who you are as a person and where you are in your life. And I give this, I am open-minded even towards people on the right who demonstrate that change.
Yes.
Unless they're, grifters, which I'm sure we'll talk about in a little bit.
We are.
But ultimately, I don't think that this is a correct standard to apply. My standard on this is this clip representative of this person's actual worldview?
Yes.
Is it representative of what they're advancing and advocating for right now?
Yeah.
Have they changed? Have they apologized for it?
Yep.
Right? So something like that is very obviously not.
Source Reddit. I did see the source was Reddit. It had a bunch of others though, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Reddit Ashkenazi Jews and inbreeding was the Reddit post. Then, use that. That's National Institute of Health. study, University of California in Berkeley, encyclopedia.com, Albert Einstein College of Medicine, ADNTRO on interested in the features of Ashkenazi Jews, a Facebook post, why aren't indigenous tribes identified as Jewish communities, Discover Magazine, if Ashkenazi Jews came from Israel, why do they look something? And then, yeah, a YouTube video or Quora. Oh, no, the Discover Magazine is a YouTube video, and then Quora, why are there a lot of genetic problems in communities like this? So, yeah, there's a bunch of sources there.
Not a sincerely held belief of mine, because if that was the case, I've talked for 21,000 hours.
Yes.
You would probably have a lot more clips of me being like, no, actually, I think we should do...
Well, there's a compilation online, I think we can play it, of you condemning anti-Semitism, standing up for Jewish people under attack. There are more clips of that, but no one sees those until somebody does a compilation.
Yeah.
And it'd be a very weird kind of anti-Semite Nick Fuentes wannabe who is saying stuff like that.
Anti-Semitism is a canary in the coal mine of fascism.
I will always call out anti-Semitism. It's gross, it's immoral, it is a hate crime. There is real anti-Semitism. There is actually a sense of marginalization that is valid.
And the same goes for even like advocacy for violence, where I talk about like, whenever I offer analysis about structural forms of violence and what, decentralized forms of violence look like, or who gets to do violence and how it's considered appropriate by the masses, people immediately go, that's an endorsement. And it's very frustrating. Like Ross Douthat did that to me when we had a New York Times podcast together, where he literally was like, oh, you're saying, I was explaining to him the concept of adventurism when talking about Luigi Mangione. As a leftist, in the leftist tradition, in the Marxist tradition, there are those, or in the Leninist tradition, there are those who actually abhor adventurism. This is decentralized violence. It only instigates the masses. It only frustrates the masses. The propaganda of the deed is what the anarchists call it. But leftists want organized and structured and disciplined movements and disciplined mobilization, labor militancy, in order to enact this change. Like, we don't believe in random acts of violence as like it might make some people feel good in the moment, but ultimately it causes too much chaos, right? That's not a way to organize society. So I was trying to explain this concept to him, and I thought, he's a New York Times writer. He's a well-read guy for a conservative, very well-read for conservatives because he's literate, I assume. And he thought that meant he thought that was a positive term. I was saying he's going on an adventure. And that's what we left it off as. But at least that's
ignorance, maybe,
yeah,
or stupidity. It is the bad faith actors we really have to worry about.
Yeah.
Who come. And it's interesting what you said about body of work, because obviously I'm older than you. I'm a decade older than you. I've been a journalist for 26 years. I've been a public figure I've been a public figure for 17 years. And, 20 years ago when I wasn't a public figure, I said some dumb shit, which I still regret. I've talked about it many times. And it's funny how people now as I become more prominent in the US, a lot of right-wingers, you'll see every time I post it, it'll be in the replies. And it's kind of like, this is pure bad faith, because obviously you have years and years of columns, tweets, posts, interviews, monologues, MSNBC, where I didn't say any of this stuff, where I said the opposite of this stuff, where I've stood with minority communities, Jewish communities, gay communities, but nobody cares about that, right? We don't live in a world where people look at your body of work. They look at the last clip that popped up in the algorithm.
Yeah.
And that is obviously a source of frustration and a weapon for bad faith actors to wield.
Yeah, which is precisely the reason why I tackled the forum, where I say, look, none of this is reflective of my position at all. It's purely bad faith. And I think there's a little bit of power in that, and I wish that we would do that a little bit more, because there is power in shamelessness. Donald Trump has proven
100%.
that. And I wish that we could be a little bit more bold as well on the left, to just be like, look, man, it's not serious.
Yeah.
It's not a sincerely held position. I don't know why you're trying to make it out to be serious. The compilation that you said we could look at, there's like there are so many instances where I'm using metaphor. Like, I'm very clearly talking about like how vicious Democrats should be on the debate stage. Where I'm like, they need to gut them. They need to gut their opponent, shank them, let their guts run.
Muslim men can't use violent methods.
But it's like
We're not
so
allowed.
clearly, it's so clearly metaphor. But then when they package it in this like larger compilation, it's all of a sudden like, oh, it's a call to violence. He's trying to do Islamic style jihad. And the worst version of this was when I was talking about drone warfare. Laura Loomer and Canary Mission and Vicky Palladino in New York, they took this clip of me talking about how, you know, albeit a little bit jokingly, talking about like how drone warfare has like genuinely changed the way that conflicts exist.
Oh, I remember this. I don't remember what he said, but I remember it was absolutely fucking retarded.
In the world. And I was saying, like, if you're still doing suicide bombing at that point, you're just doing it for the love of the game, because you could purchase a commercial drone and buy on the TikTok shop like one of these like grenade.
They suggested you're inciting violence.
Yeah, they were saying that I was teaching my audience of radical Islamic jihadists how to do drone terror attacks.
Got to be careful, Hassan.
But that's an insane environment to work in.
And I had to think twice. I often talk about when you're debating, you throw a rhetorical hand grenade into debate. You know, you pull the pin, you throw it out. It's like a mic drop. And I often use the analogy of a hand grenade. And I was thinking, should I put this in the book?
Yeah, you know who
Am
else?
I going to get hand
You know
grenades?
who else uses hand grenades? Hamas.
Yeah, so the book is Hamas.
Yeah.
The book about debating and persuading.
Reading is Hamas.
Reading is Hamas.
Yeah.
I think so. Everything.
In the name of Allah, read. That's in the Quran.
I love that Hassan Pike is quoting the Quran.
I'm just saying that's...
You're not a religious man.
No.
You're not just getting attacked by Democrats, of course. You get attacked by Republicans. Senator Rick Scott of Florida is very upset. He thinks you want to kill him.
Yeah, that was another funny one where it's like very clearly I'm responding to Mike Johnson. And I'm not saying like someone should go out and do this thing. I'm saying like if you cared about this, you would
care about fraud. I think.
Yeah, if you cared about
This
medical
guy
fraud, you would
oversaw
like
Medicare
punish
fraud.
this guy who's done Medicare fraud.
You were also detained at Chicago Airport by U.S. Customs and Border Police who wanted to talk to you about Hamas and Houthis.
Yeah, and my opinion on Trump too.
And your opinion on Trump. The Treasury Department we talked about in Cuba. We don't know what's going on there. How worried are you about the Republicans in government weaponizing government to come after you?
I'm worried about my own safety, the safety of my family, but I'm more so worried about where we're headed.
Yes.
Because, look, I'm a very privileged person. I've made a lot of money in my career.
No way.
I know a lot of people in, relative positions of power. And I'm an American citizen. I was born here. So if they can do that to me, right, the guy living the immigrant dream, right, the archetype, guy comes to America and builds a business, right? If they can do that to me, they're doing horrible things to everybody else, right? And they already are doing horrible things to everybody else. And a part of the reason why they want to come after me is because I'm trying to shine a light on it all the time and badger people over it, over these injustices that are going on. So from my perspective, it's just like if they come after someone like myself in that way, then it's over. Like they are successfully dismantling the democratic process and what remains of these institutions.
You have managed to piss off not just Republicans and Democrats, but foreign governments. The Labour government in the UK, by the time this airs, Keir Starmer will no longer be Prime Minister of the UK.
Yeah.
But one of his final prominent, globally recognized acts was to ban yourself from entering the United Kingdom.
Yes, Shabana Mahmood.
Muslim
Shouts out.
Home Secretary.
Yeah.
She may be the Chancellor of the Exchequer by the time this airs. She's about to be promoted by the new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham. So they banned you. What did they say was the reason for banning you?
That my presence would not be conducive to the public good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw you getting mad at me that I went.
They technically didn't ban him, just like essentially is somewhat the same, but not really. His ETA got revoked. So an ETA is something that you don't have to like go through any sort of vetting process for. It's not a visa. It's like similar to a visa, but not really. It's like a pass. And so if you sign up for an ETA, it means you just get to go in and out of the UK kind of freely without getting a visa. And they only allow certain citizens of certain countries to do this. So if you're friendly with that country, then you're allowed to get an ETA. The United States has something similar that's like a digital ETA or something like that. New Zealand has Australia has like there's a bunch of Western-esque countries where we all just kind of
give each other these passes to be able to go in and out of each other's countries freely. That's what got banned, and they literally said in the video, like, or sorry, in the reply, like, you have to apply for a visa in order to come into the country. That's what they said. Not, you'll never be allowed into this country, you motherfucker, you, like, it was more so just, yeah, you have to apply for a visa. It's unlikely that he would get the visa if he applied for it. So, like, I'm not denying that or anything. It's just that banning is just to add context. Not saying he's technically wrong or that he's lying about this, but just adding context. Not really banned.
To England shortly after you got.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a flex.
I mean, I'm British.
Yeah.
I'm a dual national. Like, you're Turkish American, I'm British American.
Yeah, but I can't go to Turkey.
Yeah.
I'm also de facto banned from Turkey as well.
Okay. So, yeah, it's a problem. There's a lot of countries in our line of work, a lot of countries you get banned from for speaking out. Do you hope to go back to the UK under Andy Burnham? Do you have a message? Let's to that camera. Do you have a message from Prime Minister Andy Burnham, new Prime Minister of the UK?
He watches you think? He's a fan?
I think so.
Andy Burnham, very disappointed in your potential promotion of Shabana Mahmood. I think she's horrible, and I think that spells that you're not looking forward to a different Labour government, but you're actually looking inward and basically uplifting some of the worst elements of the existing Labour government. And it's not just about my own personal ban, but also her decisions on what to do with migrants and immigration and refugees and whatnot. I hope that you can actually stop the austerity and reverse the now 2 decades of austerity that both the Tories and the Labour government has implemented. But if you don't do that, then you guys are going to be ruled by reform or maybe even restore. So.
That's a good flex. Look at your coverage of British politics is great there.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, Shabana Mahmood, austerity, reform.
But
restore.
they banned me for the country.
Reform, yeah, it's bad. British politics. We'll see. Andy Burnham, he said some good stuff. It's not enough. We'll see what happens. By the time this airs, he'll already be Prime Minister. We'll see what his first big decisions are. At least he tried to start with an apology on Gaza. We shall see how that progresses in terms of policy.
I think that's just like a little bit of ass covering. I think that's what everyone's doing now. That's all the rage.
Well, you remember the
Kamala Harris.
You remember the Omar al-Akkad book? We had him on the show a couple of years back.
Yeah. One day everyone will be against us.
We'll always have been against us.
Yeah, we'll always have been against us.
All right, we got to talk about a big topic in our world, and that is a man named Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
I'm sure you get it
Carlson.
wherever you go, but wherever I go, and I've talked with Bassem on this show about it. I've talked with Crystal Ball about it on this show. Wherever I go, people say to me, I speak to a lot of live events. I do a lot of big audience events. People in the Q&A. It's a running joke. Since January 2025, I've not done a Q&A, live Q&A in anywhere in the world, in London, in LA, in wherever it is, New York, DC, where somebody in the audience doesn't say, when are you going to sit down with Tucker Carlson? What's your view of Tucker Carlson? Isn't Tucker Carlson great? What is your position on the Tucker Carlson rebirth, whatever you want to call it, reimagination of Tucker Carlson, the new anti-Israel, supposedly anti-Republican, anti-Trump?
Maybe Matthew, who called in earlier, was telling me that there's this right-wing, left-wing alliance over the populism with people like Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Maybe he's right. All these people are telling him to go talk to him. Then, hey, maybe the leftists love Tucker.
Tucker Carlson, where do you stand on Tucker?
They love
I think
the
he's an agent for Peter Thiel, and I've maintained that position.
Peter Thiel being the billionaire Palantir, quote unquote libertarian right winger.
Yeah, now Argentinian national, newly minted. And I think that a lot of his opinion, whether it's sincere or not, on Gaza, I can't dispute that, right? I don't know his heart. But what I can say is
what he said on Gaza has been good.
Yes, and he's been great on that issue for sure. I have no problems openly admitting that.
For sure.
He's a phenomenal communicator, and that's what makes him so dangerous from my perspective, because he has channeled and continues to channel a lot of white nationalist, white nativist, anti-immigrant stances, and that's something that I obviously oppose and find to be quite odious. But he's been great on Palestine now, and he's been pretty decent on Israel overall. It's
Holy crap! This is never gonna finish, dude. It's never gonna finish. I'm afraid this isn't even gonna be done by the time stream is supposed to be over. Like, where are we at on stream? Where are we at? Like 6 hours? Oh, we are 7 hours and 15 minutes. We have 45 minutes left of stream. And I still have all of this shit left. This is literally, right now it's processing 233 copper wires. Then next it has 560 electronic circuits. Then 280 advanced circuits. And that's just on this one. And then like 56 speed modules and then 14 speed module 2s. And then it's got a lot more of all of those things. So I'm gonna be here all night. Yep, 24-hour stream. Can't leave until it's done.
Its influence on American foreign policy, on domestic policy. However, I've always maintained an arm's length distance from Tucker.
Distrust.
And because I have this healthy distrust of Tucker, because I think that he will inevitably use the establishment.
He has a healthy distrust of Tucker. His distrust is healthy. He has other distrusts of other people that are not healthy distrusts. But his distrust of Tucker, that one is healthy. Just in case you thought maybe he had an unhealthy, just in case you think he thinks his distrust is unhealthy, he wants you guys to know that he believes his distrust is healthy in this case. This time.
Established credibility that he has as this anti-war Republican to launder the reputation of J.D. Vance, potentially.
I agree with you, and that's why I wanted to play this clip to you. I'm sure you've seen it, but let's get your reaction. This is Michal Hussein of Bloomberg interviewing Tucker Carlson.
Well, I think if J.D. Vance were president, of course he would not be at a war with Iran. It's impossible for me to imagine J.D. Vance standing up and saying we need to have 2 wars to defeat a phantom nuclear program. It's like too insane. You know, I think he has too much self-respect to say something like that. I don't think he believes it. I think J.D. Vance would have led the Republican Party into closer alignment with its own voters. But he was not the president. He's the vice president, and he doesn't have the authority.
Yeah, but he could be the next presidential candidate.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, I wish he had been elected president in 2024, but that didn't happen.
That clip is fascinating on multiple levels. I wish he'd been elected president in 2024. But the man who was elected president in 2024 came with Tucker Carlson's endorsement. Tucker campaigned for him, spoke at the RNC, told us
about his anti-war.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's the problem. It is amazing because he would have said this about Trump. He would have said all of this shit about Trump, saying the same thing, saying like, oh yeah, he would never do that. I can't see Trump doing something like that. No way would Trump ever do that. Like, he would say the same exact fucking thing about Trump. And then now, he's saying it about J.D. Vance as well, with no real reflection there, no real thought process on, you know what? Maybe I'm not great at at coming to conclusions on these sorts of things. Maybe I should stop assessing things.
Credibility.
Laundered his reputation, some might say, to use a phrase used a moment ago. So first of all, it's interesting to say, oh, we got this bad guy, wish we'd had this good guy, but he said the exact reverse in 2024. And then this argument that J.D. Vance is anti-war. First of all, I don't believe J.D. Vance believes anything sincerely. He really is a Peter Thiel creation. Just follow the money.
Boy.
But separately, we know from the reporting from the New York Times and others, it's all been kind of vindicated, that in the Situation Room 10 days before the attack on Iran, February 18th, J.D. Vance is telling Donald Trump, go big. Go big. He was an anti-war voice in that situation.
Yeah, but then he also was trying to tell the New York Times that he was, you know, the lone critic in the room as well. So it's clear that he's trying to position himself for the future. There's two different wings in the MAGA movement right now. There's going to be far more people that want to carry that torch once, you know, Donald Trump is no longer eligible to run again, which we don't even know if that's gonna,
if he's gonna stick to it.
Yeah, we'll see where we're at by the time we get there. But
this seems crazy. He actually told them that he was the lone critic in the room. That's hard for me to believe that he would, like, I feel like that's something that Donald Trump would get like really upset about, or even everybody in the fucking administration would get really upset about him kind of posturing himself as like, you know, this thing that's really gone poorly and the American sentiments on this are really bad right now. Well, I was the one who was against it, guys. That was me. I'm the one. It was me who said it was a bad idea. Everybody else, they all thought it was a great idea. They were all totally on board. I was the lone critic. I was sitting by myself disagreeing with this thing that you all hate. Like, I can't imagine how that would go over with everybody else in the administration. Even if it's true. Even if it's true. That still is a wild thing to come out and say. Like, you're throwing literally everybody else under the bus. Who's balder, you or Hutch? Me. Easy. Easy peasy.
You got the Marco Rubio camp and you got the JD Vance camp. And I will admit, I think...
Like, there's like... Hutch just like a year ago still had a full head of hair. Like, what do you mean? He used to shave his head back in the day on Twitch, and then he started shaving his head again more recently. And I had even said, like, you know, I liked Hutch a lot more when he had his head shaved. And then all of a sudden, like, he started shaving his head again. But I don't know. So I think Hutch has something against me. I don't know what I did to this guy, but he's almost every time like something about me has come up or some shit. He's maybe I'm reading into it. I mean, maybe I don't know, but because I also Conduit was here just a minute ago. I also thought one time that he was throwing some shade at me on a panel where he came on and he was like, yo, Josiah, man, how's it going? Love you. Love your show. Pisco, love you, bro. Love your show. Big fan. You guys are fucking awesome. Tom, I've heard of you. Everybody on the panel was like, oh, shit. And then later he was messaging me like he's like, hey, what's up? And like sent me a friend request. And I was like, hey, was that like some backhanded shit back there? And he's like, oh no, sorry. He's like, I didn't mean for it to come off that way, but yeah, you see, this is him here with a full head of hair. Just a year ago. And then he went from this to bald. It's a little weird. Like, he has hair here, then no hair, then hair here, then no hair, no hair, no hair, full head of hair, hair, no hair. No hair. Like, it's a little around this time his videos seem to not be coming out in order. But yeah, I don't know, Hutch, like numerous times, every time my name seems to come up, it feels like, oh wait, is it because did I change the order of these? I did. I clicked popular. That's why I clicked popular instead of, okay, that makes sense. But yeah, anyways, every time I come up, he's like done some like
he was talking about Mantis a little while ago, and he was talking about her on Twitter, and he's like, who is this Mantis person who keeps popping up on my timeline? And like, why is everybody like retweeting her and shit? And a bunch of people in chat are like, oh, that's Tom Foolery's girlfriend. And he's like, I don't like, who the fuck is Tom Foolery? Who is she? Who is Tom Foolery? Who are these fucking people? Like, why the fuck do I care? Like, did this whole like very performative thing. I've talked to him in DMs a number of times. But every time I've talked to him in DMs, I've like invited him on panels, invited him on shows, invited him to talk, like shit like that. He is very like short with me. Sometimes doesn't respond. Sometimes like is but he's like he's rejected every single invite I've ever sent him for anything. And so yeah, I don't know. I might have said something about like mean about him a while back or some shit. I have no idea. I don't know. Just ask him. Well, I don't really talk to him. Like, I think I even sent him a message the other day when he said on stream that he didn't think that the DSA, like, he thought that there was no chance that they would take over the Democrat Party. Like, he has no fear of that happening. And I even sent him... So I sent him a DM and I was like, hey, can I talk to you about this and like try to convince you that this is something that isn't all that ridiculous? And yeah, he just never responded, which is a thing that happens like as streamers. We tend to like ghost people accidentally just because we'll get a lot of DMs. I've done it tons of times. And I encourage people to like, if I don't respond to you, like just send me another message and I'll try to get back to you. But there have been times where I've sent him a request, doesn't answer, send him a bump, like, hey, haven't heard from you, wanted to check in, got nothing, send another one, just, hey, just last chance, like, wanted to make sure, wanted to see if you're in, still nothing. So I think at that point, if you do keep messaging, that's the point where people are like, bro, you're supposed to take a hint. That's weird. Hutch isn't like that and seems to align with you. I don't know him well. I haven't like watched much of him over the years. It's only recently that I've even engaged with his content at all. My impression of him like over a year ago was that he was a lot more progressive and farther left. And I guess either he's changed a bit or I was just completely wrong. But I do know that, yeah, like he is like the only person I can think of in this space that I just have like no association with at all. he's like the only person that I know of that I just like haven't talked to him, don't have like any sort of relationship with him, don't have any DM, like any like conversations in DMs, don't have any he's never been on my show, I've never been on his. Like, he's changed, he used to be more progressive. Okay. How about IRI? Yeah, IRI. We're cool. I like IRI. We get along just fine. I'll donate to Hutch during stream and say you think he hates you now on Monday. Don't do that. But tell him we should he should talk to me about the DSA. You can say that. How about that?
That Donald Trump is leaning in the Marco Rubio camp a little bit. He's given him the far easier goal of implementing the Donroe Doctrine. So he's overseeing the installation of fascist puppets in Latin American countries, and also military interventions like the one we saw in Venezuela. Apparently he's like basically sexting with Delcy Rodriguez on a daily basis. They're just like sending each other pics and stuff on WhatsApp. Strange experience overall. So he's got the cushy prime job as the Secretary of State, whereas J.D. Vance is on, janitorial duty right now, in a manner not dissimilar to what Biden did with Kamala Harris, like putting him on the Iran deal.
Clean up on aisle 7.
Yeah, it's the worst deal to potentially be a part of because Donald Trump is unbelievably compromised by Israel or unbelievably loyal to Israel's interests. And they don't want any kind of deal there. They don't want any kind of cessation of hostility. And no one around the world actually wants to continue this war because it's destabilizing the energy markets. So now J.D. Vance is responsible for all of that. So he's going on Joe Rogan and talking about talking about Israel, talking about Epstein.
Positioning.
Yeah, he's trying to position himself as like in opposition to this stuff.
Yeah, a couple of things. One is the Rubio-Vance debate that's kind of roiling this town, DC. Oh, Rubio-Vance. I actually think it might not be either of them in 28. The politics is so chaotic.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Tucker Carlson.
You can't predict 2 years out. It could be Tucker Carlson. It's interesting that he says he wants J.D. Vance. A lot of people want Carlson to run. It could be, we don't know, right? Politics is so insane right now. 2 years is a long time. The Republican Party is... The base is all over the place. Anyone could emerge. Rubio, it could be, they don't want anyone associated with Trump. Trump is such a damaged brand.
Yeah,
Who knows?
2 years ago, you had 34 Democrats vote against funding Israel.
Yeah,
and
today,
this past week is
103,
104.
So things change fast in our political climate.
Seems to have a shit memory, to be honest. I heard him talking about bald content creators not too long ago and didn't name you. And I was like, I think that's everyone. He acted like he didn't even know who I was. We haven't had we haven't had conversations or anything, so I don't know. But I believe there's been 2 or 3 times where he's reviewed my content or clips or shit like that that I've been sent, and I would assume there's more that I just haven't been sent or haven't seen, but that doesn't mean that he knows who I am or anything. So it could be that he legitimately just sees a random guy named Tom Foolery message him every once in a while and does not remember who that is and has no idea who the guy is who messages him to come on fucking panels once in a while or to debate.
But even on the Vance, Vance is a super online guy, right? If you saw the reporting of how...
So I would find it really hard to believe, though. Honestly, I would find it really hard to believe. If you go to my channel, I would find that really fucking hard to believe, because if you go to my channel and you go to my videos, you have, me with Soy Pill. So, there's me and his co-host on my stream. Here's me and Josiah on my stream. Here's me with Pisco. Here's me as Soy Pill again and Loner Box. Me with Pisco again. I feel again, within his close vicinity, the people around him, I feel like we have a lot of the same interactions very commonly, to where, it would be odd to me if he just had no idea who I was. So I would find that really odd.
Susie Wiles wanted him to get off Twitter. He was spending too much time online attacking people like me.
That's probably what it is. He wants to be the #1 fucking bald streamer, and he's trying to keep a bald man down. But I'm not going to stand for it. And I'm sure you guys aren't going to stand for that shit either. Am I right?
He spends a lot of time online. He doesn't really believe anything. So he can see the currents. This guy was a never Trumper when it was fashionable to be a never Trumper. He became MAGA when it was fashionable to be MAGA. And now on the Joe Rogan podcast, he's talking about Israel having too much power and the Israelis not liking the deal. And it's kind of he's playing to the Fuentes Groiper element of the wing. We know that's what he's doing. Do you think it'll work, though?
No. And I don't think
He's
it'll
too transparent.
Well, I think he's too libbed up. Like, I think aesthetics do matter, and I feel like he's the liberal Groyper. Like he's just this unbelievable creation that speaks in the language that liberals understand. I mean, he was supposed to be the working class whisperer when he wrote the Hillbilly Elegy, and MSNBC loved him back then when he was calling Trump Hitler.
I had him on my Al Jazeera show in 2016.
You did?
Yeah, JD Vance. He looked different. He was clean shaven, carried a few more pounds.
Yeah.
And he said stuff like Trump is taking people in a dark direction. My Muslim friends are worried. That was the JD Vance I spoke to in 2016.
And his trans friends too.
Yes.
And now he's liberal Groyper, but it's funny because his wife is Indian, his kids are Indian, and he has to maintain this weird posture where he has to.
He threw his wife under the bus at a TP USA event.
Yeah, when he says she's.
That was odd. I don't know if you guys saw that. That was crazy. Where he said something about like, he's disappointed that his wife isn't a Christian. That he would prefer that she was a Christian, and that like he doesn't agree with her Muslim ideology or whatever. It just seems like you're literally sitting in front of a crowd on a stage, just kind of throwing your wife under the bus. Seems nuts, but Hutch, call Tom Foolery. He's crying about that's what somebody did to Pisco yesterday. That was when I answered the call yesterday, where Pisco was coming on to talk to me because somebody told him I was talking shit. Because he DM'd me and he's like, hey, somebody said you were talking shit. I'm in your waiting room. And so I looked at it, and when I pulled him on, I was going to say, did somebody tell you I was crying? But I thought, I don't even think he's going to know the meme. I don't think he's going to get it, so.
Going to hell.
He basically said
he literally implied his wife is going to hell.
And then she got him back, though. I love their weird dynamic. She got him back. You see the joint interview where they're asked about being Hindu? And she goes, I'm very comfortable in my faith. I grew up in a very stable family, so I'm very comfortable in my faith.
Oh,
it was
I
like
didn't
a
see
dig
that.
to her husband. There was a version of that.
Usha, my queen.
No, let's not do the my queen thing. She's awful. She was just interviewing Trump and fawning all over Trump.
Counterpoints told me this one time, and it makes sense to me. I'm not saying that like it's true or that there's anything behind it, but it makes sense to me. It's reasonable. He said that when he was in DC, he kept hearing from like insiders and rumblings about the fact that Usha is actually the reason that JD says stuff like that. That like when he first got into politics, he wanted to be like the honest, nice guy, and that she was the one who was pushing him to be more cutthroat and like more of a go-getter, and that she's probably the one who encourages him to throw her under the bus like that so that he can gain favor with the MAGA crowd. And he said, like, you know, Counterpoint said, he's like, you know, obviously the Hindus, they're hardcore on the go get them shit, and you know, their gas stations and everything. Like they're very, very motivated people. Just do what you got to do sort of mentality. And so it makes sense that she would be the one to say something like that. And I mean, I don't know, that does make sense to me, because when you think about who JD Vance was before they got married and then now who he is now, it like the timing all matches up and everything. So just saying, it's not saying it's true or anything, just saying that makes sense to me. That seems reasonable.
She sat at the RNC with the mass deportations. Former friends of hers say this is a very cynical move by her.
Oh, for sure.
She used to be a liberal Democrat.
They're Yale graduates.
They want power.
These guys,
sometimes we do this. We're like, do you remember those things about?
See, even the way that they're describing her now, saying that like her old friends are saying this is cynical of her, that like this is a power grab, like, just saying. Well,
Melania blinked twice in first term. Like, Melania is a racist who endorsed birtherism.
Joking when I say Usha, my
Just
queen.
There are some people watching who might think Usha is like leading at internal resistance.
I'm not being sincere about that.
On the sincerity point, just before we move on, Tucker on Michelle.
after they just finished having a conversation about the fact that Hassan is like saying too many extreme things that are misunderstood by the population, and that he's got to stop portraying himself in a way that he doesn't think actually comports with his real beliefs. Right after that, he says, Usha, my queen.
Michelle Hussein show, talking about Vance there. And then JD Vance on Rogan. Like, these people are all positioning. I think it's a good thing, because I was actually worried for a while that, like, and me and Shadi Hamid of the Washington Post got in trouble simply for pointing out that we have a lot of Muslim friends who love Tucker and who would vote for Tucker if he ran. And people were shooting the messages like, how could he be pro-Tucker? I'm not pro-Tucker, I'm just telling you what people are saying, right? And I think the more he kind of goes on about JD Vance, normies may open their eyes and say, actually, Tucker Carlson is not some great anti-war hero. He's clearly doing what you said, which is laundering JD Vance's reputation for 2028.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what's going on. These guys are, fairly cynical. They're cold. They're amoral or immoral. They're operators, and people need to understand that these aren't like regular people that are responding to stimuli in the same way that like a normie who's uninitiated would, right? When they see.
Oh, yeah, Hassan, he's the fucking person who's actually responding to stimuli. This is a person who's really given emotional responses. Not calculated at all. There's no calculation here. This guy, yeah, he's just a fucking normie bro who is responding to stimuli. That's a thing. That's a thing that's happening.
See like the horrible images coming out of Gaza and they go, this is unbelievable. We need to put a stop to it. I mean, it can still be impactful. Genocide is the crime of all crimes for good reason. And that's why I always say, like, I don't doubt the sincerity of people's opinions when they speak on this issue. But I do place a lot of emphasis on like what they do with their newfound change of attitude.
There are a lot of grifters out there. Talking of sincerity and talking of rehabilitation and laundering, what is up with Joe Rogan? There was a whole debate. Is Hassan Piker the new Joe Rogan of the left? I'm like, do we want a Joe Rogan of the left? I mean, what is the deal with him just having Republicans and MAGA folks and billionaires on his show? They go straight there to kind of rehabilitate themselves.
Epstein class. Anytime there's a billionaire that gets hit with the Dominican Ray and they're wearing like a black.
Yeah, he calls himself a propagandist. He literally says that he launders his beliefs and that he like tries to pretend to be more of a sock dem and downplay what it is that he actually thinks, that he's trying to radicalize people with, more extreme beliefs by being just a regular old sock dem. He's talked about strategizing, and he's literally talked about all of this shit tons of times, to where he is insanely strategic with how he presents himself and how he wants people to see himself. And then and then he literally shows up dressed like Mao on a consistent basis now. Not like, and it's weird too, because he didn't do it at one event, right? He didn't just wear it one day. He's worn it over and over and over and over now, and then is dressed in a suit every day on stream. So this is like, he has changed his look. He's changing his brand, and this is the direction now. Like, he is trying to look more professional and trying to fit a certain mold that he wants, the way that he wants people to view him. This is not this is not a response to stimuli, one might say.
Black fitted tee. They start doing Brazilian jiu-jitsu. They change up their hair a little bit. They go on Joe Rogan and they're like, I'm just like you, dude.
But what's his goal, do you think?
It's just money, I think.
Has he ever invited you on?
No, he'll never invite me on.
Yeah, no.
I know for a fact that he is not fond of people who've called him out in the past.
Yeah.
Like, he maintains a tight ship over there. And he has a massive platform, so I understand that he doesn't want to open that platform and the influence that he wields over tens of millions of people.
It's very Bill Maher-esque.
Yeah, you're like Bill Maher will never have me on either.
Same with me.
Yeah, he'll talk about me.
I mean, I wouldn't want to go on. It's funny you mentioned Bill Maher, because the Democrats are like, we shouldn't go on Hassan Piker, but they all go on Bill Maher.
I want to go on Bill Maher,
but the Democrats. I'm talking about the hip hop.
Didn't Mehdi just bring up Bill Maher? Am I crazy?
And he has a massive platform. So, I understand that he doesn't want to open that platform and the influence that he wields over, tens of millions of people.
It's very Bill Maher-esque.
Yeah.
You're like
Bill Maher will never have.
Mehdi brought up Bill Maher and is like, excuse me. Mehdi brings up Bill Maher and then says, it's funny you brought up Bill Maher. It's funny you bring up Bill Maher.
Over, tens of millions of people.
It's very Bill Maher-esque.
Yeah. You're like Bill Maher will never have me on either.
Same with me.
Yeah, he'll talk about me.
I mean, I wouldn't want to go on. It's funny you mentioned Bill Maher because the Democrats are like, we shouldn't go on Hassan Piker, but they all go on Bill Maher.
I want to go on Bill Maher.
But the Democrats, I'm talking about the hypocrisy of Democrats. They don't go on Hassan Piker's show, but
fuck?
we'll go on Bill Maher's show.
OG 9/11 guy.
OG 9/11 guy said they were brave. The 9/11 hijackers lost his show.
A week after 9/11.
Yeah, even you didn't do that.
Yeah, I was 10.
Yeah. Were you really?
Yeah.
But Bill Maher said horrifically anti-black things. He said the N-word on his show. He said he's very misogynistic, anti-Muslim. But they all go on that show. They all go on that show. The double standard is brazen. But yeah, the Bill Maher, Joe Rogans, they do this free speech champion stuff. But yeah, they don't have people who come on and disagree with them or call them out. It's a very good point. You talked about J.D. Vance, Rubio 2028. We're almost out of time, but I got to ask, Democrats 2028, got a little game for you. Try and work out where you stand on things.
Got a little game for you.
Let's just play a little game. If you had to pick between two for 2028, a Democrat, who would you pick between Gavin Newsom and Rahm Emanuel?
Oh, God. Oh, shoot me. Oh, I have no idea.
You have to pick one. That's the game.
You know what's crazy? Rahm Emanuel is better on foreign policy than Gavin Newsom.
He's been criticizing Israel recently. You buy that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't buy it.
But at least he's doing it.
His dad was in Irgun, I think, which is wild.
All right, so Rahm Emanuel, Gavin Newsom is Rahm.
I don't know, but because Gavin is an empty suit, so are we capable of pushing him?
But
he's also
I'm not
an
doing
empty
the game.
suit.
You are.
Yeah, I know. This is
Rahm Emanuel or Gavin.
British people think it's rude to show the bottom of your shoes. No, Muslims do. Muslims definitely, it's considered a very offensive gesture to show the bottom of your shoe, which is complicated for Americans and like Westerners when they go to Muslim nations, because lots of times when they're sitting on trains and things, they want to cross their legs. They always want to cross their legs, but they can't. Everybody tells you, like, make sure if you're an American and you go into these Muslim countries, everybody's like, don't cross your legs when you go sit on a train or when you go into public spaces. Do not fucking cross your legs, because you're gonna have your foot up and the bottom of your foot will be facing somebody, and you'll get in a lot of fucking trouble for it. So yeah, it's oh, my bad. You see Destiny review his Chinese national handler, Eric, today. He is the one that sets up all his interviews and set up the Cuba trip. Crazy shit. I didn't see Destiny review it, but I did see the girl on Twitter who was talking about it, who was, the group of girls who were talking about Hassan's handlers and, his yeah, here it is. If you guys didn't see this clip, I'll pull it up real quick. I got it on my phone here. I don't know why do you keep adding me in Discord? Just get a fucking YouTube account and chat. Just chat in the chat. Why do you keep adding me in Discord? Just talk in the chat like a person. Why do you do this to me?
I want you all to know I specifically came on the podcast because I saw that y'all was in Hassan's orbit, and I was like, I have to clout chase.
Absolutely. Right. And we'll get you there.
No, that's fair. Thanks.
We have him on speed time.
Well, to be fair, I did meet his producer in China.
Yeah. Oh my God, Marge. Yeah.
No, Eric. The interview
his producer is Mark.
His interview producer. Come on, you don't know all these people. You ain't
tapped
in with him like me.
Yeah.
You ain't tapped into someone I've never met.
Yeah.
Like me.
No, it's true. It's true.
Look at my proletariat.
Who the fuck is Eric?
Eric.
Did I miss something?
You live in China.
You're telling me Hassan Piker has a specific producer in China?
Yes.
At all
for his,
times.
For his interviews.
Someone tell Jesse Waters
Is
right
it
now.
like his translator or some shit?
No, Eric doesn't speak Chinese.
I have no idea what's happening.
Well, he lives there. He's learning. His girlfriend goes to school there. She's Korean.
What is he doing for Hassan?
That, like, bro, that's fucking hilarious. He's got a producer in China who doesn't speak Chinese and has a Korean girlfriend there. That's so fucking wild, bro.
There's already March. He has a producer already.
He does the research for the interviews.
So you see how that's not a producer?
I don't know what any of these words mean. I've been doing
Got
this
it.
myself this entire time.
Sounds
No,
good.
I think he described his interview. Well, Dante Munoz described him as the interview producer. So
Okay.
kind of using Dante's words, and I'll throw him under the bus.
All right. Well, listen. Moving along.
I love the state of the American left.
I have no idea who these people are.
I want you all to know.
Says, this is from Stu Smith. He posted this online. It says, TIL that Hassan Piker's interviews are researched behind the scenes by Eric Hovigam, a socialist producer who now lives in China and has been featured by Chinese state media for his pro-Beijing commentary. Shout out to the Periphery podcast and Noah Fears for this lovely little piece of information. So apparently that's who Destiny was researching today, was that Eric guy. That's a really interesting thing that they did on this thumbnail. They put a time thing at the bottom of the thumbnail. You see where it says 0 seconds right there, and it has like the fucking line as though you're playing something. And then it says behind it, "2 hours, 24 minutes, and 8 seconds. It says the same timestamp that is on the actual thumbnail. They have it written behind the thumbnail. This is interesting. I'm trying to think, like, is this like a thing that'll get people to click on it because it's almost like a mental thing, like you're already playing something, or it's like it almost makes it look like a video that you've already viewed or something like that, or what is the thought process here? But then on top of that, when you have, so here I took a screenshot of it so you guys can see this. You see that? So on the thumbnail, they literally wrote 2 hours, 24 minutes, and 8 seconds. But then YouTube puts the time on it. It's 2 hours, 24 minutes, and 8 seconds. I don't get it. I don't get it either. You need to explain why anyone should care about this. The fucking thumbnail? I don't know. I'm just trying to think why the fuck they did this. I'm trying to figure out why they did this. Like, what is it? Because I'm wondering if they just took a screenshot of somebody else's video and it like had already started playing or something, and they have a weird player
for YouTube videos or something. And then they post it. Like, is this a clip channel or something? It's not a clip channel. It's the fucking main channel. Interesting. Okay. All right. Sorry. Just a little interesting thing there. So yeah, so this is the podcast that they did 2 weeks ago. Only has 1.9 thousand views, and they only have 9 episodes. Their first one came out 4 months ago, so I don't know who this person is or how they had 4,000 views on their very first episode, but that was their most viewed episode, was the very first one. Interesting.
Newsom.
Oh, I don't know. Gavin Newsom, probably?
Gavin Newsom or Pete Buttigieg?
Pete Buttigieg. This game sucks.
Pete Buttigieg or Kamala Harris?
Ooh, I don't know. Because I'm now thinking, like, who's more malleable? Who's more susceptible?
You can, whatever reasoning you have, I'm just asking you to give me
to influence.
It tells people how long the video is. Joe, YouTube tells people how long the video is. YouTube does that. Are you not understanding what I'm going over here? YouTube automatically puts how long the video is on the thumbnail every time, right? Okay, they do that. But on their own thumbnail, behind where YouTube put the timestamp, look behind it, and it says it again back there. You see what I'm pointing at? It's behind it. They literally put the timestamp on the actual thumbnail. It's
I don't know. I mean, Kamala Harris, I guess. She has more name recognition.
Kamala Harris or John Ossoff?
Oh, John Ossoff.
John Ossoff or J.B. Pritzker?
J.B. Pritzker.
Why?
I think J.B. Pritzker, despite being a billionaire, is, again, more responsive, whereas John Ossoff has a more interesting background and is, like, I think, secretly closer to, my worldview than J.B. Pritzker is even.
You can push Pritzker more.
But I think Pritzker has this this ability to read the room, the left side of the room, whereas John Ossoff is always reading the right side of the room, if you know what I mean.
I do.
Like one is posturing to the left, the other is posturing to the right more than they should be.
You prefer the posturing of the billionaire to the left.
Yeah.
J.B. Pritzker or Chris Van Hollen?
Chris Van Hollen.
Chris Van Hollen or Ro Khanna?
Ro Khanna.
Ro Khanna or AOC?
AOC. It's not even a question. AOC is, out of all of the people that you mentioned, like AOC is the only one that I would like.
And you think she could win general election?
Yeah,
in a misogynistic, racist country.
Yes,
where
yes, I
people
do.
Are
yes, 100%.
A lot of misogynists and racists in this country.
100%. Absolutely. America was built on the foundations of white supremacy and elected a black man whose middle name was Hussein.
But you know that the position on Barack Obama, he wasn't just the first black president, he was the last black president. The argument is that him coming in, that's a view for a lot of people.
I don't think that's the case.
Good.
I think
that's a Zach Galifianakis Between the Ferns statement where Barack Obama comes onto the podcast and he says, "How does it feel to be the last black president?"
I don't think it's the case. I think that is an argument that America has since had 2 women. One of them was a black woman, and they got absolutely...
I don't think Kamala Harris lost because, like, I think her being a black woman, of course, is a major factor in her defeat, but I don't think that's the only factor. These are hurdles.
Yes.
But these are hurdles that one can clear. You just have to outwork your opposition. You have to, and Zoran showed this in New York in a much smaller race, obviously, and New York is not the rest of the country. But the point I'm making is it just makes things more difficult. But as long as you have moral conviction, as long as you can excite the base, as long as you can actually create a unique coalition and activate low propensity voters, which I think AOC has the capacity to do.
I think she would be a fantastic left candidate, even better than Bernie in many ways. My issue is, as you said at the start, we talked about left infighting. she has come under a lot of attack, not from the right recently, but from parts of the left.
Yeah, I mean, I criticize her too.
I'm not talking about criticize. You can criticize her.
Yeah.
You can say AOC went to the DNC and said they're working tirelessly for a ceasefire. I would criticize that. I criticized at the time. I had Ilhan Omar on the next day, and even Ilhan implicitly criticized her. That's different to what's been happening in recent months, which is like AOC is CIA. She's a sellout. Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene are more principled than AOC. You've seen this shit online.
But
I've called it
Mehdi,
out.
This is internet.
Like Anna Kasparian. Anna Kasparian, yeah. That is Anna Kasparian who's saying that shit. I feel like he's only quoting Anna Kasparian. Maybe Cenk Uygur has said the shit too. But like, who the fuck else would say that Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson are more principled than AOC? It's only those motherfuckers. They got to stick up their ass about AOC. They are, and again, these are people who are just spreading tons of misinformation about Democrats. Like, that's all they fucking do. They just constantly spread misinformation about Democrats while pretending to be left-leaning and on the side of Democrats and all of this shit. And then also laundering people's beliefs like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson and all of these other right-wing nut jobs. All they do is just shit on Democrats and then play this. Guys, but we can be friends with the right. They're not so bad, right, guys? They're not that bad. People call them Nazis. They're not Nazis. They're nice, right? That's their whole fucking thing now. So gross. All right, I'm going to head out. I will be back on tomorrow. Everybody, in the meantime, I'm going to give you some homework. I need you to do me a big favor. 1, hit the thumbs up button. Number 2, join the Discord. Number 3, follow me on Twitter. Do those 3 things, and I will love you forever. The links to my Discord and my Twitter are in the description. Go there now, click those buttons, and do the thing that you were always meant to do. Do the thing that everything in your life has led you to this moment to do. That's too much. It's, you know what? You're getting off easy. I'm gonna have more homework for you next week, okay? So I've got a whole documentary I need you to watch. It's about Candace Owens, a fucking genius, made it. We're gonna have y'all watch it for homework. Alright? But Alright, Dan. I'll be back on tomorrow. Maybe my shit'll be done processing by then. Well, the first time I played this game, I had a really bad habit of getting off stream and forgetting to pause the game and just getting up and walking off, and then waking up to like all my shit being destroyed and me of dying like 3 times, and did that way too many times. So just stay on so your suit finishes. Nah bruh. Like, all of those things that I was talking about earlier that are still like the very first things just finished. They just finished, and I'm just now getting on to the second one of them. So yeah. We'll figure it out tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools.
The wind is